The girls at school were going crazy. Apparently, the new student is super hot. The moment the guy walked in and was introduced, every girl's heart started pounding. The room got hotter, and let's be real, the girls got wet. The guys, on the other hand, weren't that hyped. Let's call it what it is, pure jealousy. The teacher points to an empty seat and the kid who looked like a rejected Scooby-Doo character. Oh, he was practically green with envy. Daeyeon gave her friend a little signal. Time for a prank. The plan was simple. When the new guy walks by, stick out a foot, watch him trip, and bam, total humiliation in front of everyone. Cool, right? But here's the thing they didn't count on. The new guy, he saw it coming and just stopped right in front of him. Lee Hyun thought his moment was perfect. Oops, didn't work. Our protagonist just stares at him cold as ice. Then he asks, who do you think you're looking at? Nobody, and I mean nobody, could guess what was running through the new guy's mind as he just stared in complete silence. That's when the teacher stepped in. Why did you suddenly stop? And Jin just smiles. He apologizes so politely and keeps walking. Lee Hyun thought to himself, he's scared of me. His friend agreed, thinking, guess the new guy isn't so tough after all. What these guys didn't know was that the moment Jin stopped, he remembered a tip from his senior. When you get back to Korea, Jin, don't get into fights. The senior knew he was a born strategist, every move calculated, and honestly, that scared him. When the protagonist finally sat down, the kid next to him, a boy named Park Yoon-chan, greeted him and then gave a warning. Watch out for those guys, they're the bullies running this school. You should avoid them. The next classes went by and she felt something strange. Normal kids at a normal school, another kid talking about his favorite webtoon. It was peaceful, comfortable. In her memories, there was never a moment like this. Every moment was running in the rain with her life on the line. The training was hell. So many years of that made him cold. When he closes his eyes, he can still feel those days. But when he opens them again, this peace is amazing. But while his life was peace and quiet, in another classroom, a girl, Ian's sister, didn't know what peace was. She was happy. Of course, her brother was finally home after being missing for 10 years. But a blonde girl came up to her, pulling her out of her thoughts. Hey, Daeyeon, I need your gym clothes for class today. Daeyeon had her clothes but couldn't just give them away or she'd be left with nothing. The girl just laughed, a nasty, mocking laugh. Then she did something that grabbed everyone's attention, a hard slap across Daeyeon's face. Daeyeon didn't have the right to ask questions or disobey an order. This was her daily life. Her classmates did nothing, absolutely nothing to protect her, and she just didn't have the guts. When it was time to go home, she noticed her brother. He had come to her school and was waiting for her. She was a bit surprised for a second and asked if he was waiting for her. He said, yeah, I was waiting so we could go home together. He also said if she had other plans, she could go without him. Daeyeon quickly looked around and said she had no other plans, but you could tell she was still really nervous about walking with him. Jin then said if she wasn't busy, they'd just walk home together. In the end, she agreed. A little later, they were walking down the street together, and it was obviously awkward for both. Jin tried to break the tension by asking if she felt uncomfortable too. Daeyeon was surprised he asked and quickly said she wasn't, but Jin told her it was okay because he felt pretty awkward himself. Luckily, that seemed to calm her down a bit. Jin then said he was only 9 when the accident happened, so he really didn't remember much about his family, including her. He said it must be weird for her too, since she was only 7 and probably didn't remember much either. Daeyeon said nothing because he was right. Just then, she heard some voices she recognized from around the corner and froze. When Daeyeon looked to see who it was, she saw one of the girls who had been bullying her earlier in class. Turns out she's friends with the blonde girl who slapped Daeyeon at school. This new bully spots Daeyeon right away and starts yelling at her. Daeyeon starts freaking out, sweating and clueless about what to do. One of the guys with the bully asks, who's Daeyeon? The bully says she's the girl that Ju Jin, the psycho blonde from before, hates. Then she sees Ju Jin with Daeyeon and mocks her, asking if that's her boyfriend. Then she says something nasty, like she didn't know bitches could get dates. Daeyeon gets super shy and quickly tries to explain that Ju Jin is just her brother. The bully is totally shocked by this, since she had no idea Daeyeon even had a brother. After all that trash talk, Ju Jin asks Daeyeon if that girl is her friend. Daeyeon quietly says, yeah, they're in the same class, but the bitch keeps calling Daeyeon a bitch again, and asking since when they were friends. Daeyeon's shaking while the bitch keeps running her mouth. Ju Jin just shoots the girl an ice-cold glare, the kind of look that could freeze you solid. The guy sitting next to the bitch hates Ju Jin's death stare. He gets pissed and tells Ju Jin to watch it or he'll get in trouble. Ju Jin just keeps staring, which makes the chubby dude even angrier. The bully starts egging him on, trying to get him to fight Ju Jin. Finally, the chubby guy loses it and walks up to Ju Jin. Ju Jin quickly pushes Daeyeon behind him and faces the guy. This dumbass asks if Ju Jin's trying to act tough for his sister. Ju Jin immediately sees how clueless this guy is, standing so close with all his weak spots totally exposed. What's even funnier is that the chubby dude doesn't have any weapons. Jin can't help but think this guy's an idiot for leaving himself so exposed, but then he remembers what Major Kang said about not fighting. Jin sighs, looks away, and tries to walk off, but the chubby guy isn't having it. He grabs Jin by the neck and raises his hand, ready to slap him. Before he can, Daeyeon steps between them. She tilts her head and tries to explain to the bullies that Jin's been living abroad and doesn't know how things work in Korea. The main bully just laughs at Daeyeon for begging while Daeyeon keeps trembling with fear. The chubby guy just yells at Daeyeon, saying he doesn't care where Jin lived. Seeing his sister so scared and shaking makes Jin furious. He grabs the chubby guy's wrists and twists it. The guy starts screaming in pain, even though Jin barely did anything. Jin then drops his backpack and takes off his school jacket. He calmly tells his sister to wait and covers her face with his jacket, saying this will all be over in a minute. Just then, the bully mouthpiece attacks him from behind. Jin just turns around with Daeyeon like it's nothing and punches the guy. Right in the face. That slap sends him flying backwards, spitting blood before he crashes to the ground like a sack of potatoes. The bully girl and the other bully look so scared it's like they're about to piss their pants. Meanwhile, Jin sighs, regretting breaking his promise to Major Kang. But hey, it's not really his fault. That fat bastard was asking for it. The other bully is so scared he even hesitates to breathe in Jin's direction. The scene then cuts to the training field where we see soldiers working out like maniacs. Major Kang is there overseeing everything. Another soldier approaches and reminds Kang that today's Jin's first day of school. Hearing that, Major Kang starts to worry. Even though he taught Jin for 6 months how to live a normal life, he fears Jin won't be able to adjust after so many years as a mercenary. Still, Kang hopes the lessons he taught will help Jin. On that note, it turns out Major Kang's lessons are why Jin is here, treating these bullies like trash. The other bullies just stare in shock at the chubby dude lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back. The bully girl and her friend are shaking as Jin walks toward them. In the blink of an eye, Jin lunges and lands a monstrous punch to the other bully's stomach, sending the guy flying before he crashes to the ground. The arrogant girl's jaw drops. She can't believe what she's seeing. When Jin turns to look at her, his deadly glare makes her tremble. Daeyeon pulls the jacket off her face, his hands trembling as he sees the two thugs completely knocked out. Only a minute has passed, but Jin notices his sister watching. He gives Daeyeon one last warning look and then walks away from her. He turns back to Daeyeon and apologizes for suddenly covering her face. That only makes things more awkward for Daeyeon. So Jin tries to lighten the mood by asking if she wants to go to her favorite spot for some snacks. Daeyeon mumbles that it's fine and not necessary. So Jin says they better just head home. While Daeyeon and Jin are getting along, the bully girl stands there completely scared. She's shocked that this guy, who was so scary just moments ago, is now acting like a super sweet big brother. As they walk away, Daeyeon gives the thug one last small wave, leaving her standing there totally terrified. On the way home, she asks Jin if he was the one who took care of those two guys. Jin says yes, which only makes her more curious about him since he doesn't seem like a fighter. Then she tells him that in Korea, staring at people like he did is considered rude and can cause trouble. Jin agrees and adds that looking someone in the eyes can be a bad idea depending on who it is. Just like where he came from, Daeyeon is confused and asks why he stared down those thugs. Then Jin simply says he saw she was scared and wanted to protect her. Daeyeon is totally shocked by his answers and just looks down blushing. It gets super awkward and quiet as they keep walking. Looks like Daeyeon's getting used to having a protective big brother. When they get home, their grandpa will be a nervous wreck. He tells Jin to relax and eat some fruit, but Jin insists on washing the dishes. Grandpa doesn't really know what to do, so he lets Jin handle it. While Jin is washing the dishes, Grandpa asks if dinner was okay, saying he's not the best cook. Jin stays calm and tells Grandpa not to worry. He says the food was great and he enjoyed everything. The old man looks really relieved hearing that. You can tell he's genuinely happy. Then Grandpa asks Daeyeon if she liked the food too, and she nods. Then Grandpa changes the subject and asks Jin about his first day of school, wanting to know if anything interesting happened. Jin hesitates for a second, looking a bit nervous to answer. Daeyeon also gets a little anxious, thinking about how crazy the day was. But after a moment, Jin just says it was a good day. Grandpa's face lights up completely hearing that, looking super relieved and happy. Later that night, when everyone's in bed, Jin is still awake. He's remembering when his grandpa saw him again for the first time, and remembers how happy the old man was. Living with his grandpa and sister for a while has started to melt Jin's cold heart. Then he starts thinking about the plane crash. All the passengers were panicking, oxygen masks dropping. While everyone else was rushing, Jin's parents were only focused on putting the mask on him so he could breathe. It was a terrifying day. Just as he remembers the plane starting to fall, Jin suddenly wakes up, jumping out of bed and breathing hard from the nightmare. His heart is pounding, but then he realizes it was just a dream. He looks at his watch and sees it's morning. While he's sitting there, he hears noises from the living room. He gets up to check and finds his sister making breakfast. He asks, "Where's Grandpa?" She tells him Grandpa already left for work super early. She explains he took time off just to be there when Jin came back, but his vacation days are over now, so he had to go back to work. She puts on her uniform and gets ready to leave. She tells Jin breakfast is on the table and makes sure he knows he should eat. After she leaves, Jin just looks at all the food she left for him. Back at school, we see the bully girl with blonde Jin. Turns out Jin found out the new exchange student is Daeyeon's brother. The bully girl nervously says, "Yeah, it's true." She starts remembering what happened with Jin and gets scared, recalling how he knocked down 2 of her friends with 1 punch. Jin asks why she's so scared, but the bully girl is frozen, too scared to say anything. Honestly, I'm tired of calling her the bully girl, so from now on, let's just call her Pollock Shake. Jin keeps bugging Pollock Shake about what happened. Finally, Pollock Shake realizes and says they probably should stop messing with Daeyeon. That deadly look Jin gave her is still stuck in her head and she can't forget it. Even though she's scared, she tries to tell herself everything's fine because Jin and her brother run the school and nobody messes with them. A little later, we see Daeyeon again and, guess what? She gets smacked hard on the head like always. She turns around and sees Jin and Pollock Shake together, ready to give her a hard time again. Daeyeon asks them, "What do you want now?" Jin just tells her to come with them. When Daeyeon asks where, the stuck-up blonde gets pissed. She yells at Daeyeon to stop acting tough and just do what she's told if she doesn't want to get hurt. She also says having a brother doesn't change anything. Next thing you know, we're in the school's recycling area and Daeyeon is getting totally beat down by the stuck-up blonde. After a few kicks, the blonde tells Daeyeon to stay down. Daeyeon is trying to catch her breath and asks why they're even hitting her. That's when Jin brings up her brother. She tells Daeyeon to warn her brother to stop acting so tough and full of himself. She makes it clear that whatever happens next with her brother isn't her problem because he's about to have a really bad time. Daeyeon is confused and asks if her brother is going to get involved now. Jin says yes and reminds her that the 2 guys Jin beat up are friends with her own brother. Since Daeyeon and her brother messed with them, they won't get away with it. It's like poking a bear. Hearing this, Daeyeon's face goes completely white. She yells at the 2 thugs asking what they're going to do with her brother. That's when she gets slapped hard across the face. The slap leaves a mark, but that pain is nothing compared to how bad she feels knowing her brother is in danger. Daeyeon grits her teeth, pulls herself together and just bolts, leaving the 2 bullies behind. The scene switches back to the 3rd-year classroom. You can feel the tension in the air. Even the usual bullies are quiet. Everyone's nervous because the biggest bully in school just showed up with his gang and it looks like things with Jin are about to blow up. But Jin, he's sitting there calm as a cucumber. The 2 guys who got beaten yesterday are also there walking with their boss and behind them is the biggest bully of all, the number 1. Just then, like it was planned, Daeyeon bursts into the classroom. She's out of breath. Her face is bruised and her uniform is all dirty. Jin jumps up from his seat. His eyes widen in shock seeing his sister's beaten face and messy uniform. The bully boss starts trash-talking, mocking how worried Jin's sister is about him. He points out that Jin's own sister just complains and nags him to do stuff for her all the time. Then Jin steps forward and tells his brother he'll only feel sorry for him when he actually kicks his ass. Meanwhile, Jin is frozen, totally horrified to see his sister all beaten up. But before we see what he does, the scene flashes back to earlier that morning when students were just arriving to class. We see poor Park Yoon-chan looking terrified while 2 guys use his head as target practice. Jin is super proud of himself for a direct hit and starts bragging to his friend about it. Jin gets annoyed and demands a nearby kid to give him his eraser. The shy student hands it over and Jin grabs it. He gets ready and throws it with all his might, hitting Park Yoon-chan right in the head. He does a little happy dance for the perfect shot, but Jin tries to play it down saying it was just luck. The 2 keep going back and forth, trying to outdo each other in the headshot game. Jin decides to try again, swinging his arm wildly to throw the eraser at Park Yoon-chan. But surprise, Jin steps in, and the eraser hits him in the side. The 2 bullies are pissed at being interrupted and the eraser just falls to the floor. Jin then sits down next to a terrified Park Yoon-chan. The redhead is clearly getting pissed off, feeling like Jin is starting to annoy him. Jin decides they need to teach Park Yoon-chan a lesson for getting involved, and the redhead is totally on board. Meanwhile, Jin just drops his backpack and asks Park Yoon-chan if he's okay. The poor kid mumbles that he's fine, but you can tell by how pale he looks that he's definitely not. Park Yoon-chan just leans toward Jin to avoid looking at the bullies and asks if he wants to hang out after school. Jin says he can't because he has to walk home with his sister. The shy kid seems interested and asks if his sister transferred with him. Jin says no. She was already going to school here, When Park Yoon-chan asks her name, Joo-jin tells him it's Dawn. Park Yoon-chan is pretty shocked to hear that. Joo-jin totally notices his reaction and asks if he knows her. At first, Park Yoon-chan doesn't want to say anything, but then admits that Dawn is having a rough time at school. He explains that in middle school she was super popular because she was smart and pretty, so a lot of guys liked her. But then this blonde girl named Joo-jin got jealous and started bullying her. Joo-jin asks if anyone ever tried to stop it. Park Yoon-chan says the bully Joo-jin has a brother named Questism, who's one of the biggest troublemakers in the whole school. What's worse, Dawn is in the same class as Joo-jin. She gets bullied so much that all the other students are surprised she still shows up to school. Joo-jin connects the dots and Dawn realizes Joo-jin started messing with his sister just because some guy liked her. But Park Yoon-chan sadly explains that was just an excuse, since Joo-jin was just looking for someone to bully. Joo-jin's mind flashes back a few days. His grandfather hoped Joo-jin would adjust easily to the new school. His grandfather turned to Dawn and asked if she was doing well at school too. Back then, sweet little Dawn promised her grandfather that everything was fine, without letting on that she was getting bullied every day. Her grandfather praised her, saying Dawn was a great student and her teachers always said good things about her. Back in the present, Joo-jin realizes his sister was just pretending, hiding everything so their grandfather wouldn't worry. Right then, one of the troublemakers kicks the door open, and the whole gang storms into the classroom. Hyeao Joo-jin immediately asks the gang what they're doing in his class. Jisoo Kim, one of the school's top dogs, just says he's here to take care of something. Hyeao Joo-jin is shocked to see Gwaesoo Kim and has no clue what to do. See, Hyeojin is a total nobody. He can handle the other bullies, but he knows not to mess with Gwaesoo Kim. Meanwhile, Gwaesoo Kim's lackeys point at Joo-jin. When Gwaesoo Kim sees him, he starts yelling at his guys angrily because some scrawny brat hit them. He tells his lackeys to back off and then motions for Joo-jin to come closer with his finger. Joo-jin stands up immediately. The redhead and Jeok Joo-jin are totally confused, wondering what Joo-jin did to piss off Gwaesoo Kim. Both think he's totally screwed now, but Joo-jin just stands there and asks if Gwaesoo Kim is the one in charge, the real big shot. Jisoo just smirks, finding it funny that Joo-jin took so long to figure out who's boss here. He turns to one of his lackeys and tells him to stop standing around like an idiot and do something. You can see the lackey is terrified, but he slowly starts walking toward Joo-jin. But before the fight can start, Daeum bursts into the room totally out of breath, and that brings us back to the present with Joo-jin looking at his beaten-up sister. Tears start rolling down Dawn's face as she apologizes to Joo-jin for getting him into this mess. Meanwhile, Joo-jin mocks the tears and calls her a total drama queen, but Joo-jin tells his sister she didn't do anything wrong. Before she can say anything else, he just snaps. He slaps the lackey so hard that the guy falls to the ground unconscious. The other bullies who've seen Joo-jin fight before start shaking. With one guy down, Joo-jin turns to his sister and says these are the ones who should be apologizing. The chubby guy charges at Joo-jin with his fist ready, but Joo-jin just brushes his arm aside like it's nothing. He spots an opening at the guy's throat and delivers a quick, brutal strike like a ninja. The thug starts coughing and choking before just collapsing. The last henchman, shaking like a leaf, tries to throw a punch at Joo-jin. Joo-jin lands a hard blow to his ribs and quickly sends him crashing to the ground too. Meanwhile, Yisu's confidence finally starts to crumble, seeing Joo-jin take down his crew like they're nothing. The wannabe tough kids in class just stand there with wide eyes, totally blank. Even Hyun and Pollock Shake are completely losing their cool. After dealing with the last two guys, Joo-jin turns to Gisu and tells him his sister's been suffering because of these thugs, and he's not going to let it slide. Gisu finally says something, smirking arrogantly and admitting Joo-jin's not easy to manipulate. Then, with a mocking grin, Gisu throws a super fast kick at Joo-jin's head, but Joo-jin blocks it easily, leaving Gisu totally stunned. He didn't think Joo-jin would be that fast, so Gisu kicks again with his other leg and Joo-jin blocks that just as easily. Joo-jin grabs Gisu's leg, pulls him close, and punches him in the face. The hit sends blood flying as Gisu drops to the ground like a ragdoll. His nose and mouth are bleeding, and he looks up at Joo-jin in total horror, who's standing over him like the damn death blinder. Without hesitation, Joo-jin kicks the bastard in the face again and even more blood sprays through the air. The guy who was acting all tough and cocky is now lying on the ground totally defeated and humiliated. The whole class falls completely silent, everyone's eyes wide in shock watching Joo-jin take down one of the biggest thugs with a single move. The two side thugs are staring with their jaws dropped, unable to believe Joo-jin just wrecked a major player like Gisu so easily. The girls are just as scared, especially the blonde who's stunned, wondering if Joo-jin is really that strong. Joo-jin starts walking toward Yisu, who's terrified he's about to get the same beating. But before he can do anything, Diane begs her brother to stop. Joo-jin reminds her that Yisu and his crew have been harassing her for a long time and he knows they came after her yesterday too. Diane's face falls, realizing he knows the truth, and she looks down without saying a word. Then she realizes Jue Jin is doing all this for her, so she forces a smile and tells him it's okay, and he should stop. Her brother thinks for a second, but finally agrees and decides to walk her to class. As they leave, the whole room starts whispering, unable to believe that Yisu, the boss, was taken down by just one guy. Even the beta thugs have to admit Jue Jin is impressive and are super relieved they didn't try to fight him earlier. While everyone talks, the blonde girl just trembles, a mix of fear and humiliation, unable to handle the fact they lost. Meanwhile, Ju Jin and Diane walk together, and she's saying how surprised she is that he's so good at fighting, but then she starts apologizing again. Ju Jin is confused and asks why she's apologizing. Diane explains it's her fault he got involved in all this drama. She feels bad about the fights he had to get into both yesterday and today. Ju Jin just gives her a warm smile and tells her not to apologize for anything. That's what family's for, to protect each other. Then he starts explaining that where he used to live, everyone had to look out for themselves. People didn't care what happened to others as long as they were okay. But even those selfish people were different when it came to their own families. And that's when we flash back to a crazy battlefield with smoke and explosions everywhere. You can hear gunfire and bombs all around. Amid all the chaos, we see a young Ju Jin watching an enemy soldier desperately trying to save his little daughter by using his body to shield her from a guy pointing a gun at them. Despite all the violence, seeing that soldier risk his life for his kid really left a mark on Ju Jin. It made him wonder what family really means and why it's so damn important. Back in the present, Diane points out that he barely remembers her. So, why is he going through all this trouble to help? Jo Jin agrees he doesn't remember much, but says it doesn't matter, they're still family. She just stands there quietly, and as his words sink in, she starts feeling a little embarrassed. She quickly tells him it's fine and that he should get back to his own class. She says they're already in her classroom, gives Daeyeon a quick goodbye wave, and disappears inside, leaving Jo Jin with a small smile. Back in his class, everyone keeps talking about Jo Jin, and he feels a bit awkward with all the attention. The beta bullies give him a thumbs up and ask what they taught him overseas because he wrecked those rookies like it was nothing. They keep piling on the praise, but Jo Jin just sinks into his chair looking a little overwhelmed. Even his friend Park Yoon-chan jumps in and says it was insane, making Jin crack a small smile. Meanwhile, we see the defeated bullies feeling pretty stressed after getting humiliated like that. Their boss is still super pissed off, complaining that there's something different about Jin, that he doesn't fight like a regular third-rate thug. His sister tries to cheer him up, telling him to stop pouting, and that it was just a lucky hit. She says Jo Jin just caught them off guard and they should get him later. But the other bullies stay quiet because now they know Jo Jin is a real powerhouse and not someone to mess with. But the blonde reminds them he's just one guy and they can't let some random dude beat them. His brother finally tells her to shut up, saying if she wants to fight so bad, she can go fight the guy herself if it's so easy. Of course, Huiyin doesn't like that and fires back that he shouldn't take it out on her just because some random guy beat him up. Her brother is totally furious. You can tell Hyen's words really hit him. He's pissed because, let's be real, she's telling the truth and that stings. Hyen shoots her one last look. Her eyes fill with tears because she's so frustrated with her brother's behavior. She silently turns around and slams the door as she leaves. As she storms down the hallway, Palek Sheikh tries to catch up to her. Meanwhile, the blonde is still totally pissed off. She's super frustrated because none of those bullies could even stand up to a single guy. She slams open the classroom door and storms in. When she sees Dawn sitting there, she asks if she feels lucky now that she has a brother. She points out how Dawn can probably just walk into school without a worry and run to her big brother if anything goes wrong. Dawn says nothing, which makes Huiyin even angrier. She thinks Dawn is turning her back now that she has a brother to protect her. Quelling grits her teeth and makes it clear she won't let Dawn get away with it just because she has a brother. As it starts to get dark, the students head home. We see our girl in the crowd looking a bit down. She's just thinking, remembering when her brother defended her and fought those bullies. She recalls him saying they were family and wonders if that means she can finally stop worrying about getting bullied at school. She starts thinking about how miserable things were with Jo Jin, like how he always bossed her around and she had to do whatever he said like a loyal dog. Every time she tried to stand up for herself, he just slapped her. Suddenly, her brother shows up behind her and asks if everything's okay. She's totally shocked, but he says he called her several times and she didn't answer. Her sister quickly apologizes, saying she didn't hear him, and then asks if he was waiting for her again. He nods and says, yeah, because she still doesn't know the way home. So they start walking home together, talking about buying some groceries since their grandpa's always hungry when they get home late. As they walk, that loudmouth bitch is right behind them. She looks totally furious and just can't stand to see our girl smiling. This bitch is waiting for the perfect moment to wipe that smile off Dawn's face. Next thing we know, the two are shopping in a store. The girl is struggling to decide what to buy and other people in the store are staring at her. All the girls in the store are staring at our guy, and Daeyeon can't help but notice all the attention he's getting from the women. She knew he was popular at school, but apparently, he stands out everywhere. Out of pure curiosity, Daeyeon finally asks her brother if he ever had a girlfriend when he lived abroad. The question totally catches him off guard, and it seems like he's never even heard the word girlfriend before. Seeing how confused he is, Dawn explains she means a girl he was dating. He simply says he never had one, which makes his sister say he should think about it, especially since girls are attracted to him like a magnet. He stays silent for a second, then he says he's always been too busy to have a girlfriend. Dawn gets it, especially since he's been busy adjusting to a new country. That's when he flips the question back to Daeyeon and asks if she ever had a boyfriend. The question surprises her and she quickly says she never had one either. When he asks why, she just says she's been busy too. When they get home, we see their grandpa gave our guy a new Samsung Galaxy phone. He's a little bummed because he wanted an iPhone. Grandpa quickly explains that iPhones have terrible batteries and that a Samsung is better, especially since all the other guys have iPhones. It's a little funny joke, like having a Samsung makes him unique. Daeyeon, on the other hand, is super excited because she wanted a Galaxy phone and can tell it's the newest model. Our guy starts playing with the phone and Grandpa tells them he already put his number and Dawn's number in it. Dawn is surprised Grandpa did it himself since she usually helps him with tech stuff. Grandpa quickly explains the salesman gave him a hand. He adds with a smile that he heard young Jin guys love opening things themselves, so he hoped our guy wouldn't mind him opening it to save the numbers. Jue Jin just says he totally agrees. Then Grandpa apologizes to Dawn saying there was only one left in the store, so he couldn't get her one. Dawn tells him it's no big deal. They all end up having a great dinner, just talking and enjoying being a family. Later that night, our guy keeps fiddling with his new phone and really starts getting hyped about the whole Galaxy thing. He begins thinking maybe Samsung phones aren't so bad and could even be better than iPhones. Then the scene switches to Major Kang working on his computer when his phone rings. It's Yujin calling to say he has a new phone and a new number. The Major is a bit surprised by this. The junior officer behind him even asks if Major Kang didn't already give Jin a phone, and the Major says yes. That's when he turns red as a tomato with anger. He points out he gave Jin the most expensive iPhone they had, so he's pretty pissed that Ju Jin already replaced it. The next morning, Ju Jin gets out of the shower and sees his sister rushing out the door in her uniform. Before she can leave, Ju Jin asks why she's leaving so early. She just says she's late and runs off. She also yells that dinner's ready and she just needs to put the dishes in the sink. While running down the street, she checks her phone and is relieved to see she's going to make it on time. She was late because she made soup for their grandpa, but seeing him smile while eating it was totally worth it. She's happy she could do something nice for him, but her happy moment is cut short when someone kicks her hard in the ribs, knocking her to the ground. 3 girls in hoodies and masks stand over her, hiding their identities. The one in front tells Dawn to watch where she's walking and says she almost broke her ankle. It's obvious they're just trying to start a fight. They demand Dawn apologize for what she supposedly did. The poor girl quickly nods and says she's really sorry, but the loud leader isn't happy with that and slaps her across the face, telling her to apologize like a whining dog. That's when one of the girls, the one with the ponytail, she suggests everyone go to karaoke to blow off some steam. Another girl nods, saying they need to relax and have fun. The girl with the ponytail then crouches down to look Daeyeon in the eyes. With a smile, she invites her to come with them to karaoke, saying they're gonna have an awesome time. The moment Daeyeon hears her voice, she knows it's Jue Jin Kim and she's definitely here to make her life hell. Next thing she knows, they're in some sketchy karaoke joint. The manager sees the shady-looking girls and gets a bad feeling. A little later, he nervously walks toward their room. He's muttering to himself about how wild kids are these days and wonders what kind of disaster they caused, because all he heard from their room was a bunch of screaming. The manager opens the door and finds Dawn on the floor, clearly beaten up. Luckily, she's awake and slowly starts to get up. Her hands shake as she tries to gather her stuff. The manager is totally confused by this and tries to call an ambulance, but Dahyun just says no and staggers out the door. Meanwhile, at school, the teacher is taking attendance and notices Dagon isn't there. The other students say she's not around and everyone's confused because Dagon isn't the type to just skip school. In the background, Haejin Kim has a smirk on her face, obviously happy about it. Pollock Shake leans in and asks if she thinks Dahyun is okay. Jue Jin just tells him not to freak out, reminding him that Dahyun's absence has nothing to do with them. Pollock Shake nervously agrees, just playing along like it's true and they're not involved. Finally, the school day ends. As usual, our guy is waiting outside for his sister but can't find her anywhere in the crowd. The crowd starts to thin out and soon it's almost empty, but his sister still hasn't shown up. He waits a bit longer, then pulls out his phone to call her, thinking maybe she went home without him. Meanwhile, she's already at home. Her phone is ringing nonstop from his calls, but she just ignores them. Finally, he just heads home. He immediately sees her slippers by the door, drops his backpack, goes to her room, and softly knocks. asking if she's there. She answers quickly, and her brother Jin feels super relieved that she's actually home. He asks what's up, mentioning he even tried calling her, but she didn't pick up. Dahyun says she's really sorry, explaining she must have been asleep. Jin immediately notices the weird tone in her voice and asks if he can come in for a bit. Dahyun quickly makes up an excuse, telling him she's already in bed because she feels sick. Worried, Jin asks if it's serious. She assures him it's just a little fever, and she'll be totally fine after some rest. Jin tells her to call if she needs anything and starts to leave, planning to go buy her some medicine. But then he suddenly stops at the door when he sees blood stains on her slippers. It doesn't take him long to realize something bad must have happened, because seeing blood on your shoes isn't exactly normal. As soon as he gets it, he grabs the first aid kit and rushes to her room to tend to her wounds. She shivers as he starts bandaging her bruised face. It's clear Jin still doesn't have the full picture. Dawn tells him she fell down the stairs trying to dodge a bike, but Jin points out her injuries look way too serious for just an accident and asks if she's sure she doesn't want to see a doctor. She hesitates for a second before insisting she's totally fine. I mean, it makes sense because she wouldn't want to go to the hospital. If she did, they'd immediately know her bruises weren't from falling downstairs. The scene then flashes back to Dawn's past, and suddenly we're in the principal's office. Dahyun is explaining to the principal that she was beaten by Haejin. However, Haejin flat out denies everything. The police are involved too, and Dahyun keeps insisting Haejin was the one who attacked her. She says Haejin was wearing a mask and a hat, but she recognized her voice and is totally sure it was her. Also, Jin has a history of bullying her at school. But then Jian, with a sly little smirk, asks how Dawn can blame her when she didn't even see her face. The principal asks Dawn if she saw the face of the person who hurt her. Dawn says again that the attacker's face was covered, but she's absolutely sure it was Hyeon. At this point, Jin's mom completely loses her cool. She angrily accuses Dawn of dragging the police into this and treating her daughter like a criminal over a false accusation. The principal tries to calm the mom down, but she's not having it and makes it clear she won't back down. Meanwhile, you can see Dawn's confidence crumble as she realizes no one believes her, even though she knows it was Hyeon. Even the cops seem doubtful. The mom demands Dawn apologize to her daughter right then and there, but our girl stands her ground, telling the woman it was really her daughter who attacked her. The arrogant mom gets even more pissed and decides she's going to take this up with Dawn's parents. She demands Dawn bring her parents to the school immediately. This just breaks Dawn's heart. Tears start streaming down her face and she can't stop them, while the villain who hurt her just laughs and walks away with zero consequences. Back to the present, she feels trapped in the exact same situation. She feels like talking is pointless without any real proof and is determined not to bother her grandpa, who's always been a huge support for her. Suddenly, Jin notices her tense look and puts a hand on her forehead, asking if she's really okay. The girl weakly says she's fine. Jin points out that although none of her bones seem broken, the bruises are pretty nasty and will hurt for a couple of days. She's surprised that he's actually really good at this stuff. She can see the bandages are perfectly placed. Then her expression turns sad, thinking about her grandpa. She's worried he'll get super upset over all this, especially since he has a weak heart. Jin is pretty shocked to hear that, and she adds that her grandpa is on heart medication. Hearing this, Jin promises to make sure her grandpa never finds out about any of this and tells her to just focus on resting. As he starts to leave, she calls his name. She gives Dawn a sweet smile and thanks her for everything. And Jin returns the smile with the same warmth, but as soon as he's out of sight, his smile fades. She starts wondering if she made the right call, hiding some of the details. She's thinking there's not much a couple of teens like them can really do about it. As we all know, Jin isn't your average teenager, and I wouldn't be surprised if he already has a pretty clear idea of who was behind his sister's injuries. Later, the scene switches to a club where the music is blasting and the place is packed. In the middle of the crowd, we see the main bully, Ji-Soo-Kim. He looks seriously pissed off while drinking and laughing with his crew. Everyone's trash-talking Jin, wondering how one guy could have ruined everything for them. One of the thugs reminds them they lost because they underestimated Jin. He insists they can take him down if they just plan it out first. Another thug agrees, saying there's no way they'll let him get away with it. A third guy chimes in that Jin wouldn't stand a chance against all of them at once. Even with all their hype, their boss knows taking Jin down won't be a walk in the park. He's still pissed about that humiliating beating but has no intention of letting it slide. He slams his glass in frustration but reluctantly agrees with his goons. He makes it clear one-on-one fights aren't his style, so they'll probably come up with a plan to gang up on him with overwhelming numbers. The goons have huge evil grins, clearly hyped about the idea. This bunch of idiots might think they've got it all figured out, but they're just a pack of losers waiting to get what Jin has in store for them. Just as they're plotting something, Yisu's phone rings. The caller ID says Little Beach. It turns out to be his little sister, and even Yisu seems cool with that contact name. Anyway, she immediately starts yelling at him, asking why he's just hanging out at the club. Jisoo tells her to get to the point or he'll hang up. The girl insists he owes her a huge favor. Jisoo has no clue what she's talking about. She then mentions how Daeun got beaten up earlier that day. She tells him they can't let the brothers get away with this or they'll lose all their power at school. Her brother, with a smug air, tells her she did a good job. Then he reveals they're also planning some revenge against Joo-jin. Just then, someone walks into the club. When the thugs turn to see who it is, they realize it's Joo-jin. It definitely looks like he's there to settle scores. Jisoo is absolutely furious seeing Joo-jin casually strolling through his turf, but Joo-jin keeps walking toward his table totally calm. Jisoo then gets a little cocky, thinking it's cool they no longer have to hunt Joo-jin for revenge. But Joo-jin isn't there for a friendly chat. Without wasting a second, he grabs one of the lackeys by the face and slams him hard against the edge of the table. Another henchman lunges at him, but Joo-jin's hand is a blur and one punch breaks every rib in the guy's body. The leader of the thugs and his crew can only grit their teeth watching their buddies get knocked down. The rest of the gang rushes at Joo-jin, but our guy stays as cool as a cucumber. As they close in, he effortlessly takes one of them down like a total boss. Then he grabs a dude with purple hair and slams him against the table with a brutal thud. While the purple-haired guy is totally scared, Joo-jin isn't done with him and just throws him against the wall like a rag doll. Then he clenches his fist and lands a massive punch on Daeun's fat face. One of the thugs grabs a glass bottle to hit Joo-jin, but our guy calmly snatches the bottle from his hand and lands a brutal blow on Daeun's face, leaving the thug spitting blood. Another bully tries to attack him from behind, but Joo-jin ducks, grabs his hand. He gives Daeun a painful twist and then slaps Daeun hard across the face. Joo-jin pushes the thug aside and immediately grabs another lackey by the face. He slams the guy's face into his knee and you can hear a nasty crunch as the thug's nose breaks. With all the thugs knocked out, Jisoo stands there, speechless, completely unable to process what just happened. All this time, his sister is still on the phone and starts asking what's going on. Joo-jin turns to Jisoo and the look in his eyes is so cold it makes Jisoo shiver. He asks Jisoo if he needs a reminder because last time he checked, Joo-jin already told him to stay away from his sister. Jisoo is stunned at how fast things have changed. It's kinda ironic. They tried to gang up on Joo-jin only for their own crew to get totally wrecked. Joo-jin fought like a true pro and beat them all in just seconds. He keeps questioning Jisoo, asking what he did to his sister. Jisoo plays dumb like he has no idea what he's talking about. Meanwhile, he secretly grabs a glass from the table. He throws the glass at Joo-jin with lightning speed, but Joo-jin just casually steps back, letting it smash against the wall. While he stands there unfazed, Jisoo grabs a bottle and throws it. Our guy steps back again, dodging the hit, but when Jisoo throws the bottle a second time, Joo-jin knocks it out of his hand and counters with a punch that spills the drink everywhere. Jisoo tries to throw a punch this time, but our guy hits him with another brutal blow to the bastard's face, making his nose bleed like a faucet. Jisoo staggers back, gasping for air after the hit, while Joo-jin stays perfectly calm and composed, not even breaking a sweat. Then Joo-jin asks this bastard what kind of sick pleasure he gets from messing with a helpless girl. In a last-ditch effort, Jisoo grabs a bottle, breaks it, and tries to stab Joo-jin in the chest with the sharp end. But our guy doesn't even flinch, just slams Jisoo's hand so hard the broken bottle falls to the floor. Then he grabs Jisoo by the neck and squeezes, making him struggle to breathe. Jisoo's feet kick as he fights and Joo-jin slams him to the ground hard. The bastard twists and writhes, desperately trying to break Joo-jin's iron grip, but our guy doesn't budge. He's got his hand pressed tight against Jisoo's throat, making sure the arrogant thug knows exactly who's boss now. Joo-jin leans in and asks Jisoo what he wants done with him. Jisoo, barely conscious after that beating, can't even answer. Joo-jin gives Daeun one last warning, making it clear this is the last time he'll let it slide easy. He tells her to keep away from his sister and to keep Hyun, Guizoo's sister, under control too. He stresses that if he even hears a rumor about Guizoo or Hyun messing with his sister again, he'll come back to finish what he started. To drive the point home, Joo-jin tightens his grip on the bastard's throat, pushing him to the brink of passing out. The thug, now totally desperate, starts twisting and apologizing over and over. After that, Joo-jin finally lets Guizoo go, dropping him to the floor, gasping and coughing violently as he stumbles away. When Joo-jin leaves the club, the staff inside just exchange nervous looks, unsure of what they just witnessed. Meanwhile, Joo-jin and his friend Pollock Shake are walking down the street. Joo-jin has a bad feeling and starts worrying that her brother might be in trouble. Just as they reach the club, they hear footsteps coming up the stairs and there's Joo-jin walking calmly. Joo is completely baffled and doesn't know what to do. She yells at Joo-jin to stop, probably thinking he can play it cool since no one can prove he was behind what happened today. But Joo-jin doesn't even slow down. Now Joo-jin is really scared. She starts backing up but ends up tripping and falling hard on her butt. While rubbing her shoulder, Joo-jin's phone rings. He looks at it. It's his grandfather calling. After a short call, he just turns around and heads home without saying another word, leaving everyone behind wondering what's going on in his head. When Wanin gets to the club room, it's a total mess. Her brother and his crew are all beaten up. She immediately lashes out at him, asking how he let Ju Jin wreck him again, but her brother is too exhausted to defend himself. He just cuts her off and tells her to stay away from Daeyeon Han from now on. Ju Jin, not understanding how serious it is, keeps arguing, asking what he's talking about. That's when her brother, looking totally worn out, finally snaps. He grits his teeth and yells at her to leave our guy's sister alone, but Hyun doesn't back down, shouting back and asking why he's so scared of that bastard. That's the last straw. Her brother's eyes fill with rage. He tells her straight up that if she doesn't stay away from Daeyeon Han, he'll deal with her himself. Man, this family has a disaster-level way of handling things. It's crazy how casually they talk about hurting each other. Hyejin is pretty shaken by her brother's threat and starts crying. Cut back to our guy meeting his grandfather again. They find a bench in the park to sit down. First thing, the grandfather apologizes for pulling our guy away from his friends, but he says it's no big deal. The old man then looks pretty down, mentioning how Daeyeon Han got hurt and that our guy was the one who healed her. Our guy says, yeah, and the grandfather explains that her injuries are serious, but she won't go to the hospital. He talks about how hard it was raising Daeyeon Han. He admits he never really knew how to take care of a little girl and was always working just to put food on the table, and he's so grateful she mostly grew up well on her own. Looking back on it all, the grandfather feels that Dae Han gave him way more than he gave her. He lost everything in that accident, and after the plane crash took everything, Daeyoon was the only reason he kept going. It kills him to see her suffering like this and not even tell her why. He wonders if she thinks he's too old to understand. He mentions how people say kids drift away from their parents as they grow up, so it must be even harder for her to open up to her old grandpa. But our guy steps in and tells the old man he's overthinking it. He points out how obvious it is how much grandpa cares about Daeyeon Han, and he's sure she feels the same way about him. He tells grandpa to stop worrying and promises to watch out for her at school. Hearing that, the old man finally seems a bit relieved, genuinely happy that Daeyeon Han has someone like a brother looking out for her. The scene shifts to the Ovnia Medical Exam Center. Inside, we see Guisu all bandaged up from his injuries. He's getting scolded by his dad, who's super disappointed in him. His dad doesn't hold back, telling Guisu he deserved everything that happened. Like the saying goes, play dumb games, win dumb prizes. His mom, who's a real piece of work, starts yelling at her husband. She can't believe their kid's in the hospital, and that's all he has to say. She tells him to go find the jerk who did this and yell at him instead. She also points out that same jerk broke Ju Jin's arm too. Honestly, it's a total mess. Ju Jin is so bad she even blamed our guy for her own accident. We all know she tripped and hurt her shoulder, but instead of owning up, she's pinning it all on him. The angry dad finally calms down and lets out a deep sigh. The worried mom tells their son to just focus on resting and getting better. As they start to leave, the mom mutters about making that kid, who hurt her son, pay if she ever catches him. Once they're gone, Guisu finally asks his sister why she had to tell their parents everything. He explains that by doing that, she only made things worse for him. He feels humiliated that people think he ran to his parents like a crybaby after getting beaten up. His sister then asks how she was supposed to hide the fact that her brother was in the hospital with a broken arm. Jesus gets pretty pissed and demands to know if Ju Jin was the one who did this to his arm. She remembers how she tripped and fell but doesn't mention it. Instead, she just says Ju Jin was responsible. It's crazy how shamelessly she's throwing the blame around. Then she quickly gets up and tells him to stay put and get better. She says she'll make sure they finally realize who they're dealing with. Jisoo just stands there, unsure if they should mess with our guy again. Meanwhile, we're back with their parents. The woman reveals she just talked to Mr. Cha, but her husband asks why she's making things complicated and tells her to let the school handle it. The woman replies it's already Saturday and she doesn't want to sit around waiting for them to act. She starts yelling, pointing out that the school won't deliver real justice for what they did to their kids and will probably settle for a suspension or expulsion at most. The husband keeps arguing that she doesn't need to go see Mr. Cha and handle this personally. The woman reveals she already knows Mr. Cha and that he's been doing their dirty work for years. Meanwhile, Hyun is listening and feels pretty satisfied that her mom is reaching out to Mr. Cha. She knows Mr. Cha is the feared gangster working for her dad and is sure this will put an end to those troublemakers once and for all. The scene shifts to a ruined place where a man nervously fiddles with his lighter, clearly uneasy. Two thugs walk by looking pretty disappointed. They complain about being ordered by their boss to handle some teenage drama and none of them are thrilled about it. Even the boss himself isn't excited to deal with his kid's dispute. But hey, work is work, even if it means wading through a mess of teenage bullshit. The scene flashes back to a time when a fancy Mercedes speeds down the road. Inside the car, Mr. Cha, the mafia boss, gets a call from the woman. She informs him about how her daughter's hand got fractured and her son was beaten up by some teenagers. She insists he has to take care of it. Back to the present, Mr. Cha is blowing smoke from his cigarette, clearly pissed off. He's more than frustrated having to deal with this kind of crap. The scene then switches back to the rooms where our guy is sitting in front of his computer, still lost in thought about his encounter with Gisu. He wonders if these guys are really going to let him go. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. He hears his grandfather arguing with someone at the door. It turns out the people at his door want to see Ju Jin. The intimidating man outside says they just want to talk to Ju Jin for a bit. The grandfather, worried about the late hour, asks what could be so urgent. Our guy steps out of his room telling his grandfather he'll be back soon after hearing what they want. Despite his grandfather's reluctance and even his sister's protests, Ju Jin flashes a friendly smile. He assures them he knows these guys and it's just a quick chat, nothing to worry about. With that, our guy leaves his worried grandfather behind. The thugs take him to an abandoned construction site and he wonders who they might bring him to meet. When they finally arrive, the henchmen report to their boss that they've brought the guy in question. The boss stays silent, smoking a cigarette. The bald henchman reveals the kid learned fast, didn't make a scene, and just came along. The boss, a bit surprised and pleased, decides to make it quick. He snaps his fingers and the goons immediately grab their iron bats. One henchman tells his buddy to hold our guy's arm since he'll be the one beating him up. Meanwhile, the boss sighs and decides to text the mother, letting her know the job's been taken care of. As the boss scrolls through his phone looking for that mother's number, the henchman asks why our guy had to mess with the Kim family's kids. As soon as our guy hears the mention of kids, he realizes it must be about Jisoo Kim. The boss, feeling frustrated and annoyed, pauses his scrolling, deciding he shouldn't call her while our guy is around. However, he looks at our guy and feels intrigued by how emotionless and unreadable he seems. Just as the henchmen attack, Ju Jin suddenly uses his ninja-like speed. He grabs the bald henchman's hand before he can strike and shoves the man toward him, delivering a brutal shoulder blow right to the henchman's face. The boss watches wide-eyed as he witnesses this flawless execution of the move. Meanwhile, the other henchman with the bat lunges at our guy. He ducks, letting the bat harmlessly swing over his head, but the thug tries another hit, yet our guy charges at the bat like it's nothing, leaving the mafia boss completely baffled. With lightning speed, our guy catches the baseball bat with his arm and throws a brutal punch right under the henchman's chin. Not stopping there, he follows up with a devastating blow to the henchman's chest. Then, with a fierce grip, he grabs him by the neck and slams him onto the bricks below. The boss watches in awe, clearly impressed and stunned by the pure skill and boldness of our guy's moves. The bald henchman grabs our guy from behind, threatening to kill him, but our guy quickly strikes his shoulder into the henchman's ribs and then lands a hard punch to his face, sending him to the ground. Mr. Cha realizes this kid isn't your average teenager because his combat skills are exceptional. He finally decides to step in himself. As he approaches, he scratches his head laughing and comments that he never thought he'd be fighting teenagers at his age. Meanwhile, our guy can tell that even though this man is a mafia boss, he's still weak, because my dude can clearly see all the weak spots on this guy. When the boss throws a powerful punch at him, Ju Jin effortlessly dodges it. The boss then starts a flurry of punches, but our guy dodges them all with ease, making it look like a walk in the park. As they go back and forth, our guy quickly dodges, but another punch comes straight at him. He blocks the hit, though the strong force pushes him backward. The mafia boss mocks him, impressed that he managed to block that one too. Meanwhile, Ju Jin checks his wrist where he got hit, and his hand trembles from the sharp pain. He realizes the mafia boss predicted his moves and threw the punch with precision. On the other hand, the mafia boss's curiosity finally hits its peak and he asks Ju Jin who he really is. Ju Jin casually replies that he's just a high school student. The boss doesn't buy it. In his mind, this kid must have serious skills and experience to fight like that. Ju Jin takes his stance. With a smirk, the boss says he's ready to keep fighting and clenches his fists to throw a punch at our guy. Our guy quickly dodges the incoming punch and tries to throw one of his own, but the mafia boss effortlessly dodges it. Then the boss tries to attack, but our guy grabs his hand and lands a punch to his stomach. The mafia boss reacts again, causing our guy to end up hitting him in the face instead. Mr. Cha is absolutely pissed after taking that punch straight to the face and tries to throw another punch at our guy. Once again, our guy dodges the attack and, staring down his opponent, delivers a brutal punch to his face. Then he follows up with a series of powerful hits, knocking Mr. Cha to the ground, leaving him feeling completely humiliated by a teenager. It's crazy to see a mafia boss who trusts his fists more than guns. Anyway, once the boss is down, he smiles, noticing that our guy doesn't seem fazed at all by the fight. He doesn't know where this kid came from, but he's sure the Kim family definitely messed with the wrong person. The scene shifts to an agency known as National Assembly member In Bae Kim's office. Inside the building, two guards stand outside an office. Inside the office, we see Mrs. Kim and Mr. Kim. The woman asks her husband why Mr. Cha hasn't responded yet. She's getting impatient. With every passing second, she tells him to call Mr. Cha. Mr. Kim replies that she should wait, since Mr. Cha will call back once he's done dealing with our guy. Meanwhile, we see their daughter sighing, and just then the phone starts ringing. The impatient Mrs. Kim quickly tells her husband to put the call on speaker so she can hear the news herself. Mr. Kim starts by apologizing to Mr. Cha, saying he's sorry for the ridiculous favor his wife asked him to do, but the women keep arguing loudly, insisting their kids were attacked, so she doesn't see how it could be called ridiculous. To everyone's surprise, Mr. Cha says he's the one who should apologize. Mr. Kim asks for an explanation and Mr. Cha reveals that it looks like their kids messed with the wrong person because Cha himself was also defeated by our guy. This news shakes Mr. Kim to his core. As far as he knows, Mr. Cha is the best enforcer in the business, and it's unthinkable that he lost to a high school kid. At that moment, the office door starts shaking as someone tries to force it open. Both Mr. and Mrs. Kim anxiously look at the door. When it finally creaks open, they see soldiers lying on the floor, leaving the couple completely anxious and alarmed. Even their spoiled daughter jumps up from her seat when they see Ju Jin entering the room. The door behind him slams shut, leaving their bodyguards unconscious on the other side. Mr. Cha, still on the phone, quickly realizes that Ju Jin has arrived at his place. He leans back, letting out a defeated sigh. He's still trying to wrap his head around the fact that he was beaten by a single high school kid. Now he's anxious about how to handle this mess. Inside the room, Win stands up from his seat as Mrs. Kim starts yelling at Ju Jin, demanding to know if he's the kid who hit her sons. On the other side, the man at the desk demands to know how Jin managed to get into his office. That's when this dumb woman starts grinding her teeth in frustration because she's annoyed that her husband isn't overreacting like she is. The husband stays calm and composed and asks again, more insistently, how Ju Jin got past security. Ju Jin just shrugs and casually replies that he simply walked past the guards blocking the entrance. Mr. Kim is even more surprised and confused, unable to understand how Ju Jin managed to beat Mr. Cha and all the security guards. What annoys her even more is how Ju Jin even found out she lived here. That woman starts yelling again, telling Ju Jin to stop acting like that. She quickly dials the emergency line to report Ju Jin for assaulting her kids and breaking into the office. Meanwhile, Jun feels proud of her mom's actions. She thinks calling the cops is a smart move, believing that even if Ju Jin has crazy fighting skills, the law will take care of him. The arrogant mom tries to intimidate Ju Jin with her threats, claiming she'll call the police or even the district attorney because she thinks Ju Jin has no clue who he's messing with. But Ju Jin stays calm and replies that he actually knows pretty well. He points out her husband is a two-term assembly member currently running for office. The woman mocks Ju Jin, asking if he really knows that much about her status. So why did he attack her kids? On the other hand, Win smirks, feeling smug about cornering Ju Jin, and weakly tells him the game's over. The authorities get the call and the lady starts yelling into the phone, demanding officers rush to the Kim office immediately. But before she can say more, she goes silent when she hears something unexpected. Apparently, Ju Jin plays the full footage from the karaoke room where Huin and his goons attacked his sister. The undeniable evidence leaves Haejin speechless. His eyes widen like they're about to pop out. Mr. Kim stays silent, feeling totally crushed. Dawn screams begging for mercy echo in the room as those vulgar girls keep beating her to a pulp. Seeing the solid proof, Mrs. Kim drops her jaw and quickly hangs up the hotline, saying she'll call back later. Meanwhile, Juin starts yelling at Ju Jin, demanding to know how he got those files. Ju Jin stays quiet for a moment, then the scene flashes back outside the Kim residence. Inside one of the rooms, Ju Jin is sneaking around the house. He opens a laptop and copies all the data onto a flash drive. Back in the present, Mr. Kim grits his teeth in frustration, feeling like his kids are a total disappointment, but Ju Jin quickly tries to calm his dad down, explaining he had a good reason for everything. Mr. Kim, however, angrily tells him to shut up. Then, Ju Jin reveals he also has files on Jisoo Kim. He explains to the Kims that their kids always save videos of their conquests. He claims to have dozens of videos showing their violent behavior, beating kids at school, extorting money and valuables from victims, and even the latest video of his sister being assaulted by a group of girls at a karaoke bar. Juin shakes like a leaf with all these truths exploding around her, but her mom quickly jumps in to defend her daughter, claiming our guy is just trying to threaten them and won't get away with it. But Jin reminds her he didn't start this mess and what he's doing now isn't a threat compared to hiring gangsters to attack him, and he makes it clear he recorded everything too. The dad puts his hand over his face in total disappointment and asks our guy if he did all this just because his kids attacked his sister first. Ju Jin answers that as a father, he has the right to side with his kids, no matter what, so as a brother, he'll do whatever it takes to protect his sister too. The man understands where he's coming from and says they'll cover her treatment and offer a hefty settlement to make things right, but our guy makes it clear that's not necessary. The dad is puzzled and asks what he means by that. Then he asks if Ju Jin wants his kids to apologize to his sister. Hearing his dad, Helen grits her teeth and thinks to herself she'd rather bite her tongue off and bleed out than apologize. Meanwhile, our guy makes it clear an apology won't undo the time his sister spent scared and in pain, so he insists that if they really want to make up for it, he wants his sister to never see Gisu or Hee-jin Kim again. This demand rattles Hae-in's nerves, but his dad quickly agrees, saying he'll make his kids switch schools or maybe even send them abroad to study. Naturally, the mom and daughter let out a piercing scream in protest, but the dad quickly shuts them up and turns his attention back to our guy, asking if that would be enough to satisfy him. Our guy says he wants them out of school starting tomorrow. In response, the dad says he'll notify the school, and once that's settled, Wesen starts crying and tears flow involuntarily. Just as our guy is about to leave, the dad quickly stops him and reminds him that since he agreed to the demands, he'd like our guy to delete all the videos he found. Our guy shoots the old man a killer glare, and the dad can tell from the intensity in his eyes that this kind of deadly look doesn't belong to a high schooler. Ju-jin makes it clear he's no fool and then starts walking away, slamming the office door behind him with a loud bang. Once outside, he finally heads home. His grandpa rushes to open the door and asks if he's okay, while Daeyeon is seen crying in the background. Ju-jin is surprised to see them so worried about him, but he smiles and assures them no one heard a thing. As they start heading inside, the old man points out that the people they ran into look dangerous. Ju-jin replies they just came to talk, nothing more. The sister then mentions that something about those people didn't feel right and that she and Grandpa were really worried. Ju-jin quickly tells her not to worry about anything except getting better. Jin then hints to his sister that from now on, she'll never have to go downstairs again because he's got that covered. Of course, that doesn't make much sense to her right now, but she'll probably get what he meant soon enough. The next morning they head to school. Once inside, they split up to go to their respective classes. When Daeyeon enters her classroom, she tries to avoid eye contact with Hae-in, but her steps falter when she hears students talking about how Hae-in won't be coming to school anymore. The whole class murmurs curiously about what happened, and one of the girls explains that Hae-in and her brother are going to study abroad. This news hits Daeyeon like a lightning bolt out of nowhere because her biggest obstacle is finally leaving school. The words Jin said about watching over the stairs she fell on echo in her mind. Daeyeon quickly realizes he must have known about Hae-in's transfer all along. Daeyeon rushes out of the classroom to talk to him about it. When she finds him and calls out, he turns around. But as soon as he tries to speak, he's left speechless and stays silent. Jue-jin just smiles and says, "See you later," leaving Daeyeon in tears. She manages to softly reply with a "see you later" before breaking down, overwhelmed by her emotions. A while later, we're at an apartment where a blonde girl asks her friends if it's true that Ju-jin is moving abroad. One of the other girls confirms it's true, saying she was shocked when she first heard it, but has no idea why they're leaving so suddenly since Ju-jin never mentioned anything about moving overseas. The blonde girl then turns to Palak Sheikh, who's sitting quietly and seems too lost in her own world to respond. One of the girls snaps her out of her daydream and asks if she has nothing to say about it. This shakes the shy girl to her core. The blonde girl then directly asks if Ju-jin is really moving abroad, assuming that since they're in the same class, Palak Sheikh might know more about it. Nervous and shy, the girl confirms it's true and that their teacher announced it to the class earlier. The blonde girl then asks if she tried to contact Ju-jin directly. Palak Sheikh admits she did, but Ju-jin didn't answer the call. Hearing this, all the girls start to believe it might really be true. Meanwhile, Palak Sheikh nervously checks her phone, biting her nails out of anxiety. The last message she got from Ju-jin was that his mom would be taking care of our guy, and since then Palak Sheikh's been going crazy, wondering if Ju-jin's sudden move has something to do with him. Just then, Hae-jin storms into the room, looking absolutely furious. The girls are shocked to see her, and Hae-jin just plops down on the couch complaining about how she barely managed to sneak out of the house. They ask if she's really moving abroad. Frustrated, Hae-jin grabs her head and says, "It just happened," but explains she'll be back after one semester. Then we flash back to when her dad told her to spend a semester overseas, promising he'd handle everything by the time she returned, because he doesn't want those videos to go public either. She keeps this part to herself, though. The other girls just laugh and tease her, saying she's going to enjoy her vacation. The blonde clearly mocks her, annoyed by her attitude. Another girl asks why the sudden change and if Jisoo is going too. Hae-jin just says it's a family matter and she doesn't need to go into details. The redhead then asks about Daejeon and her brother, curious how things went and if Jisoo managed to beat our guy or not. Hae-jin tells them not to ask, insisting Jisoo probably already handled it, but we all know she just won't admit her brother and his goons got totally wrecked by our guy, cause that'd be way too humiliating. She gets even more worked up thinking about how happy Daeyeon will be to see her leave school. This irritation sparks an idea, and she decides to mess with Daeyeon one last time, asking her friends to help with the plan. Her friends question if it's really necessary, and even Palak Sheikh jumps back scared, showing he's not down for this. But Hyejin insists they gotta think about how spoiled Daeon will be without anyone bothering her. She plans to deal with Daeon before leaving Korea, making sure she gets her revenge. Pollock-Shake gets more and more anxious and terrified as Hyejin keeps revealing her twisted plan. Hyejin gets cocky, bragging that Daeon's grandpa works as some security guard, and she plans to get his mom to fire him. She thinks this'll teach Daeon not to mess with anyone from the Kim family. This is seriously messed up. Daeon's just an innocent girl, and Hyejin's scheming is enough to make anyone sick. Before this hateful woman can act on her disturbing thoughts, her face goes pale when she sees a figure in front of her wearing a hoodie and a mask covering their face. It doesn't take long for her to realize it must be Hyejin. However, Hyejin pulls a classic Uno card move and asks who it is, questioning how she can be so sure when the person's masked and she can't see their face. The guy casually explains he's just here to check if everyone's having fun, and he's pretty happy to see everyone from the karaoke room video is here. One of the girls starts shaking and asks what he's talking about. That's when the guy reminds them he means the place where they all filmed his sister getting beaten. Hyejin's face goes pale, realizing he might have been there the whole time just messing with her. Pollock-Shake is visibly sweating and trembling, clearly aware of what might come next. The other two girls just sit there. With that, he slams the door shut, leaving us clueless about what he might do next. The scene shifts to the hospital where the Kim family is gathered. Im-bae Kim, the dad, is clearly pissed, asking where Hyejin went. His brother explains she went out to say goodbye to her friends. Im-bae's irritation grows as he asks why she left when she was supposed to stay until everything was settled. Just then, a guy bursts into the room, quickly turns on the TV, and tells his boss he needs to see what's going on. She's gone. On the screen, it's clear our guy already made the videos of what Hyejin did go viral. The footage is spreading fast, and the situation is turning into a public spectacle. The whole Kim family stays silent watching the news. The reporter keeps dropping bombs, revealing dozens of violent videos circulating with probably many more incidents not even recorded. Civic and political groups are now pushing a special bill to bring the culprits to justice. Yu starts losing his cool, and the reporter adds that the nation is especially shaken by the revelation that the culprits are the sons of candidate Im-bae Kim. It's clear the father is in deep trouble, and it's all thanks to his scandalous wife who pushed everything to this point. Given Hyejin's plan to get our grandpa fired, looks like they're getting exactly what they deserve. We cut back to our guy, being grilled by Mr. Cha, who demands to know why he went ahead with his plan when he already had a deal with the Kim family. Our guy recalls the past, where we see him learning all about the Kim family's deep political connections. He reveals it was highly unlikely things would go smoothly, so he did what he felt he had to do. In the present, he admits he didn't stick to their deal. Mr. Cha questions if he really thinks the Kim family would just let him walk away. Our guy confidently assures him that's probably the last thing on their minds right now. Looks like our guy might be right. The reporter keeps dropping more shocking news, showing recent evidence of Im-bae Kim's involvement in money laundering, bribery, and election fraud. The evidence is so damning that even his own party members are calling for a strict investigation, and everyone's trying to cut ties to avoid any damage to their party. As soon as Mr. Kim hears this, he collapses onto the bed like a lifeless doll. Back with Mr. Cha, he seems to suspect our guy has uncovered some dirt on his past too, and Cha doesn't want to get exposed to the law just like the Kim family. So he quickly asks, who is our host really? Our guy simply replies that he's just an average teenager. Mr. Cha smirks at this ridiculous comment, pointing out that nothing about Hyejin is average. The scene shifts to the classroom where the girls are anxious and blushing at the sight of Hyejin. They whisper among themselves, trying to gather the courage to approach him and ask something, but all remain too shy to make a move. While Hyejin is lost in thought, his phone rings. It's Daeon, and telling him he can go home alone today and telling him to take a break and hang out with his friends. Jin is puzzled by the idea of going out and wonders how to do it. Just then, one of his friends, Park Yoon-chan, shows up and greets him. When Park Yoon-chan sits down, he asks if he's busy today. Our guy stays silent, which makes Park Yoon-chan remember that Hyejin always walks his little sister home, so he must be busy after school. But unsurprisingly, Hyejin tells his friend he's actually free today. Park Yoon-chan's face lights up with happiness, and they plan to hang out after school. However, Park Yoon-chan's excitement quickly fades when he hears an unpleasant voice. As the scene zooms out, we see these two beta-class bullies step forward. Both reveal they've heard the news and know Hyejin is the reason Guizu Kim is moving abroad. Park Yoon-chan is totally shocked by the news, and the other students chilling nearby are just a surprise. The bullies reveal that although Guizu and his sister were ready to move abroad, now they're stuck because their whole family is in trouble after the info leak. Our guy steps in to set things straight, telling the bullies they're wrong. But Jai jumps in saying there's no need to be modest because everyone knows our guy wrecked Guizu and his gang at their hideout a couple of days ago. Hyejin backs him up, explaining that Hyejin beat them all alone, and now everyone says Guizu is too embarrassed to show his face at school. He's eager to know just how badly our guy must have beaten Guizhou to make him leave the country entirely. Johnchen is finally convinced that Zhu Jin is really a skilled fighter and that his performance that day wasn't just luck. Hook Chue Jin steps up and says since they won't have to deal with that idiot anymore, he's in the mood to throw a party. So he invites our guy to celebrate after school today. Jai Hun agrees, adding that they've been stuck in class for days without really hanging out, and suggests they show our guy around the area. But our guy flat out refuses, saying he already has plans for today. Naturally, the bullies are confused and ask what he's gonna do. With a sweet smile, Zhu Jin replies that he plans to hang out with Park Yun-chan. That's when Jai Hun starts creeping closer with his nasty grin, leaning toward Park Yun-chan and saying he's crashing their meetup. Hook Chue Jin also leans in toward the terrified kid, saying he wants in too. After forcing Park Yun-chan to agree, they start walking away, saying they'll catch up later. Our guy quickly asks his friend if he really wants to let these bullies tag along, and the poor dude stammers a shaky yes with a pale face. Finally, the teacher arrives in the classroom, bringing 2 exchange students with her. One is a plain-looking guy, but the real star is a stunning beauty with gorgeous black hair. Park Yun-chan's eyes light up the moment he sees her, and our friend quickly asks if he knows who they are. Park Yun-chan explains everyone knows this girl. She's Jonasin, and her grandpa owns SW Corporation, the biggest company in Korea. The guy next to her is Seo Kyuko, and rumors say they've been tight since they were kids, with him acting as her associate and bodyguard. The teacher comments that since everyone's familiar with these two, she won't waste time on introductions. She reveals they've both been studying in the U.S. for the past 2 years and will be joining the class starting today. The beta bullies don't look too thrilled about these newcomers in their turf. Back when it was just Zhu Jin, their chances of ruling the class were slim or zero, but now with these two around, they're not even sure they can think about intimidating anyone. Meanwhile, Park Yun-chan was curious about the 2 extra desks in the classroom, but now it's clear who they're for. He can't help but think Jonasin looks even more impressive than he remembered. Even the other students can't stop staring at her. When Seok, behind the lady, walks forward, he can't help but notice our guy, and their eyes meet for a moment. Jonasin also can't resist looking at him as she passes by. Once the 2 newcomers take their seats, Seok tells Jonasin that our guy wasn't on the evaluation report she got a week ago and wants to double-check. Jonasin is intrigued and looks at our guy again, clearly curious about him. Our guy notices Jonasin staring at him, and when he looks back, he finds her smiling. However, he just looks away again, which seems to annoy her since she didn't get a smile back. Meanwhile, Park Yun-chan keeps the conversation going and asks if there's any particular place she wants to go. Shin says anywhere is fine, so Park Yun-chan suggests hitting the arcade. Well, it seems the word arcade brings back memories for our guy, while his friends explain it's nearby and they just upgraded their fish tanks. That's when we flash back to the past, where we hear the authoritative tone of a superior telling a group of soldiers they're starting today's part of their practical life training program. He explains there's one thing every Korean teen has to know about, and that's the arcade. This is the first time our guy has ever heard about the arcade. The superior goes on to explain that arcades offer personal computers for a fee, and both students and adults can use them. Curious, our guy asks, what do people do there? The superior says, while some users browse the internet or watch adult videos, most people are there to play games. For the average high school student, over 90% are playing some kind of computer game. The superior then lists some of the most common games. First up is Legends of League, followed by Battle Royale. Back in the present, our guy thinks about how he can finally put the superior's info to use. Meanwhile, Park Yun-chan adds they'll also grab some ramen at the arcade and maybe hit up koinka afterward. Looks like koinka is another term our dude picked up during his army days while learning about real-life stuff. The senior explains that high schoolers often hit up coin karaoke spots, also known as koinka. These places basically let you sing for just a few coins. Senior Kang tells our guy he should prep some songs to sing just in case he ends up going, and promises to send him a list of popular songs for kids his age to learn. While our dude starts brainstorming and trying to remember some songs, his friend nervously sits nearby, wondering why Zhu Jin suddenly looks so serious. Once the bell rings, the students head out for the day, and that's when we see this hot girl again. And as usual, she's with her crew. They're gossiping about our guy and find out he transferred just a few days ago. He's 18 and turns out to be Dawn's older brother. And Jonas is shocked to learn Dawn has a brother because he thought his only family was his grandpa. Sejuko agrees and explains that Dawn's been living with his paternal grandpa since his parents and brother died in a plane crash. Jonas then asks how he still has a brother. Sejuko says it's hard to believe, but apparently, his dead brother came back to life right before they transferred to the school. He suggests they should dig a little deeper into our guy's past. Meanwhile, it's gotten pretty late and we find our dude wandering alone. His phone keeps buzzing with notifications from his friends, showing they had a blast at the game center. We cut back to the game club where we see Huk Jue-jin, our dude Jin-hun, and Park Yoon-chan hanging out together. Everyone's amazed at how Park Yoon-chan carried them through the game. Jin-hun even asks about his rank, guessing it must be Diamond or Master. Their jaws drop when Park Yoon-chan shyly reveals he's actually at the Challenger rank. From that moment, their attitude toward Young-chan totally flips. Right now, even our dude finds this sudden change weird, as they keep chatting excitedly about Young-chan's insane rank. While checking his phone, his sister shows up. He quickly asks what she's doing here. She explains they ran out of trash bags at home, so she went to get some and also grabbed some snacks. Our dude offers to carry the bags, but his sweet sister insists it's not necessary. Then she asks if he was with his friends and he confirms he was. She feels a warm sense of relief, happy to see he's made friends and people aren't avoiding him because of the fight. When she asks where he went, he bluntly says the game room. Well, that's not exactly what she expected to hear, since she thought he might have developed different interests after living abroad for so long. Curious about her own school experience, he asks how things have been for her. She pauses for a moment before saying school hasn't been fun in years. Then he asks if she ate anything too. He hears her saying they had a great time at the game room where there were all kinds of snacks. Then he asks about her plans and she mentions she's waiting for Grandpa to get home so they can eat together. Then our dude asks if he can join them, which confuses her because she thought he already ate. He awkwardly admits he's still a bit hungry. We already know our dude just wants to have a good time with family. When they get home, there's a spread of delicious food on the table and everyone seems to be having a great time eating together. It's kind of weird that Grandpa only works security, but they still have so much variety every day. It's a bit of a mystery how they pull it off. While enjoying the meal together, our dude's thoughts drift back to his mercenary days. After a moment, he shakes off the nostalgia and smiles again. Just then his phone rings. It's Senior Kang calling. The senior reminds him he should call him brother instead of using his rank. The senior asks how things are going and our dude says he's doing fine. But when the older guy asks about his school life, there's an awkward silence on the line in response. A bit anxious, the older guy quickly asks if our dude has killed anyone. Ju Jin quickly says no, but admits he got into some trouble that was sorted out fast. The senior lets out a sigh of relief and our guy assures him everything's fine now and there's nothing to worry about. Kang feels relieved and reminds our dude that they're always there for him. In response, Ju Jin promises he won't forget that. The next day at school, we see the trio in class, but our guy is noticeably absent and Park Yoon-chan looks a bit uncomfortable between the two bullies. Jin-hun starts asking weird questions. Curiously, he asks who they think would win in a fight between Jue-jin and Seok Yuko. Huk Ju-jin points out that although Ju-jin is good, he probably couldn't beat Seok Yuko, who's been training in combat since he was a kid. To him, our guy seems like an amateur in comparison. Jin-hun agrees, adding that Seok Yuko is a tough dude. Jin-chan then asks if it's true that Seok Yuko fought 20 guys and won. Blonde quickly corrects him, saying it was actually 30 guys. The number leaves Park Yoon-chan momentarily stunned. He even forgot to breathe for a second. Brownhead explains that when a gang of street thugs was harassing Jonathan, Seok Yuko took them all out. He says it started with 10 guys, but they kept coming. By the time 30 men showed up, Seok was still going strong. He left without a scratch while the 30 thugs lay unconscious on the street like discarded toys. The shy kid then asks about the rumors he heard about Seju catching the kidnappers who took Jana. He heard the people behind it were all retired soldiers. The blonde quickly confirms that the story about Seo catching the kidnappers is probably true too. He insists Jujin doesn't stand a chance against Seo because he's on a whole different level. Sometimes it's funny to think that teens in these Korean manhwas are taking down entire gangs by themselves, making the government and all those intelligence and law enforcement departments look like they're just wasting taxpayers' money. Meanwhile, our guy suddenly stops in the hallway when he comes face to face with Seju. Without wasting time, Seok asks him straight up what he's doing here. Confused, our dude makes it clear he doesn't get what he means. Seju simplifies his approach and asks why he's lying about his identity. He mentions he heard our guy had something to do with Yizu and Hui Juejin Kim leaving. Juejin clarifies that he did have some issues with Guizu, but had nothing to do with their leaving. That's when Seok points out he checked with the school where our guy supposedly studied abroad and they've never heard of him. Things seem to be heating up, but before our guy can answer Seok, the scene switches to Daeyeon. She approaches Jana, the impressive girl from before. After a while, the two women are catching up and Daeyeon mentions she didn't know Jonah had come back to Korea. Jana explains she just started school the day before and is actually in the same class as her brother. Daeyeon is surprised. Jana then points out she doesn't remember Daeyeon ever mentioning having a brother before. Daeyeon explains that everyone thought her brother died in the accident with their parents 10 years ago, but he survived. They only found out he survived about 6 months ago. The scene flashes back again. Daeyeon just got home and finds her grandfather frozen holding the phone receiver. Tears run down his face as he reveals the shocking news that Jin is alive. This revelation leaves Daeyeon stunned, and that's how she finds out her brother survived. Back to the present, Jana asks why no one knew about her brother all these years if he was alive but hadn't reached out. Daeyeon explains that Jin lost his memory in the accident and only recently started to regain some of it, and someone helped them locate and reconnect with him. Jana, clearly skeptical, finds it hard to believe. Daeyeon confirms that Jin only has vague memories of having a grandfather and a younger sister. After the interrogation, Jana smiles kindly and comments that his grandfather must have been really happy to get his grandson back. Jana says his grandfather is genuinely very happy, explaining that after receiving the call, he cried for hours and then took some time off work to enroll in cooking classes. He wanted to improve his Korean cooking skills, thinking that Jin might not have had much of that growing up. Jana comments that his grandfather must love his grandchildren a lot, and Daeyeon smiles, agreeing that he definitely does. But then Jana throws a serious question at her, asking if she's absolutely sure that Jin is her brother. Daeyeon looks a little surprised, but quickly gives a positive answer, saying that Jin is definitely her brother and they even did a DNA test to be sure. Our girl then asks why Jana is so interested in her brother. This question clearly catches Jana off guard. Not sure what to say, she quickly asks almost frantically if her brother has a girlfriend. Then we cut back to our guy, who asks Seo Okahu what the hell she's talking about. Seo Okahu repeats her question, asking, "What's so important about this school that our guy had to fake his records just to be here?" Shin responds by asking if he's being accused of having fake records. Seo Okahu confirms it, saying they must be fake because according to her investigation, Jin never lived in that city, and the school he claims to have attended doesn't even have a record of him. Our guy then asks about the proof and reminds Seo Okahu that if she's claiming the records are fake, there must be some evidence to back it up. Seo Okahu is momentarily lost on how to counter this question. She discovered the discrepancy by investigating and talking to people connected to the school abroad, but she doesn't have tangible proof. She's amazed at how Jin handles the situation without flinching or showing any sign of being surprised. Then, our guy finally asks why Seo Okahu is investigating him. In response, the black-haired girl explains that she can't just sit back and watch a suspicious kid who might pose a threat to her lady. There's a silence between them for a moment, but then our guy finally answers, saying he came back home. Seo is puzzled by this vague answer, so our guy clarifies that when asked why he came here, his answer is simply that he returned from abroad for his family. With that, our guy starts to leave. Seo Okahu looks at him with skeptical eyes, thinking that since she already suspects our guy faked his records, it won't be long before she uncovers his real identity. Once class starts, we see June quietly immersed in video games while the blonde guy scrolls through his phone disinterested. Our guy Jin notices that both Seo Okahu and Jana are absent from class. He's intrigued by how these two transfers from yesterday managed to gather so much info about him in less than a day. When the bell rings, the beta bullies approach Park Yun-chan, inviting him to play and rank up. They also invite Jin, but he declines, mentioning that today is his grandfather's birthday. The bullies decide to hang out on their own and Park Yun-chan agrees with that plan. Meanwhile, we're back with the Black Beauty, where Seo Okahu is updating her on the situation. She's convinced that Jin definitely faked all his records and even questions the authenticity of the DNA test. Seo Okahu further mentions that her investigation uncovered some pretty tough stuff about her sister Daeyeon. Apparently, she's been seriously bullied by Jisuim and her sister for the past 2 years. When Jana asks how bad it was, Seo Okahu says it's enough to make anyone wonder how she endured the harassment all these years. She explains that the videos of her assault weren't exactly posted, but she's pretty sure the attack she faced was just as bad. Jana is quite impressed and can't help but think about how messed up guys can be these days. CEO Oku adds that Jin has already knocked out Guiswaim and his crew twice and saved his sister from harassment. Jana laughs to herself, thinking it's kinda sweet that her long-lost brother came back from the dead and took out her bullies. Meanwhile, Jana's own brothers just seem like they want to get rid of her. Her curiosity gets the better of her as she starts piecing things together. She points out that if Jin really came to school just to attack her, it wouldn't make sense for him to be so upfront about it. A smart person would have kept a low profile. CEO Oku agrees, saying someone with a real plan would have stayed under the radar. Jana's mind starts racing again, and she asks if Jin might have some hidden motive tied to Dahyun's family. She mentions the plane crash insurance money. Seo Oku then reveals that the grandfather received it but hasn't used it, letting it grow over the years. Plus, the grandfather returned the money he got for Jin's death since he's actually alive. But there's still a hefty sum left, so there's still a chance he's after the cash. Jana connects the dots and points out that if Jin really is after the money, it could mean Dahyun Hun is in danger from his own brother. The scene switches back to the grocery store, where our duo is shopping, and as usual, Jin is catching mad attention from the girls around. While grabbing stuff, Da-hyun takes a deep breath and admits she's hesitant to ask, but her curiosity is killing her, so she desperately wants to know how his life was after the accident. Our guy stays silent for a moment, and the girl starts apologizing frantically, saying he doesn't have to answer if he feels uncomfortable, but he just smiles and assures her it's cool. He begins his story, explaining he was deeply traumatized and barely able to think straight. He did everything he could to survive in a place where he didn't even speak the language, keeping himself busy just to get by. The girl stays quiet, taking in this heavy truth. Then she starts laughing and asks if he was too busy to have a girlfriend back then. He feels her laugh and agrees. Then she reveals she was surprised to learn he's in the same class as Jana, something Jana herself had told her. Joo-jin is shocked to hear this and quickly asks if she knows her. Da-hyun explains that Jana was super kind to her before moving to the States and that she missed her a lot. So seeing her again today was a happy reunion. Then, with a playful smile, Da-hyun reveals Jana even asked if he has a girlfriend. And of course, our guy just reacts with a pretty typical response to that. Later, back home, the birthday party is in full swing. The siblings hand their grandfather a gift. As he unwraps it, he finds a high-quality wallet inside, and his face lights up with joy. He's genuinely touched and feels a bit guilty about their small allowance, thinking they must have spent more than they could afford. But his granddaughter just smiles warmly and assures him they had more than enough to get him a gift. Plus, it wasn't even that expensive. The old man's hands tremble with happiness as he holds the wallet. With a voice full of emotion, he tells them the greatest gift he could ask for was already given when Joo-jin came home safe and sound. Nothing could top that. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing grabs everyone's attention. Da-hyun rushes to her room to answer it, and while chatting on the phone, Joo-jin tries to listen in quietly. That's when he hears the girl mention she's going out for a bit to the convenience store. The old man asks why she's going out so late, and it turns out it's because Jana stopped by for a quick chat. Well, we can say Jin definitely feels something's off. Later that night, Jin is digging through his computer, trying to find out everything he can about the SW Corporation that belongs to Jana's family. He's curious why Jana seems so interested in him and why they're running a background check on some random transfer student like him. Joo-jin is thinking about his chat with Seo-chu when suddenly he hears his grandpa calling him. When he walks into the living room, his grandpa says he's heading out for a bit too. Our dude asks if he's going after Da-hyun, and the old man kinda agrees. He adds he just needs some fresh air. Joo-jin smiles and tells his grandpa to stay put, that he'll go see her instead, but the old man insists on going out alone. Joo-jin then reminds him about his early work in the morning, and finally our guy decides to head out on his own. Later, we see the two girls chatting about their studies and other stuff. Jana shares her experience studying abroad and suggests Dawn should think about studying overseas too. Dawn admits she never really considered it before. When Jana asks why, Dawn explains it costs a ton of money and she'd have to be away for years, meaning she couldn't be with her grandpa for a while. Jana finds it kinda weird, so Dawn breaks it down more, saying she doesn't want her grandpa to be alone, especially since he's been in pretty rough health lately. But she's grateful her brother's always around. His presence really helps her feel better. Meanwhile, Jana struggles to bring up the real reason she came. Since Dawn seems to trust her a lot, she's not sure how to say it without causing drama. We flash back a bit where Seo-chu tells Jonah someone from that supposed foreign school confirmed Da-hyun's brother never went there. They even checked his photo and verified he was never a student. Plus, the current resident at his fake address provided solid proof he never lived there. Seo-chu is also digging into other leads, so Jana decides she needs to meet Dawn to talk about what they found. But Seo-chu reminds her that even though they have proof the records were faked, Jana's worried because the records from the decade he was missing are basically bogus. She thinks Da-hyun deserves to know the truth about the records and wants to at least fill her in on what they've uncovered so far. Back in the present, Jonah's having a hard time bringing up the main reason she came, even though it's the whole point of her visit. Just as Dawn says how happy she is to be chatting like this after so long, we also see our guy walking up to the two girls. But Seo-chu steps in front of him, and Jin just tries to push past, so Seo-chu quickly blocks our guy's way and tells him the girls are just catching up and asks him to give them some alone time. In Seo-chu's mind, he's sure Joo-jin is here because he's worried they'll spill everything to Dawn. The car smashes into both guys, knocking them down like bowling pins. They hit the ground as the Volkswagen screeches to a stop right where the two girls are sitting. Joo-jin tries to get up, but it's clear he's badly hurt, especially his head. Struggling to stay focused, his dazed eyes see some shady people from the van, trying to kidnap the girls. Without wasting a second, Joo-jin starts running like crazy, but it's no use. The kidnappers already took the girls, and there's no way he can catch up to a car, so he's left behind helpless. They quickly glare at each other and, pissed off, grab each other by the collars. But after some heated words, they realize neither of them is behind the kidnapping, so they let go. The black-haired guy immediately pulls out his phone and calls SW Corporation's security team, urgently reporting that Jana has been kidnapped. He tells them to track the kidnappers using the security footage. Meanwhile, Ju-jin starts walking, and the black-haired guy quickly asks where he's going and if he's really not involved. Ju-jin just says he doesn't have time to argue with anyone. Seo-ju points out that SW Corporation's security is already on it and will find the girls soon. Until then, Ju-jin will need to stay with him so they can confirm his identity, but our guy makes it clear he's going to find his sister, and if Seo-ju wants to follow, he can do it gladly. Seo-ju starts getting the feeling that Ju-jin might not be involved after all, but then our guy suddenly stops and jokingly asks Seo-ju if he brought his car with him. The scene shifts to the bustling heart of the city's entertainment district. Inside one of the bars, Mr. Cha is sitting, smoking a cigarette, and enjoying his relaxed moment. The scene then changes to So Corporation, where we see a regal-looking lady sitting in her chair. I can tell she's definitely Jonah's sister, because she looks just as beautiful with her flowing black hair. Suddenly, an assistant bursts into the room. Right then, her assistant informs her that someone is here to see her. When Mr. Cha turns around, he sees Ju-jin standing there. The news surprises the lady, but surprisingly, she doesn't seem too worried. In fact, she starts to smile slightly and seems to think the rumors must be true after all. I'm not totally sure what she means, but let's roll with it. Then she asks if her grandfather still plans to go after the company. The assistant says he's not sure, so she leans back, hoping that if he keeps chasing without backing down. The news surprises the lady, but surprisingly, she doesn't seem too worried. In fact, she starts to smile slightly and seems to think the rumors must be true after all. I'm not totally sure what she means, but let's roll with it. Then she asks if her grandfather still plans to go after the company. The assistant says he's not sure, so she leans back, hoping that if he keeps chasing without backing down, Jonna will eventually die. Definitely something she's looking forward to. The scene shifts back to the pop, where we pick up the story with our main character meeting with Cha and Soku, who's also tagging along. Seo-ju already seems to know Cha, since he recognizes him from his database and is curious how our guy knows this mobster. Cha starts by asking what our guy wants. In response, Jin simply says he needs information. Cha lights another cigarette and mocks him, asking why he'd bother helping him. Our guy gets straight to the point, revealing that the granddaughter of SAO Corporation has been kidnapped. That's something Cha definitely didn't expect to hear. However, he quickly brushes it off, saying it's not his problem and they don't deal with that kind of stuff, because messing with SAO Corporation would be insanely risky. Our guy asks if Cha has any leads to offer, but the mafia boss makes it clear there's no reason to share anything. Cha finally realizes he's in a tough spot now, since messing with our guy's sister is like messing with John Wick's dog. Cha finally realizes he's in a tough spot now, since messing with our guy's sister is like messing with John Wick's dog. Both are equally dangerous. So he starts explaining and mentions that some people speaking broken Korean were asking about untraceable warehouses, as well as disposable phones, cars, and a few extra hands. The offer was tempting, but he turned them down because dealing with this kind of mess isn't something you can just walk away from. He adds that he heard another group took the job and all he knows is they're operating in Incheon. That's all the info he has. It wouldn't be surprising if Sogu already figured out who's behind this mess. Meanwhile, our guy starts to walk away after giving a final thank you. But then the mafia boss throws his phone to our guy and tells him to save his number. Ju-jin looks at it confused, wondering why he'd need his number. The mafia boss looks a bit agitated and clarifies that he'll need it to contact him once he digs deeper into the warehouse. With that, he also asks if the bike outside the door belongs to him. He already knows exactly what our guy plans to do with it, so he feels hesitant to answer. But finally, my dude grabs the heavy bike and, before taking off, tells Seo-ju to find his own way there because he's taking the bike. Seo-ju wonders if he should trust this sketchy, incomplete info and chase those kidnappers based on it. Our guy explains he doesn't have time to waste because Jonna is probably safe until the kidnappers get what they want, but no one knows what they might do with Da-hyun. Seo-ju gets the logic behind Ju-jin's reasoning and stays quiet. He can tell this dude's a sharp, quick thinker. Seo-ju then tells him he's already passed the info to his security team and will tail him in his car. Ju-jin just coldly replies that Seo-gu can do whatever he wants. With that, he puts on his helmet, revs the gas pedal, and speeds off through the streets. The scene then switches to the girls, where we see Da-hyun waking up with a headache and realizing where she is. Jonna quickly apologizes, saying it's probably her fault Da-hyun got caught up in this mess. Da-hyun's mind starts piecing together what just happened and she's shocked to remember they've been kidnapped. Jonna sadly confirms it, adding she didn't expect this to happen so soon after coming back to Korea. Just then, the kidnappers arrive and Jonna coldly asks why they kidnapped them. One of the kidnappers yells at her to shut up and stay quiet, saying it'll all be over soon. Of course, it doesn't take long to realize these filthy bastards are planning to use her as leverage against her grandfather. And one of the henchmen asks the boss what to do with Da-hyun, who was kidnapped just because she was with Jonna. As expected, the boss decides she's useless and orders his goons to get rid of her. But Jonna jumps in immediately, insisting she won't let them hurt Dahyun. The boss asks what she can do, and Jonah threatens to bite her tongue off and bleed out, making it impossible for them to use her as a bargaining chip. The mafia boss finds it hilarious that she's willing to risk her life for someone she barely knows. He taunts her even more, daring her to go ahead and try biting her tongue. Well, the mafia boss should have watched his mouth, because Jonna doesn't hesitate and bites her tongue, letting blood drip from her mouth. The boss yells in shock, while the other thug watches silently, clearly stunned by her steel guts. The boss lady quickly stands up and tells them her bravery just bought some time. The henchmen ask what the next order is. The boss tells them to get rid of Dahyun later and instructs them to gag her so she can't make any noise. The scene then switches back to our guy and Soju. Looks like they've reached the spot Mr. Chow mentioned. Seogu points out the place seems legit since security tracked the minivan's video to this area. When our guy starts moving forward, Seogu tells him to stop and wait for backup, since he sent the coordinates to SW security and they should be there soon. But our guy reminds him Dahyun doesn't have much time left, so they gotta move fast. No room for debate, so they push forward and spot a group of thugs patrolling the area. Suddenly, our guy jumps on one thug, grabs him by the neck, and starts choking him out. The henchman finally blacks out and our guy drags him silently into the shadows, adding him to a pile of other thugs he's already taken down. Seju is helping too and is impressed by Ju-jin's skill to quietly take out opponents. He's so impressed, he asks Ju-jin who the hell he is. Jue-jin casually replies he's just an average student at the same school. The scene shifts to SW Corporation, where we finally meet the big boss. The company's grandpa is getting a report from the man in the black suit about the kidnappers' demands. The man explains the kidnappers want SW Corp to cancel their recent contract. If SW Corp doesn't respond within an hour or refuses, they'll kill Miss Jonna. The old man asks about security details and the man in the black suit says COB security will arrive at Jonna's location in 50 minutes. Back at the shady spot, we hear two henchmen chatting. They're curious about their client and why they're being forced to carry out this kidnapping. One of them says their boss already made it clear it's none of their business and they just have to follow orders. Right then, one of the henchmen gets hit in the head and drops to the ground. Si-daeun turns around with a grimace of pain to see Jue-jin, who has already taken out the other guy. After finishing off the thugs, Jue-jin asks his partner how many he knocked out. He's unconscious. Seju says the guy he left behind makes a total of 5 shin. Then he quickly counts in his head, and Si-daeun realizes they've taken down 14 guys, meaning the enemy's got serious muscle and resources. Seju's impressed that Jue-jin managed to take out 9 dudes while he only fought 5. Finally, Jue-jin asks the black-haired guy who's pulling the strings. The guy lets out a heavy sigh and says they really don't know. Apparently, these kinds of incidents pop up from time to time. Stuff like this also happened when they were in America. He never thought it would happen again so soon after coming back to Korea and feels like he should have been more alert. Jue-jin points out the real mastermind must be with Jonna right now, so he decides to push further into the place. Before moving on, Jue-jin asks Seiku if he'll be okay. Seju looks confused and asks, okay, about what? Jue-jin explains he got pretty banged up when that van ran him over. The black-haired guy just shrugs, saying our dude should focus on his own injured leg. Suddenly, someone starts yelling, "Where are all the lookouts?" Another jokes, maybe they all went to take a leak, but then someone else questions why they'd all have to go at the same time. As they walk forward, they finally spot their guys unconscious. Before the confused thugs can figure out what's going on, Jue-jin lands a brutal knee to one's face. Shin turns to the thin-mustached thug, grabs his hand, and delivers a wild kick to his leg, followed by a savage blow to the head. With that, both thugs are out cold. Jue-jin decides to split up, but before they do, Seju calls him back. When our guy turns around, Seogu says once they get out of this mess, he owes Jue-jin an official apology. Back with the boss, he hears the commotion outside and tells his henchmen to check it out. We see our ladies with their faces covered by clothes to keep from screaming. As Jue-jin walks down, he runs into the thugs. The guy in the mask points out he's seen Seju in photos, so he can confirm this punk definitely isn't him. Then he asks our guy how he got in. Jue-jin stays silent and quickly realizes these are the guys behind the kidnapping. Meanwhile, the masked guy orders his thugs to just get rid of this punk. Just before we see Jue-jin finish off the thugs, the scene switches to Seiyu, who's hiding in the warehouse, cautiously looking around. There, he finds both ladies tied up and luckily no one else is around. So he figures everyone must be out looking for Jue-jin. He sneaks over to the girls, quickly pulls the mask off Jonna's face, and she asks if the security team has arrived. Seju tells her they're on their way. Jonna is surprised to hear that and asks how they found them out here. That's when the mafia boss steps in, clearly happy to hear the security team won't be arriving anytime soon. Then the boss says it must be Seogu from the SW Corporation and that he's heard a lot about him. He adds this guy's been pretty annoying, always lurking around Jonna and messing up their plans. The mafia boss makes it clear he has no idea how Sogu found their hideout, but he's sure it wasn't smart to come here alone, without backup. One of the henchmen suddenly lunges at Seju, but my guy dodges the attack and throws his own punch. However, this thug isn't easy to beat. He dodges the punch and quickly counterattacks. Seju realizes this guy is tougher than the thugs they took down outside and struggles to keep up. But then Seju lands a brutal hit and follows up with a devastating punch to the thug's stomach, leaving him doubled over in pain. To finish it off, Sogu delivers a powerful kick, and the thug finally seems knocked out cold. Just when we thought it was over, the thug tries to come back with a retaliatory punch, but Seoju catches him with a devastating knee to the back and the guy quickly starts to collapse. The scarred boss notices he knew Soju was trained from a young age, but he didn't realize he was this impressive. Even the two girls are shocked by what they're witnessing, but the mafia boss isn't here for some pride duel. With those words, the lackey pulls out a blade and starts slashing at Sogu, landing several brutal cuts all over his body. The boss smiles under his mask, saying he didn't expect this punk to fight empty-handed, which makes dealing with him way easier. The lackey charges at Soju again with a dagger, swinging wildly left and right like a maniac. Soju does his best to dodge, but still takes deep, painful cuts that leave him struggling to move. The boss pulls out his own dagger and starts juggling it in the air, clearly enjoying the show as he watches the girls. The moment Soju sees this, he immediately knows Daeyeon is in serious trouble. The poor girl is already terrified, just imagining what's about to happen. Before Seoju can react, the bastard throws his dagger straight at her, aiming to end her life. But at the last second, Jana jumps in front of Daeyeon, and just as the dagger is about to hit, Seoju leaps in front of both girls, taking the blade right in his back. The mafia boss mocks Seoju, taunting him as a pathetic loser who's only good for empty praise. Then he orders his henchmen to leave Jana alone and kill the other two. The lackeys quickly agree and start moving forward to carry out the order. Suddenly, everyone hears the door creak and all eyes turn to see Ju Jin making an epic entrance after knocking down the thugs and leaving them sprawled on the floor. Back at the club, Gangster Cha is there with his crew. They update him with the latest info, reporting that the Gosung cartel is behind the kidnapping. Cha laughs at the ridiculous mistake the Gosung cartel made by messing with Jin and SW Corporation. It was bound to go south considering the cartel never investigates their clients before taking a job. One of the henchmen then asks Cha why he helped Jue Jin. Also, he points out that Jue Jin is the one who got them into trouble and exposed all the dirt the Kim family had been hiding for years. Cha lets out a big sigh, saying he had no choice. He says he's just an old man who couldn't even stand up to a kid like Jue Jin, and they can't just get revenge on him, especially since it was the Kim family who messed with him first. The henchmen then comment that they don't have to help Ju Jin either. Cha stays silent for a moment, then laughs to himself and says he had no choice but to help since his sister was kidnapped. Back at the hideout, Ju Jin makes his grand entrance. The leader of the lackeys asks who this guy is while Jana is stunned to see him. Daeyeon is also surprised to see her brother, and when she says it out loud, the mafia boss hears and Daeyeon realizes Jin is her brother. The boss bursts out laughing, almost out of breath. He finds it hilarious that he kidnapped a girl and now her adorable brother is here trying to save her. He thinks the whole situation is pretty damn funny. Meanwhile, Ju Jin turns to his sister and asks if she's okay. Daeyeon starts crying. Tears fall as she begs her brother to just leave this place. Meanwhile, Jana is devastated seeing these two siblings drag into this mess because of her. She yells at the lead lackey, offering to cooperate and telling them to let everyone else go in exchange for her cooperation. The mafia boss snaps back, asking why he should do her any favors. Jana falls silent, realizing she doesn't have much influence. Seoju, beaten and bruised on the ground, watches Ju Jin with a mix of admiration and awe. Despite the tense situation they're in, Ju Jin doesn't seem fazed. Finally, the leader of the lackeys orders his thugs to take down Ju Jin. He says they've given him enough time and it's time to finish this. The lackey advances, dagger in hand, ready to take Ju Jin down. But before he can make a move, Ju Jin quickly deflects the attack, grabs the henchman's wrist, and stabs the dagger into the henchman's own chest. The mafia boss is completely stunned by this turn of events, and Seogu is equally shocked. Daeyeon is impressed by her brother's skill, and he quickly tells her to close her eyes. The girls obey, shutting their eyes tight. Then Ju Jin slashes the henchman, leaving deep, bloody cuts all over his body. Blood splatters everywhere as the henchman collapses to the ground, drenched in his own blood. Jana is still trying to process what just happened because it's way too overwhelming for her. Meanwhile, Sogu is absolutely amazed, realizing that Jue Jin isn't just swinging his knife around randomly. Instead, he skillfully severed the henchman's muscles and ligaments to neutralize him. The mafia boss is also pretty surprised to see this and comments that he doesn't look like a brother at all, but more like a bodyguard. Jue Jin keeps advancing toward him, and the boss quickly backtracks on his earlier statement. He admits that Ju Jin must be more than just a bodyguard because no ordinary guy could handle a knife like that and keep such a cold stare. Then he shrugs it off, saying it doesn't really matter because he still plans to kill Ju Jin anyway. He throws his dagger at him, but my friend ducks with insane speed, and the boss keeps swinging his dagger left and right. When the mafia boss lunges at Ju Jin with his dagger, Ju Jin easily blocks the attack with one hand and throws his own dagger at the boss. The boss, quick on his feet, steps back just in time to avoid the brutal hit. The two engage in a deadly sword dance, each strike more savage than the last, but this time Jin's blade finds its mark, slicing the boss's hand and leaving it temporarily useless. The mafia capo, now in pain and disbelief, demands to know who Ju Jin really is, but my friend stays silent, his expression unreadable as he prepares for the next round. Without hesitation, the mafia boss charges at Ju Jin again. This time, Ju Jin effortlessly grabs his wrist and with a quick move cuts off the boss's other hand. After landing a few brutal slashes, Ju Jin follows up with a crushing blow to the henchman's face, leaving him staggering backward with a bloody nose. The mafia boss, now furious and desperate, grabs a gun and points it straight at Ju Jin. But before he can pull the trigger, Ju Jin throws his dagger with deadly precision. It lodges in the boss's shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. Seizing the moment, Ju Jin charges the boss with lightning speed. He delivers a devastating slap under the boss's chin, sending him flying backward like a sack of potatoes. The mafia leader, now completely defeated, collapses to the ground with his pride and power shattered. The others watch silently, stunned, as Ju Jin stands firm like a total badass. His mere presence makes Jonna and Seiyu tremble slightly. Shin steps forward, softly telling his sister to open her eyes. When she does, she sees him standing right there with a reassuring smile on his battered face. Without missing a beat, he tells her he's here to take care of the house. Jonna is momentarily surprised by his wounded appearance and places her hand over his injuries, asking if he's okay. Ju Jin, with a warm smile, assures her he's fine despite the wounds. His calm demeanor and comforting words make her emotions overflow, and she starts crying uncontrollably. Shin does his best to console her, his heart aching to see her so upset. Jonna is deeply moved by the compassion Ju Jin shows for her sister, watching them with admiration. The next day, we're at the SWA Medical Center in Seoul. Ju Jin is sitting quietly in the hallway. His attractive face catches the attention of passing nurses. His phone vibrates with a message from June, who's curious why Ju Jin isn't at school. Ju Jin replies that he has a message, and when he checks his texts, he sees his friends excitedly chatting about their meetup and teasing him for missing it. Ju Jin smiles as he reads his friends' messages, feeling a warm connection despite being lost. He leans back in his seat, letting his gaze drift down the hallway. His eyes land on the room across from him, marked with a sign that says Psychiatry Department. The scene shifts later that night. After Ju Jin's intense fight with those thugs, the police and authorities arrive, arrest all the criminals on site, and the doctors start treating Jin's sister. Jonas approaches Ju Jin and tells him he should take his sister to the hospital, promising to cover the bill. Ju Jin looks puzzled and asks why, since his sister seems unharmed. Jonas explains that even though Daeyeon looks okay now, she might have hidden injuries. The trauma from the situation is serious, and he stresses it's crucial to make sure Daeyeon gets full medical care. He also mentions he recently found out that Guisu and Hae Jin Kim had been bullying Daeyeon, and while he's relieved they got punished, the victim's healing isn't complete. Plus, he explains that talking to a counselor could really help Daeyeon after what she went through. That's why we're waiting outside a psychiatrist's office instead of the emergency room. When Daeyeon comes out of the room, she approaches Ju Jin and asks if he's been waiting long. Ju Jin reassures her he just got there a few minutes ago. Then he asks, "What did the doctor say?" She replies, "There's nothing serious to worry about. She'll need to attend weekly sessions for a while, but overall she's fine." Ju Jin also shares that his own injuries are minor, just some light bruises. The girl lets out a relieved sigh. She's glad he's okay. Ju Jin's mind drifts back to how emotional she was after being bullied, a harsh reminder of everything that happened. She calls him, and he smiles, asking what's up. She just smiles back and says she forgot what she was going to ask for a moment, but inside her head, you can tell she's hesitating to bring it up. The scene flashes back to earlier when the doctor was checking her condition. In the background, soldiers are talking, totally amazed that a kid took down most of the kidnappers alone. It just doesn't make sense to them. At that moment, Daeyeon is just as shocked by what the soldiers say. She wonders how Ju Jin can fight so well and what his life was like before coming back to Korea, but she can't bring herself to ask any of those questions. As they walk down the hall, they run into Jonas. The moment Daeyeon sees him, she lights up with happiness. Seeing each other, Jonas quickly asks how the therapy went. Daeyeon says it went well and mentions she heard Jonas paid for her treatment, so she tells him he really didn't have to. Jonas downplays it, saying it's no big deal, and reminds his friend that she's the one who got them into this mess. Then he sincerely apologizes. Daeyeon laughs, saying he's apologized enough already. Besides, Jonas was a victim too. That's when Joo-jin notices a massive bodyguard standing behind Jonas with a seriously intimidating glare. Despite the intense look he's giving our guy, Joo-jin stays completely unfazed. Jonas then turns to Joo-jin and asks if he's had his medical checkup. Our guy quickly says yes, and Daeyeon jumps in, saying she had to drag him there. He only agreed after she threatened not to go to the hospital herself if he didn't. Daeyeon then asks about Seku, and Jonas confirms he's in the same hospital. Daeyeon looks really eager to see him and decides they should stop by before leaving. Though she's excited about the visit, we can see Jin's feelings are less clear. Still, they end up visiting Seku, and Daeyeon makes sure to thank him for saving her from the sword. Seku is a bit surprised by her sudden gratitude and stammers that it's no big deal. Then he asks if she's feeling better, and she says she definitely feels much better now. Meanwhile, Joo-jin isn't thrilled to see his sister getting close to Seku. He just stands there silently, clearly uncomfortable. Even Jonah and his bodyguard notice that Joo-jin seems worried. Daeyeon then hopes Seo recovers quickly. With that, they decide to leave. Jonah waves goodbye and they walk out the front door. Once they're gone, the bodyguard is deep in thought, commenting on how hard it is to believe that a guy like this, looking all skinny, could take down a whole group of people at once. It's just insane. Jonah laughs and admits she's pretty amazed herself, but she's not sure if it would even surprise a pro like the bodyguard. The bodyguard shrugs and says it's not just that the guy beat a bunch of dudes, because there seems to be something way deeper about our guy. The bodyguard explains that our guy neutralized more than 10 guards quickly and quietly, which is no easy feat. Even a trained pro would struggle to pull that off without some kind of backup. What's even crazier is that he didn't kill any of them. He just knocked them out of the fight. And judging by the cuts on the 2 men found in the cargo container, his knife skills are insanely advanced, especially considering those guys were retired soldiers. Not just a report and the state of those thugs, it's pretty clear Joo-jin is a highly trained professional with a ton of combat experience. Both Seku and Daeyeon are totally impressed by this. A bit later, we catch up with Daeyeon and Joo-jin. Daeyeon quickly apologizes, feeling really embarrassed that she always seems to need his help. Joo-jin tells her she doesn't need to apologize at all and that he should be the one thanking her. Daeyeon is surprised to hear this, and Joo-jin goes on to say that now he understands what it feels like to have a family. See, it's the first time in his life he's put someone else's safety above his own without any calculation, something he never experienced before coming to this country. So he's starting to get what family really means. Then we see the same short, black-haired woman again, and I'll say it again. She's probably Jonah's sister and looks totally distressed because Jonah was rescued safely. The reporter details that there's a suspicious rumor going around. He explains that while Seo played a key role in the rescue, the feats of another student who accompanied him were even more extraordinary. She asks, "How is that possible?" And the reporter replies that even the president has taken an interest in this student, and we already know this student is our guy. Of course. The woman is shocked and wonders if these rumors could really be true. We see Joo-jin again doing some intense pull-ups. While working out, his mind is filled with images of the people he fought that day. Just as he's lost in the intensity of the exercise, Daeyeon knocks on the door and mentions she brought some fruit. While Daeyeon eats the delicious fruit, Joo-jin arrives and quickly asks his sister how she's feeling. She replies that she's already answered that question 1,000 times and that she's fine. Once Jin sits down, he notices something's bothering Daeyeon, so he asks what's up. That's when she assures him she doesn't hate him, just because she saw him fighting and brutally beating those guys. She says that doesn't change how she sees him. After all, he did all that just to save her, and she's not going to ask him about his past either. Then Daeyeon gets serious, saying she never could tell Grandpa about the bad stuff that happened at school. She just wasn't ready to share it with him. But now she feels more relaxed, like she could talk about anything. Suddenly, her phone rings. It's Jonah on the line, so she grabs the phone and heads to her room while still on the call. A little later, we see Jonah sitting across from Joo-jin, who quickly tells her to take a seat too. Joo-jin sits and asks why she wanted to see him. Jonah explains she wanted to apologize for putting Daeyeon in such a dangerous situation. Even though she's apologized before, she wanted to say it personally. She explains that Seo will also come to apologize in person once he gets better. She also wants to thank Joo-jin for saving her. Joo-jin makes it clear that he was only there to rescue Dan, not Jonas. She shrugs, saying that doesn't change the fact she was saved because of him. Once that's done, Joo-jin asks if there's anything else he wants to say. Jonas admits he also wanted to let him know they'll stop digging into his past, hoping Joo-jin isn't too pissed about him trying to snoop around his history. Then he sighs and explains he couldn't ignore the fact that all his documents were fake after a recent kidnapping attempt in the U.S. that set off some red flags for him. He's been through a ton of tough situations since he was a kid. Because of who he is, he says that even though they never found out the truth behind his fake records, he won't investigate any further. Joo-jin starts to leave, saying if there's nothing else, he'll be on his way. Jonas looks surprised and asks if he could spare a few hours because his grandpa wants to meet him and thank him in person. While Joo-jin's heading back, he replies there's no need since he wasn't there to rescue her in the first place. Jonas stays silent as Jin walks home through the dark, sketchy alleys late at night. As he walks, we see a familiar figure on that street. As the scene zooms in, it's one of Mr. Cha's henchmen, brutally shot in the stomach. It doesn't take long before our guy recognizes who this dude is. The man's barely holding on to life but makes sure to start scolding Jin, blaming him for putting his gang in danger. He explains they were already struggling after Jin exposed the Kim family. Then, their boss also helped our guy by tipping off the Gosun cartel's location, which stirred up trouble between the Gosun cartel and their gang. Mr. Che's turf got attacked. His friends and henchmen have already been killed, and the Gosun cartel leader made sure to visit Dushik Cha personally. When Gosun finally faces Cha, he throws a verbal jab, asking why he doesn't just surrender before making a fool of himself in front of his men. Cha fires back with a punch of his own, pointing out he already sent most of his crew on a weekend off, but Gosun brought his whole squad of goons. Then, another guy in a coat steps in and tells Cha he really shouldn't have messed with the Kim family. And when that wasn't enough, he tipped off Gosun and his men recently. Our gangster lands another brutal hit, and this time Gosun loses his cool and goes absolutely nuts over what Cha just said. He furiously orders all his henchmen to attack Cha, and the group lunges at Cha like a pack of wild dogs ready to fight. But our badass gangster isn't some weakling. He ducks skillfully, letting a punch fly past his face and responds with a devastating blow that leaves his attacker staggering. Another thug tries to hit him but ends up getting smashed hard right under the chin, dropping to the ground in a pool of blood. Gosun grits his teeth in frustration as Cha keeps knocking down goons like they're nothing but flies. Suddenly, Cha gets slammed from behind with a brutal stick hit. He groans in pain but recovers fast, throwing a punch back that knocks his attacker out cold. Though Cha manages to take out several, the number of henchmen is overwhelming. It's clear that despite his skills, he can't take them all down like this. Our gangster squares up, knowing he's facing a ton of guys and is pissed that Gosun brought so many when he knows Cha doesn't have most of his club's men. He can't help but smirk thinking about our guy and wonders if he's already saved his little sister. Just then, Jin arrives outside the club. The guard tells him to scram, but Jin isn't about to take orders. He kicks one of them hard, knocking him to the ground and leaving the other two speechless at Jin's boldness. Then he hops off his bike and the two remaining thugs try to hit him, but Jin easily grabs a hand and lands a devastating punch to the face, splattering blood everywhere. The last henchman tenses up when he sees the scene and ends up taking a hard kick to the stomach. With the two thugs out cold, he ventures deeper into the club, only to find a brutal scene of dead bodies. As he moves forward, a group of cocky thugs orders him to leave, but our guy doesn't flinch and keeps walking toward them. One of the thugs comes up babbling some nonsense, but our guy quickly shuts him up with a single punch, sending him to the ground and leaving the others totally terrified. Despite their fear, the thugs recklessly charge at him, and our guy starts throwing punches, knocking them down one after another. The scene switches back to gangster Cha, who's now exhausted after knocking out a bunch of thugs. Gochin is insanely pissed off. He can't believe Cha's been holding his own for so long. On the other hand, Gochun's assistant feels relieved they only attacked Cha when he was alone, or else it would have been a massacre. More henchmen charge at our gangster, but he quickly gets rid of the one in front of him. Before he can fully move, he takes a devastating hit to the face. Che responds the same way, throwing a powerful punch with equal force. At this point, Cha is barely holding on. Even Gochun grudgingly admits he's a tough nut to crack and deserves some respect for his efforts. However, he makes it clear that Cha looks like he's at his limit and should just give up already. They'll reward him. Cha spits out a mouthful of blood and asks why he should do that. Wiping the blood off his face, he decides he's going to finish what he started no matter what. We see the big boss isn't impressed by Cha's brave show, and the crowd of henchmen surrounding the place visibly trembles hearing his bold declaration. Suddenly, there's a commotion at the entrance with the henchmen yelling at the top of their lungs. Gochun, confused, asks, "What the hell is going on and why?" His men are barking like dogs. They turn around. At first, they see nothing, but then they hear footsteps. Jin walks out, and the whole crowd of henchmen is stunned to see a kid among them. Cha is also surprised to see him and quickly asks what the hell he's doing there, to which Jin casually replies he's just there to return the motorcycle he borrowed. Meanwhile, Gochun's assistant mocks him once he realizes Cha knows this kid, so he orders his henchmen to take down Jin too. Gochun's assistant mocks him once he realizes Cha knows this kid, so he orders his henchmen to take down Jin too. Aleo proudly complies and starts walking toward our guy like he's about to scold the little kid. Then Cha says it'd be better if they just left him alone. But the assistant insists they can't just let Jin go since he saw everything. Cha fires back again, saying they should pray to God that Jin feels generous enough to let them go, not the other way around. The assistant has no clue what this idiot is talking about, but he soon gets a wake-up call when Jin knocks down one of his men with a single punch. Our guy then follows up with a kick that breaks another thug's leg and a headbutt to another, sending him to the ground. One of the thugs tries to hit Jin from behind with a bat, but Jin quickly grabs his hand and delivers a brutal punch to his face, leaving him bloody. The bat crashes to the floor with a loud thud. Gochin is totally impressed by Jin's performance, and Cha just smirks disdainfully, saying it's their fault for not listening earlier. He adds that although Chamo is tough, he wouldn't stand a chance against this kid. The big boss simply orders his henchmen to take down Jin, and they quickly rush at him. But as usual, Jin defeats them effortlessly, making them look like amateurs in the process. Impatient, the big boss yells at his henchmen to stop letting some little brat beat them. But just as he's about to give another order, he suddenly goes silent, seeing Cha charging at him. At this point, Goon is pretty sure things are about to get even worse for him. Shortly after, the big boss and his henchmen are all on the ground like they kissed the dirt, while Cha collapses completely exhausted. Shin approaches him, and when Cha looks up, he sees the aftermath of the fight. People scattered around like trash wrappers, with Jin standing victorious. Jin starts to leave casually, saying that Cha has already paid his debt. Cha is surprised and still trying to understand how this guy is so obsessed with the same nonsense after all this. Then he asks if Jin saved his sister. Jin calmly replies yes, and that it's all thanks to Cha. The next scene shifts to a hospital room where one of Cha's henchmen suddenly wakes up. As he looks around, he sees Cha, all bandaged, but clearly still in bad shape. The subordinate is shocked to see his boss there, and Cha quickly tells him to stop calling him boss while they're in the hospital. Confused, the young guy asks how his boss ended up there. Cha casually mentions he got beaten up and just took a cab to get treated. Then the subordinate asks about Go Chung and the rest of the crew. Cha, with a carefree shrug, says he took care of all of them. The junior just can't believe it and calls it BS, which annoys the senior a bit, and he asks why his junior thinks he'd lie. The junior suggests it's probably because he's too embarrassed to admit he got beaten by Go Chung. Then Cha asks if by any chance he met Jin yesterday. The junior perks up and confirms he did meet him. He also explains he was ambushed by the enemy team while leaving the club. After being brutally injured, he found our guy and yelled at him. He lunged at Jin out of anger, but after the first hit, he passed out and doesn't remember anything else. The boss explains Jin probably knocked him out to take him to the hospital. Cha then continues, saying that inside the club he felt overwhelmed by the huge number of enemies. That's when Jin showed up, wiped them all out in seconds, and then told him he had paid his debts before just walking away. The henchman finds this absolutely badass and thinks it's really cool, to say the least. The senior agrees, acknowledging that Jin is seriously impressive. The henchman then asks his boss if he has any idea who this guy really is. The superior points out that Jin claims to be just an average teenager, so he guesses they'll have to take his word for it. In the next scene, we see a soccer ball heading straight toward Jin, and he catches it effortlessly. The referee immediately calls it a handball, leaving everyone in the playground totally shocked. His friend, visibly annoyed, reminds him he's not supposed to catch the ball because he's not the goalie. Jin is confused about why he's getting scolded but apologizes anyway. Suddenly, the bell rings and Jin's friends call him asking if he has time to hang out since today is the only day Chan doesn't have after-school classes and they're planning to play together. Jin tells them to go ahead and that he'll meet them at the spot later because he first needs to take his sister home. His friends are a bit puzzled and ask if he started taking care of his sister again. Jin explains she hasn't been feeling well lately. Blonde decides to save a spot for Jin. Meanwhile, Da-hyun gets ready to leave her class. She's thinking about making kimchi stew for Jin because he loved it last time. However, she's not sure if he can handle spicy food, so she's considering making a milder soybean paste stew instead. Suddenly, she hears a buzz of excitement from the other girls in her class. They're all gathered by the window, swooning over Jin. Some find him attractive, while others hope he becomes their boyfriend. The girls even come up to Da-hyun and ask if her brother is dating anyone. Da-hyun is surprised by their overflowing enthusiasm about her brother, so she hesitates and then reluctantly says he mentioned he's not seeing anyone. When the girls rush back to the window, Da-hyun smiles slightly, clearly pleased that her brother is well known among the girls. Walking out of school, she wonders why Jin doesn't have a girlfriend, and if maybe he's just not interested in girls at all. Suddenly, she hears some voices nearby and discovers it's Jin with his friends. Startled, she quickly tries to greet them as politely as possible. One of the shy lackeys blushes at her sweetness and just waves back in response to her greeting. The guys decide to head to the game room, hoping Jin will meet them there. Once they leave, Daeyeon-hun asks if Jin is with his friends. He confirms he is, but adds that he'll stop by his house first. When she asks if it's because of her, Jin explains he just left something at home, but she insists she can walk home alone since it's still light outside. However, Jin says he really needs to pick up something he left at home. Then she points out there's no need for him to bother on her account, just like she told Jana when he offered security to escort her. All she wants is a normal life. Jin stays silent but agrees to her request, saying he'll do whatever she says. Though he suggests they still walk home together sometimes, Da-hun pouts, saying he worries too much, but Ju-jin explains it's not just worry. He actually enjoys their walks. In the end, she finally agrees to keep walking with him. While they're walking, Ju-jin suddenly stops when he sees the same black-haired woman we suspect is Jana's sister. Anyway, she greets Ju-jin, but he doesn't bother responding. Meanwhile, Dae-hun is just as clueless about the black-haired woman. The woman then pretends to notice Dae-hun for the first time, puts on an exaggerated worried face, and says she must be the one who suffered so much because of Jana's kidnapping. Da-hun is seriously confused now and asks who she is. The woman introduces herself as Jana's cousin and says she's here to thank Da-hun for helping Jana, offering to invite her to dinner if she has time. Ju-jin flat out refuses, explaining that Jana already thanked her personally, so there's no need for the stranger to go to such lengths. The woman is baffled by his bluntness but tries to keep the conversation going, saying she also has a proposal that could benefit them both. Once again, Jin firmly declines, saying he's not interested. Then he just starts walking away, leaving this arrogant woman absolutely furious. But before he's completely out of sight, Da-hun makes sure to nod her head and give one last polite gesture. Meanwhile, the lady is boiling with rage, and her bodyguard asks if he should drag him back by force, but she says no. Seems like her ego got hurt worse than we thought, and she's practically seething with anger. Next, we're in the game room, where everyone is glued to their TV screens. While everyone's deep into their game, Park Yoon-chan decides it's time to hit the bathroom. As he walks down the hall, he accidentally bumps into an arrogant young guy. This dude immediately starts threatening Park Yoon-chan, yelling at him to watch where he's going. Poor Park Yoon-chan is practically shaking and apologizes with difficulty, but the arrogant guy isn't done yet. He's about to slap Park Yoon-chan across the face. At the last second, Jin bursts onto the scene and saves his friend from getting slapped. Jin approaches arrogantly, telling the spoiled brat to get over it because there's no need to make a scene over a little shoulder bump. He quickly spits out the lollipop he was sucking on, locks eyes with the punk, and tells him not to treat them like a bunch of damn cowards. The punk's nerves are clearly rattled by Jae-hun's deadly stare. Jae-hun and my friend keep staring him down and demand to know why the crazy punk is staring. Once the punk is fully intimidated, he finally leaves with whatever little pride he has left. Jin lets out a breath through his nose, looking pretty pleased with himself. On the other hand, Park Yoon-chan still seems shocked, watching his friend and thinking about how things turned out. It's a bit shocking for him, considering Jae-hun used to be the one bullying him and now he's the one coming to his rescue. The orange-haired boss tells them they better hurry up or Hook Ju-jin will start bugging them for being late. So they head to the bathroom, while Jin-chan still can't believe this guy saved him. When they finally get back, Hook Ju-jin asks why they took so long to do their business. Orangehead explains that some idiot was trying to mess with Park Yoon-chan. Hook Ju-jin's curiosity kicks in and he quickly asks who it was. Orangehead says the guy was wearing a Gosak Tech uniform. Londi then turns to Park Yoon-chan to check if he's okay. The shy kid just says he's fine because nothing happened since Jung interrupted just in time. Orangehead decides it's time to dive into the game, but then a loud group bursts into the game room. It's the same guy Jin Hung ran into earlier, and he's brought his goons to get revenge for the humiliation. Hook Ju-jin is totally absorbed in his game and doesn't notice the people standing over his left shoulder. When he finally looks up, he sees a bunch of thugs looming over him and the gang leader quickly tells him to get outside. Both Hook Ju-jin and Jae Hung realize this is about to get serious, and Park Yoon-chan is shaking, terrified, just thinking about what's coming next. Once they step outside, Park Yoon-chan is trembling with fear, feeling completely terrified because they got into this mess because of him. The arrogant dude from before starts bragging about how Orangehead is all talk and no action, claiming it'll be easy to beat him and his other friend. But our Orangehead doesn't back down, mocking the arrogant guy by pointing out how he got scared and quietly left before coming back with his goons. The arrogant guy hates the mockery and flies into a rage. He tries to punch Orangehead, but Jae Hung ducks quickly and lands a brutal punch to the arrogant guy's face, showing him who's boss. The arrogant leader staggers back, and Park Yoon-chan, on the other hand, is basically panicking, convinced it's all his fault they're stuck in this mess. That's when Jin steps in, telling his terrified friend he doesn't need to feel guilty about anything because those bastards are the ones who should be sorry. Those words absolutely melt Park Yoon-chan's heart because seeing his friend look so cool, saying that is almost overwhelming. But then Hook Ju-jin points out that it's the same line Ju-jin used a while back, and even the way Jae-hun said it had the same vibe. He jokes that he basically copied Ju-jin and now feels like he needs to bleach his eyes after seeing his copycat friend in action. Orange starts blushing, feeling totally embarrassed, and admits that Jin looked so cool when he said those words that they stuck in his head, and he couldn't help but repeat them. While the trio is caught up in their own back and forth, they momentarily forget they're actually facing a gang and are too distracted to pay much attention to the thugs. But soon the henchmen charge at them because they're not here just to be ignored in the middle of a fight. Orange Head stands his ground. As one thug reaches him, he delivers a powerful kick to the stomach, making him stagger back. Another thug tries to hit him, but Orange Head responds with a brutal punch, knocking him down. Park Yun-chan, who's not exactly a fighter, is pretty much panicking on the sidelines, not knowing what to do. However, Hook Joo-jin is in full battle mode, taking down thugs left and right. He turns to Park Yun-chan and tells him to stay back and just watch from behind. Orange Head agrees, pointing out that even though Park Yun-chan might be a pro gamer, he's out of his element in this fight, so they've got things under control. Park Yun-chan is completely amazed by this. He can't believe they're fighting for him and yet telling him to stay back. The thugs are writhing and trembling on the ground after getting seriously beaten. Our guys, on the other hand, are starting to struggle a bit, exhausted from the fight and outnumbered. Eventually, Jun takes a solid hit to the stomach and feels the pain. He's sure he's in trouble because the cocky guy is about to punch him in the face. But before the punch can land, John Chan jumps on the cocky guy, grabbing him tight like he found his long-lost brother. Both fall to the ground and the cocky guy starts pushing Park Yun-chan aside, but Park Yun-chan holds on tight despite the fear. That's when Orange Head seizes his chance and swings his leg, delivering a devastating blow to the arrogant guy's head. The impact leaves Park Yun-chan with watery eyes from the brutal scene he just witnessed, something he had never experienced before. Orange Head stands tall like a boss after landing the final kick on the arrogant dude. He looks down at the guy who's clearly knocked out. Yuk Joo-jin can't help but mock Orange Head, pointing out how Park Yun-chan had to step in to save the day. Orange Head quickly feels embarrassed and defensive, claiming he was about to take the guy down himself. They turn to Park Yun-chan, who's on the verge of tears. Orange Head immediately asks if he's okay. The shy guy quickly assures him he's fine and apologizes for causing all this trouble. The scene shifts to our boy finally arriving at the game room, only to find it empty. He tries calling his friends, but no one answers. Just then, he hears someone calling his name. He turns around to see his friends excitedly telling him he missed all the action. The beta bullies start bragging about how they just beat up some guys from Godlike Tech. As they enter and climb the stairs, they tell Joo-jin that even though he might not know the Godlike Tech guys, they're pretty tough, but no match for them. Heading to the game room, they're shocked to find a bunch of people knocked out on the floor. The beta henchmen are amazed by the sight and quickly ask who took down all these Godlike Tech guys. Our boy casually points out that he came looking for everyone and got attacked by these guys when they saw his uniform. The three are absolutely stunned, realizing our boy took down all those men by himself. After their pointless fun in the game room, the group heads out to grab some food. The beta bullies brought the same delicious food Jin Chan usually eats, but Orange Head forgets to grab the drinks and decides to go get them as soon as possible. Park Yun-chan offers to go with him, but Orange Head prefers to go alone. As they start eating, Hook Jeans feels proud and laughs about how they took down the Godlike Tech bullies. Orange Head agrees, saying the bullies came trying to act tough, but ended up getting beaten like dogs. Meanwhile, our boy stares at the tuna mayo sandwich clueless about how to proceed. He watches Jin Hun tear the seal and pull the sandwich from its wrapper. Imitating Jin Hun, he takes a bite. While eating, our boy checks on his shy friend, asking if he's okay. The friend says he's fine because Jin Hun showed up just in time to save him. Orange Head then shares some advice, telling Park Yun-chan that in situations like this, you should never back down. Park Yun-chan looks a bit confused hearing this, so Orange Head explains you can't show weakness in front of a bully. You gotta make it clear you're ready for anything, or they'll just take advantage if they think you're scared. Orange Head just shrugs and says they'll try to hit you even if you're scared, but Park Yun-chan worries they might hit harder. Orange Head agrees but points out that if you don't stand up for yourself, you'll just be seen as a pushover, and that's worse than getting beaten up. Hukane also chimes in, saying he's seen this trick work before, because no one wants to deal with trouble. Bullies usually pick on the quiet ones who never speak up. Park Yun-chan falls silent, probably realizing they've always bullied him because he never defended himself. While they chat, our boy keeps eating his delicious food. The scene then shifts to his past, where instead of fancy meals, he was stuck with mediocre curry and a piece of dry bread. Back then, he had no choice but to eat it. What made it worse was that strong guys were always around, bullying the weak and stealing their food. One day, an arrogant kid demanded our boy hand over his food, but Joo-jin wasn't about to give in and fought back, leaving a bloody mess. His memory makes him reflect on how the same pattern of the strong, taking advantage of the weak, seems to repeat itself both in his past and in his current situations. That's when Park Yun-chan finally musters the courage and loudly says he doesn't like either of the two beta bullies. The two bullies choke on their food. Their breathing stops when they hear this. Park Yun-chan goes on to say he hates them because they bullied kids in class, including him. Orange Head looks curious and asks when they ever even bothered anyone. He points out they were just joking around sometimes, nothing more. The blonde guy agrees too, saying they never physically hurt anyone in class or made someone do their dirty work. Compared to some other guys like Kim Guizu, they're practically saints. But John Chan stands firm, saying even if they're just joking or roughhousing, it's still a form of violence to others. The beta bullies are stunned because they don't know what to think about that. Jin Chan keeps explaining it's the same kind of violence no matter how big or small. He resents them for being so cruel without a shred of guilt. Once he finishes talking, he points out that since the beta bullies told him to stand up for himself, he let out everything on his mind to prove it. The beta bullies are completely baffled by Jin Chan's words. The blonde guy is confused and says no one ever told him anything like that before. He didn't realize people could see their actions that way and thought they were just joking. The other bully agrees too, saying they thought it was okay since they weren't as bad as some of the others. Park Yoon-chan, still feeling nervous, explains he was surprised at how nice the beta bullies seemed when he spent time with them. He assumed they didn't realize what they were doing was a form of bullying. Feeling guilty, Orangehead quickly apologizes. The blonde guy also says sorry, admitting they don't really know how to fix things, but at least want to offer an apology. Meanwhile, our guy is still playing with his food. When he peels the shell off his rice ball, it falls to the floor and he feels super disappointed seeing his food ruined. His friends don't know how to react and end up yelling at him when he tries to eat the rice ball after picking it up. In the bustling heart of the city, we find ourselves back at the corporation. There we see the same woman who claimed to be Jonas's cousin sitting at her desk. Suddenly, Jonas storms into the room clearly pissed and yells this woman's name. Why? The sly lady looks up and smiles at Jonna. But before she can say much, Jonna cuts her off with a sharp tone, demanding to know if she met with Ju Jin recently. Wai Jin tries to play it cool and reminds Jonna that she was actually the one investigating Ju Jin's background because she suspected him. Jonna admits with frustration that she did investigate Ju Jin but promised not to keep digging. Now she also tells Jin to stop bothering our guy. JJ raises an eyebrow and reminds her not to forget the kind of world they live in, especially given the recent kidnapping incident. So she makes it clear they're not taking any risks and that our guy's past is a huge concern. Jonna insists Ju Jin wasn't involved in the recent trouble, but Jin quickly interrupts, saying just because Ju Jin helped with the rescue doesn't make him trustworthy. Yai's manager also chimes in, pointing out that Ju Jin's identity is a major problem for the school. They emphasize that a school affiliated with the SW Corporation shouldn't have accepted a student with fake records and make it clear they won't overlook this issue. Jonna is frustrated, grinding her teeth while Jin just smiles with a hint of satisfaction. She explains they might get good news soon. Curious, Jonna asks what kind of news she means. Yu's manager explains that Ju Jin's records were restricted, so they had to check with higher-ups in their network for more info. Ji looks at Jonna with a defiant smile, asking if she's not curious about Ju Jin's true identity. Jonna firmly says she doesn't care, stressing that Ju Jin saved her, which is more than enough. Right then the phone rings, grabbing everyone's attention. Jin's smile widens as he says it's time for them to hear the news together. She answers the call, and the caller announces that he has news to share. While John waits anxiously, Jin expresses hope that the caller will reveal information about Jin's identity. The caller responds that the top brass have decided that SW Corporation must refrain from conducting further investigations into Ju Jin's past. The announcement leaves Ji visibly pale and the guard equally stunned. His frustration boils over as he starts yelling at the caller, demanding to know how they can just let this slide. The caller makes it clear that given the long-standing relationship between SW Corporation and the government, they've decided to overlook the matter. The caller explains that Jin is estranged from his family due to an unfortunate plane accident and is basically a young guy who's found his way back home. They emphasize that it's better to let him live his life without further scrutiny. The next day, at school, Jonna walks in with her bodyguard, catching everyone's attention, including our guys, who are curious to see them back after so long. Jonna suddenly starts staring right at them, making John Chan feel uncomfortable. She approaches him and simply asks if Ju Jin isn't at school today. Park Yoon-chan, looking around for Ju Jin, explains he was here a moment ago, but Ji-hun says he was called to the office a few minutes ago. As Jonna and her bodyguard Soju settle into their seats, her bodyguard reveals that the president is at the school right now. Jonna is surprised to hear her grandfather is at school and wonders why he didn't tell her about his visit and if Jin might have gone to meet him in the office. In the office, we finally meet the old man we've heard so much about. He's thrilled to finally meet our guy in person, especially since our guy had previously refused a meeting, so he came himself to thank him for saving Jonna. Our guy replies there's no need to thank him. He was just trying to rescue his sister, and Jonna was there too. The old man acknowledges he knows that but still wanted to express his gratitude for saving his granddaughter and apologize for involving his sister. Our guy clears things up again, telling the old man he doesn't need to worry about that since Jonna has already apologized. The old man falls silent after hearing this, and our guy starts heading into the classroom. That's when the grandfather finally asks if he'll become Jana's bodyguard. It's no surprise he flat out refuses and makes it clear this isn't something an average teenager like him can handle. The old man reminds our guy that an average teenager couldn't handle a group of kidnappers made up of ex-special forces soldiers either. Jin then points out that Jana already has an in-house security team protecting her 24/7. The old man agrees but says a security team can't be with her at school, and besides, she couldn't live a normal life with a team following her all the time. He explains that Siju was in charge of her security, but the recent incident made him realize Siju isn't the right person to protect her, so he's thinking of giving the job to our guy. Jin starts backing away again, saying he can't help. The old man stays silent for a moment, then says he wasn't here just to thank him for saving Jana. He also wanted to thank him for what he did 3 years ago. As soon as our guy hears this, he freezes and quickly turns toward the old man. The old man continues his thanks, saying he's wanted to express his gratitude for a long time, because without our guy's efforts, he wouldn't have had the chance to see his son before he passed away. It's clear Jin remembers what the old man is talking about but stays indifferent, saying it was just another job. The old man insists it was a dangerous job that no one else wanted to take. Thanks to our guy's success in the mission, he was able to see his son again, and his son often talked about Jin. The old man reveals his son was worried and asked him to find out why our guy became a mercenary. So, the old man tried to track him down but couldn't find any leads. Now, as fate would have it, they're face to face, and he adds that Jana is his daughter. Jin's mind quickly flashes back to the past, remembering the man mentioning he had a daughter Jin's age, but Jin makes it clear he can't be Jana's bodyguard. Still, he adds he won't turn a blind eye if anything happens to her. The old man is a bit surprised, but then he smiles and says that's more than enough. Then he adds there's one more thing he'd like to ask. He points out he wants to hear Jin's opinion on the security team at SW. Jim asks what he means, and the old man explains that Sulu's security team is part of an old, proud tradition, maybe too proud for their own good. They believe the recent kidnapping of Jonah would have been handled even without Jin's help. However, as that W keeps expanding, threats are growing, and their security division lacks innovation. The old man wants Jin's honest assessment of their skills, and of course, it'll be a paid gig. Jin sighs, feeling like this whole thing's a pain. Then, finally, he heads back to his classroom. As soon as he walks in, Jana greets him, but he clearly ignores her and goes straight to his seat as the teacher starts the day's lesson. Jin sits silently in his chair, thinking about the old man's words. Se-daeun realizes Jana's father must be dead, since the old man mentioned he'd seen his son before he passed away. The scene then flashes back. We see Jin as a mercenary with all the site workers gathered, eating. Jin is munching on some kind of cereal bar when a voice calls out, asking how a kid like him ended up working as a mercenary. It's clear this guy is Jana's dad, and after seeing our boy's face, he comments he didn't realize Jin was so young. Jin quickly covers his face and starts to walk away, but the man offers him his plate full of delicious, tempting food. He tells Jin to ditch his trash and eat this instead, saying what you eat really matters at his age. Meanwhile, the other mercenaries chat about how their new client seems really loaded and explain how they're building roads, a school, and a clinic in the town where they're all stationed. While they talk, Jin listens quietly. While on guard, the man approaches him again and offers a chocolate bar. Jin just looks away. Later that night, the man offers food once more, but Jin rejects it again. On a particularly rainy day, the man brings an umbrella and a coat, but Jin turns that down too. One day, while Jin is packing up to leave, the same man approaches him again. He says he'll miss having Jin around and invites him to hang out if he can, since they'll be there at least another month. Then, the man tosses a bag to Jin, explaining he packs some snacks and basic medical supplies inside. Finally, Jin speaks up and asks why he's giving him all this. The question catches the man off guard, and he's surprised to hear Jin speak Korean. He adds he tried speaking in Jin's language and English before but got no response. The man explains he's giving these things because he has a daughter Jin's age, and Jin reminds him of her, so he can't help but worry. Later, we find ourselves in a rundown place where conflict continues. Then we see Jin with his fellow mercenary. His partner informs him that the town where Jin was stationed as a guard has been taken over by a resistance group. He explains they were waiting for the foreigners to finish their construction so they could seize the buildings, and most people on site were killed. Jin is snapped out of his memory by the sudden sound of a bell and notices Jana calling, asking if he's free right now. A while later, they're in the break area where Sogu bows his head in respect and offers a late apology in person. Jin tells him it's not necessary. Understanding the reason behind his actions, Jana then says she's pretty sure Jin will refuse and explains that the grandfather asked her to invite him on his behalf. Jin agrees without hesitation, leaving Jana pretty baffled to see him actually accept without protesting for the first time. The scene then switches to Jin, who is grinding her teeth out of frustration. She's pissed because the higher-ups aren't revealing Ju Jin's true identity. Just then, her manager walks in and mentions that the very student has arrived, which surprises Ji a bit. In the men's locker room at SW Corporation, Ju Jin is changing into the company dress code. Seju asks how Ju Jin ended up getting a job at CW Corporation. The scene flashes back to the past, where Ju Jin is checking the records of all the security staff working for SW Corporation. The elder had told him to spend a few days with the team and share his thoughts. Since arrangements had been made to accommodate him, it should be pretty easy for Ju Jin to get a feel for the program. Back in the present, Ju Jin tells Seju he just wanted to experience what it's like to be on the security team, so he ended up here with a job. Seju wonders if that means Ju Jin wants to be a bodyguard. Ju Jin then asks if Seoshu isn't joining the training. In response, Seoshu explains that today's session is for Team 2, and he's part of Team 3. He adds that Team 3 exclusively escorts Jonah, while Team 2 escorts Mrs. Jin and her parents. The scene shifts to a training hall where all the staff are sitting on the floor. One of the instructors introduces Ju Jin to everyone, explaining that Ju Jin will be joining them for the next few days. He's in the same class as Seju, and the president allowed him to participate in their program to learn about their field. One of the guys raises his hand and asks if Ju Jin is the one who handled the kidnapping situation with Sokyu. The superior confirms it's the same guy. Ju Jin introduces himself and thanks everyone for letting him join. As the students start their training, we see Jonah standing above, watching our guy. Sokyu reveals that our dude is here because he wanted to experience what it's like to be a bodyguard. Or at least, that's what Ju Jin told him. Meanwhile, the guards are running down the hallways, fully engaged in their training. While Jonah watches our guy, he also notices someone else in the hallway. It's Junto with his guard. Jonah curiously wonders what he's doing there. Meanwhile, Ju Jin runs down the hall with the other soldiers. The group leader glances back quickly and sees Ju Jin keeping up, so he decides to pick up the pace, running even harder. After several rounds, all the soldiers are completely out of breath, and the leader looks totally wiped out, like he could pass out any second. But Ju Jin looks like nothing happened, breathing easy and casual. The leader reveals they've run enough to knock anyone out, but Ju Jin kept up the whole time and even looks like he could handle 20 more laps. They move on to other intense exercises, and Ju Jin shines there too. From the sidelines, Jonah is totally impressed by how Ju Jin outperforms everyone, leaving them struggling to keep up. Meanwhile, Jin just mocks, saying it's just basic training and still Team 2 is way behind this guy. While our dude is there, the senior wonders where the hell they found this guy. He's questioning if he was trained somewhere before, because he's just too damn good. Then the senior notices Yi standing nearby, and her face goes pale as soon as she makes eye contact with her bodyguard. Daeyeon realizes she's going to get crap from Yi and her bodyguard later for falling behind compared to a high school student. Suddenly, one of the juniors raises his hand and points out he heard this student played a key role in rescuing Miss Juna, so he wants to test the guy's skills. The senior gets pissed and asks if he really wants to fight a high school student, yelling at his junior for being out of his mind. But the senior is totally shocked when the guy himself volunteers to fight and says he really doesn't care. The elder, completely lost for words, scratches his head in frustration and reluctantly agrees. He tells his juniors to get the protective gear for our guy. In no time, our guy is geared up and the other dude facing him also puts on his gear. Jonas wonders if this is going to be okay, and Siyu points out it's hard to say given how tough the other guys are. He even thinks it'd be pretty damn fun if this high school kid actually wins. She mentions she's heard the kid's got some crazy fighting skills, but her bodyguard assures her he's still no match for his men, because these guys have been hardcore trained in all kinds of combat way before joining SW. The senior tells both to take it easy, especially telling his junior to cut the kid some slack, and the junior agrees. Then the junior tells them to get ready, so he takes his stance and reminds our guy he's not facing some chumps he's beaten before, so he better watch his back. Our guy doesn't even flinch at the comment and just takes his own stance. As soon as Senior Daeyeon signals to start the fight, the junior charges at our guy with insane speed and throws a punch straight to his face, but our guy ducks back fast. The junior throws another full-force punch, but Ju Jin dodges it effortlessly again. Jonas, getting more anxious, points out the soldier wasn't supposed to go this hard in a training fight, but the soldier keeps attacking Ju Jin, throwing punches left and right. Ju Jin keeps dodging every strike with zero effort. Then Ju Jin quickly kicks the junior's leg, making him stagger. Taking advantage, our guy clenches his fist and throws a brutal punch, but the soldier quickly raises his hands to block, avoiding a direct hit. The fat dude mocks our guy for the useless attack and gets ready to punch back, but Ju Jin swiftly deflects the incoming fist and counters with a brutal punch right to the bastard's face. That power move leaves Jonas breathless, and even her bodyguard finds it pretty damn impressive that Ju Jin hit exactly where the fat guy's face was exposed. While the fat dude writhes in pain, Ju Jin grabs his head and knees Daeyeon brutally in the face, leaving him bloody and starting to collapse to the ground. Jia is totally stunned by what just went down while Ju-jin stands there as the clear winner with his opponent knocked out on the floor. He takes off his headgear and both the senior and the other soldiers are shocked by the turn of events. Sekshu points out they were clearly told to take it easy, but this was just way too intense. Jia speaks up again, questioning if this kid is really the 19-year-old they said he was. Meanwhile, her bodyguard is mad as hell, since Team 2 is part of his crew and he's not happy at all seeing one of his soldiers dropping like flies after getting smacked by a teenager. The other soldiers drag their incapacitated buddy off the ground, while Ju Jin remains the center of attention. By now, the veteran has no doubts about Ju Jin's role in saving Jonas from the kidnappers. Meanwhile, Jia's bodyguard is throwing murderous looks at his soldiers. Everyone's panicking, especially the veteran who's sweating buckets because he's sure he's in deep trouble. Then another soldier, Seo Choi, raises his hand and offers to fight Ju Jin too. The veteran reminds him they already lost to a kid once and doesn't want to look dumb losing again. But Sok, full of confidence, says he's seriously itching to fight Ju Jin after seeing his sick skills. The senior points out they can't just throw everyone at Ju Jin, but Ju Jin says he's totally fine and not even close to tired. He even adds he hasn't moved enough to be exhausted. That freaks everyone out a bit because after beating one of their best soldiers, he's basically saying he hasn't even broken a sweat. Sehu lets out a sigh, clearly not surprised by our guy's antics. Seok finally steps into the ring face-to-face with Ju Jin. As he stretches his muscles, he casually asks our guy where he learned to fight like that. Chin then asks if Seok isn't going to wear his helmet, to which the soldier confidently replies that he doesn't need it. He tells Ju Jin he can wear one if he wants, but Ju Jin was just asking for the guy's sake. Ju Jin doesn't care about the helmet either, so he just sets it aside, surprising Seok and even Jana. That's when Seok starts getting cocky, calling Ju Jin a punk and saying he likes his spirit. Jia then curiously asks her bodyguard what he thinks will happen this time. In response, he admits they made the mistake of underestimating Jin before, but he's sure they can beat him now. He's super proud of his guys who train nonstop every day, not to mention our dude is about to face the team's ace this time. Jin smiles, hyped to see how Seok will handle Ju Jin. Meanwhile, Jana's bodyguard starts thinking Ju Jin might actually lose this time in a bare-knuckle fight like this, since it all comes down to raw physical strength and Seok is a seriously buff dude. There's no way to know what kind of hardcore training Ju Jin has had, but nothing can beat the brute force Seok's packing. When the fight kicks off, Seok takes his stance and throws a punch at Ju Jin, but our guy casually dodges it with ease. Ju Jin tries to punch Seok, but this dude isn't here to mess around. He quickly dodges Ju Jin's attack and counters with a punch of his own. Ju Jin leans to the side to save himself and throws another punch, but Seok grabs Ju Jin's fist and smirks with superiority. He admits Ju Jin's punch is stronger than he expected based on his looks, but Ju Jin isn't here to chit-chat mid-fight. He throws another punch, but Seok blocks it effortlessly. He gives Ju Jin props for his timing, but smirks arrogantly and mocks that no one can break his defense with weak punches like those, but that's where he's totally wrong. Ju Jin quickly swings his leg and lands a solid kick to Seok's thigh. The cocky dude is now totally stunned and Seok's jaw almost hits the floor seeing our guy making an epic comeback. Then Ju Jin follows up with another brutal kick to Seok's leg. By now, Seok is absolutely furious and throws a punch in a fit of frustration, but Ju Jin calmly takes his stance and lands a hard hit on Seok's chin, followed by a few more punches that leave the arrogant guy grinding his teeth in frustration. Seok attacks Ju Jin again, but our guy dodges with some slick ninja moves. Then he slaps Seok hard on the throat, making him cough and spit. With a powerful hit, the once muscular dude drops to his knees. The first shocked face we see is Jana's, quickly followed by Jia and her bodyguard. Meanwhile, Ju Jin just stands there while the buff guy coughs violently on the ground. Jana's bodyguard is amazed at how strategically Ju Jin broke Seok's upper guard. By hitting his knee and then immediately going for the neck, he effectively closed the gap in their physical strength. More attacks on vital points would have completely neutralized Seok's advantages. Ju Jin then asks if anyone else is eager to fight, but it's clear no one's stepping up. That's when the senior steps in, telling Ju Jin he shouldn't go for the neck or knees when fighting. Ju Jin, genuinely confused, asks if there are rules for fighting and apologizes if he broke any, since he didn't know. The senior quickly clarifies there aren't really any specific rules, but it's just something he felt he had to mention. Deep down, the senior feels like he's just trying to save face after a high schooler beat him up. After watching the whole fight, Jia is absolutely sure it wasn't just luck that Ju Jin could save Jana and wants to hear her bodyguard's opinion on it. The man, clearly annoyed after seeing his soldiers drop like flies, grudgingly admits that from basic training to serious combat, Ju Jin excels at everything. Jia grins wide and quickly tells everyone to move on to the next course. Everyone's shocked, especially Jonah, who has no clue what Jia means by that. Jia then walks up to Jo Jin and reminds him that since he's here to experience what real security tasks are like, it's finally time to see what being a real bodyguard is all about. Jo Jin listens closely as she explains that since he's paired with Team 2, he'll be escorting her, and she's looking forward to his service. Jonah, however, can tell from a distance that this woman's up to something sketchy. The next scene takes us to one of the offices inside SW Corp, where we meet the grandfather with a man in a suit. This suited guy is amazed that Jo Jin is in the same class as Jonah. He explains that he found out about Jo Jin's background during his research, but it's still a shock to see that the codename Jo Jin actually belongs to this young guy. The man adds that the name Jo Jin only surfaced a few years ago, meaning he was even younger when he first got recognized. He can't wrap his head around how this kid could be the same ruthless dude he's heard about. Then, the scene switches back to the locker rooms, where Jo Jin is finally dressed in a legit bodyguard outfit and looks insanely cool. It's late afternoon, and we find Daeon Aeon with her grandfather. The old man asks if Jo Jin is still with friends. She replies, explaining that Jo Jin had to take care of something and said he'd be a bit late. The grandfather's worried, saying Jo Jin shouldn't be out too late. He's sure Jo Jin will be fine, but if he runs into trouble with thugs at night, it could be a problem. The next scene shows the two defeated soldiers who were pretty cocky before fighting Jo Jin. Now they're getting scolded by their superior, all embarrassed after Jo Jin beat them up. The veteran is so pissed, his veins are practically popping, making it clear they're about to face training like they've never seen before. The soldiers' faces drop hearing this, and the veteran lets out a relieved sigh because they weren't yelled at by their boss today. Meanwhile, Jonah is totally impressed seeing Jo Jin step out in his bodyguard uniform, looking like he's about to hit up a party or a date. Even G is genuinely happy to see him, and those defeated soldiers can't help but feel a little jealous of our guy. Leaving the building, Jo Jin and two other guards are escorting Daeon. Several other guards are also making sure she gets into her fancy Bentley without any hassle. Once she's inside, the guards follow her while Jo Jin stays outside until the head bodyguard tells him to just get in the car. With that order, Jo Jin takes a seat in the back next to Jonah. Once inside, he notices two guards always flanking Daeon. Out of nowhere, Daeon asks our guy if he's ever thought about singing or acting as a career. She explains that one of SW's subsidiaries she runs is an entertainment agency, which is where they're headed now. But Jo Jin just says he's not interested. Then she asks why he's interested in becoming a bodyguard. As soon as our guy hears this, Daeon realizes these people probably don't know the real reason he's involved, so he just goes with the flow and says he wanted to experience life as a bodyguard. She then gives Daeon some props, saying he's pretty good at this job. Judging by how well he did in today's training and how easily he beat the Team 2 guards, she's impressed. But when her bodyguard finds out about Team 2's defeat, he gets absolutely furious, turning red with rage. He's embarrassed remembering his team got beaten by a high schooler. On the other hand, Jo Jin points out he only won because Team 2 let their guard down. They had to hold back since he's just an inexperienced kid, so he had a bigger advantage from the start. If they had taken him seriously as a real opponent, he's pretty sure he would have lost both duels. The woman recognizes the situation, but deep down she thought Jin would be more cocky after beating the work guards. Turns out, that's not the case at all. Meanwhile, the bodyguard is impressed by how our guy has thought of everything too. A little while later, they finally arrive at their destination. In that other SW Corporation building, we see her sitting in her office while our guy and the senior bodyguard stand outside. The man is amazed that after being there for an hour, our guy hasn't even flinched. So out of curiosity, he asks where he got such intense training. Our guy just looks at him and stays silent. The senior asks again where he learned those sparring moves because this isn't something you get lucky with. In response, Jo Jin just says he learned it on the streets where he grew up. This vague answer really irritates the senior bodyguard, who didn't expect to be brushed off like that. His answer wasn't far from the truth. Then the scene shifts to his past, showing how he really learned those skills on the streets. We see him running alongside his friend while a hail of bullets rains down from behind. He's climbing ropes to reach treetops in harsh weather and facing highly trained soldiers and assassins, but he never backs down. Once they get out again, their car speeds down the highway. Jia asks if he's feeling okay since it's been a long day. He says he's fine, and she finds it weird because it's his first day on a job like this, but he confirms once again that it really is his first time. Meanwhile, the senior bodyguard reflects on how this is typical of our guy. He hasn't asked a single question since they started the route and hasn't shown any sign of being rattled, not even when they deliberately skipped dinner to test him. It's like he's fully aware that this kind of stuff can happen in security work. He never moved from his position until told to do so. Suddenly, Jo Jin notices something serious up ahead. A truck is coming, and the driver looks either drunk or sleepy. Hard to tell. What's clear is the truck is veering out of its lane and heading straight for the car Jo Jin and G are in. The truck skids on the road and crashes into their car. Once the car stops, the other car's bodyguards rush over, Airbags have deployed, and the lead bodyguard quickly checks the back seat, asking if Gianino is okay. Jujin managed to hold Ji close, saving her just in time to avoid the worst of the crash. The bodyguard is amazed that Jujin could react so fast and protect her right before impact. But then Ji pulls away from Jujin and puts some distance between them. The other bodyguard rushes to her side, asking if she's okay. The other guards quickly gather to discuss what just happened. One of them reports the truck driver was definitely drunk. The junior guard adds the driver seems unconscious, and they're currently pulling him out of the vehicle. The senior guard tells everyone to call an ambulance, secure the driver, and make sure they get to the bottom of this incident. Meanwhile, inside the car, Ji looks at Jue Jin, who's sitting silently. She's surprised and asks if he's okay. Jue Jin just nods affirmatively, but Ji points out he could be hurt and suggests he should go with them to the hospital to get checked out. Instead of answering, Jin reminds her she should always wear her seatbelt, even when sitting in the back seat. Seems like this isn't what she expected to hear at such a critical moment, so she has no clue how to respond to this brutal truth. Back at home, Daeyeon is busy preparing some delicious food, and Jin also walks into the living room asking if she's making lunch. She replies she's cooking for Grandpa and will save some so he can have it later too. Jujin reminds her Grandpa is already at work. Daeyeon explains she plans to take it to his workplace, just like she used to visit him there often. But she hasn't done that since our guy came back home. Jujin decides to go with her and seals it with a warm smile. Later, in the bustling city, we find Grandpa chatting happily with his fellow officer. The officer is teasing him, asking if he won the lottery or something, since he's been so cheerful ever since he got back from vacation. Grandpa looks puzzled and asks what he means. The officer points out that he's been unusually happy lately. Grandpa is confused by the teasing, and his friend adds that apartment 703 just gave them some snacks to share. They tell him to stop by after his shift. Grandpa says he'll come by after he finishes sorting the recycling. As the old man starts pushing the trash into the bins, he thinks maybe he got a little too excited about Jujin's return, to the point that others have started noticing his happiness. Suddenly, Grandpa hears a commotion. He sees a thug screech to a halt in the middle of the road and get out of his car. Another guy behind him tells him to move his car instead of blocking the road, but this arrogant dude just steps out of his sports car holding 2 disposable cups. With a cocky attitude, he throws every insult he can at the other guy, telling him to shut up and that he'll be back in a minute after tossing these cups. The guy in the car looks visibly scared of the thug's attitude. The thug walks over to Grandpa and throws the 2 disposable cups into the trash, but he's so careless they just fall on the ground instead of going in the bin, leaving Grandpa with extra work. The old man quickly picks up the scattered trash. Meanwhile, the thug's girlfriend, still in the car, tells her boyfriend to throw away this trash bag too. Reluctantly, he grabs the trash bag and tosses it from a distance, not bothering to walk over to the bin. As expected, Grandpa ends up cleaning the mess left by the inconsiderate duo. The thug speeds off in his car, and just as Grandpa is busy putting the trash in its proper place, he hears a familiar voice and turns around to find his kids coming to visit him. Although Grandpa is thrilled to see his kids, he still asks what they're doing there. They reveal they brought lunch for him, but he insists they shouldn't have bothered. He can just buy something nearby. Daeyeon looks around and notices Grandpa is sorting the recycling. He agrees, saying it's better to take care of it before it piles up and gets out of control. The lovely girl offers to help with the work, but Grandpa quickly tells her she doesn't need to get her clothes dirty. Daeyeon, however, has already made up her mind and brushes off the concern, saying she'll just wash them later. Then they start separating the trash with our hero standing quietly behind, radiating happiness from being with family. After a while, we see the girls blushing as they look in a certain direction. It wouldn't be surprising if they're admiring our guy's handsome face. In the background, we see Mr. Cha and his henchmen, who have finally been discharged from the hospital and left their apartment. Suddenly, Mr. Cha perks up when his eyes fix on our guy organizing some trash, clueless about what the hell he's doing there. Cha's henchman recognizes the old man and realizes he's the grandpa they saw when they went looking for the kid. Hearing this, Cha quickly puts it all together and figures the girl must be our guy's sister. Seeing our guy smiling so warmly, Cha finds it fascinating that he knows how to smile after all and finally sees that he really looks like an average teenager. He then suggests they go say hi, but Cha decides not to, saying guys like them usually just end up ruining moments like that. Instead, he decides they should grab something to eat. Then we see the sweet family having lunch in the park. The 3 of them are having a good time, eating and chatting. Once they finish, Dan says goodbye and they decide to leave. When night falls, Grandpa also finishes his duties and walks home with a pleasant smile. Then he notices the same Corvette he saw at noon when that thug came to toss the trash. The old man approaches the thug and reminds him that parking there isn't allowed because it blocks the entrance and creates a danger for the kids, so he suggests parking in the lot instead. The thug mocks him and asks why he should listen to some old man like him, making it clear he'll park his damn car wherever he wants. The old man tries to reason with him, But the blonde woman next to the thug threatens him, saying he's just a guard and wonders if he's trying to get fired. The old man keeps smiling and calmly explains he knows the residents pay him. That's why he's asking them to park somewhere else to avoid causing trouble for others. The thug mocks him and says he won't park in the small lot because if his car scratches his, who's going to pay for the damage? The grandpa is left speechless, and the blonde woman mocks him, doubting the old man can cover the cost of the car. That's when Mr. Cha's henchman grabs the thug by the neck from behind with a scary tone, asking if this punk has no manners talking to his elders. The stubborn thug groans in pain and demands to know who's behind him. Cha's henchman leans in with a face that could scare ghosts and simply asks, "Why do you want to know?" The thug is absolutely terrified by the look Cha's henchman is giving him. The henchman pushes him away and tells him to shut up and move his car. He makes it clear that if he ever catches him causing trouble for this gentleman again, he'll make sure they both get seriously beaten. The disgusting couple quickly jump into their car and speed off. Cha's lackey asks the old man if he's okay, "Grandpa," and not knowing how to respond, he just says, "Thanks." The man then reminds the grandpa that Ju Jin is his friend and that he saw Ju Jin working with the old man earlier today. The grandpa's mind snaps awake and remembers this guy is the same dude who came to his house one day to meet Ju Jin. The scene shifts to Mr. Cha's territory, where the subordinate meets his boss. Cha is in good spirits despite his broken hand, happy he can still enjoy a drink with his other hand. The lackey mentions that if he hadn't stepped in, the grandpa would have had even more trouble with that little punk. Cha laughs and nods to his friend for a job well done, pointing out how disrespectful punks can be these days. Suddenly, Ju Jin bursts in and at first glance looks pretty scary. Cha immediately starts sweating seeing our friend so serious because Ju Jin is the last person he wants to mess with. He asks Ju Jin why he's giving them that crazy look. "By the way, we've been calling this guy Cha's henchman for a while since we don't know his name. Let's give him one and call him Muscle Man." Ju Jin pulls out his phone and shows his selfie of Muscle Man with the grandpa. The grandpa had also told our guy that one of his friends lives in the apartment where he works. Muscle Man starts blushing, feeling pretty satisfied, but also embarrassed about himself. Meanwhile, Ju Jin looks absolutely furious and asks Muscle Man if this is some kind of threat. Cha and Sulekayo are terrified that Ju Jin is misinterpreting things and definitely don't want to be on the bad side of our MC. As our guy's anger overflows, Muscle Man starts to stagger and quickly tries to explain it's just a goodwill gesture, begging Ju Jin to listen before taking any action. The scene then switches to SW Corporation, where Ga is asking her guard how the boy is doing. The guard stays silent for a moment but then points out the boy should be finishing his training session with Team 3. Then Ga asks if Ju Jin was taken to the hospital for a checkup and what the doctor said. The bodyguard reports Ju Jin had some bruises, but nothing serious to worry about. Ga reflects on how Ju Jin saved her just in time, and we can tell he holds a special place in her heart. She tells her bodyguard to check on Ju Jin just in case, since you never know what symptoms might develop after a car accident. She's worried that if the media finds out the accident was staged and Ju Jin gets hurt, it could cause a real problem. Well, from the start, she had a hunch the accident was set up because they just wanted to test Ju Jin's caliber. Then we see Ju Jin again wearing his school uniform. Seju asks what's going on, pointing out that Ju Jin seemed to be holding back compared to their last session. Ju Jin says he doesn't want to piss everyone off. Then he asks Seju why he's still with the security team, since he thought Seogu had already finished his security training and moved on to something else. Seju sighs and explains that, contrary to what Ju Jin might have heard, he was never an official guard. He just started because of his family and growing up with Yana. Since he was good as a bodyguard, he stuck with it. He admits that after seeing how Ju Jin rescued Yana from the kidnappers, he realized he wasn't as skilled as he thought and felt like he needed to level up. Seju mentions he got all his training from the SWQ, but he's curious where Ju Jin learned his moves because he looks like a trained pro. Ju Jin just says he picked it up on the streets where he used to live. Seju feels like Ju Jin's not telling the whole truth but decides not to push it. After they finish getting ready in the men's locker room and step outside, they find Yana eavesdropping. Ju Jin doesn't bother interacting with her and just keeps walking. But Yana quickly speaks up, asking if he's not planning to try more fieldwork today. Ju Jin looks confused and blushes as he explains he thinks it'd be a good chance to hang out and it won't take long. Ju Jin stays quiet, and both his guard and Seogu also stay silent after hearing his weird request. Later, a group of guards parks outside while Yana and Jin stop at a stand to grab some food. Yana excitedly explains she really missed coop noodles and triangular kimbap while she was in the States. As Ju Jin looks at her triangular kimbabs, he flashes back to a gross memory where his food fell out of the wrapper and touched the ground. Seju looks a bit thrown off by the crappy spot they picked to eat. Jin jots it down and asks Jin if he's not going to eat anything. Our guy then says he doesn't think he should eat with her since he's supposed to be watching her. Yana's surprised by that, and Seogu quickly explains that Team 3 is responsible for escorting Yana right now, and their job is to blend in as her buddies while protecting her up close. Yana agrees charmingly and tells everyone to just enjoy the food. Meanwhile, Seigu thinks about how Yana purposely picked the convenience store near his place because she knew he'd refuse if she took him somewhere nicer. Yana then brings up the accident that happened while Jin was escorting Jae and asks if he's okay. Jin says he's fine the whole time, staring at his triangular kimbabs still in the wrapper. Yana asks if Jae gave him a hard time, pointing out that Jae is known for being super demanding and tough. In response, Jin just says everything went fine. Yana has a hard time buying that since it doesn't sound like Jae at all. She comments that Jae only smiles when he's insulting others. As they talk, Jin notices Yana's sweet personality and finds himself drifting back into memories. He remembers his dad, completely exhausted and wounded, with Yin panting hard, weapon in hand, searching for enemies. His dad tells him to leave him behind, saying at least one of them should survive. He adds that he doesn't have much time left, and even if he makes it today, he won't live much longer. He reassures Jin not to feel bad about leaving a wounded man, because he's glad Jin stayed to help when everyone else refused. The only regret his dad has is not being able to see his daughter's face one last time before dying. Jin tells him to stop being sad about it and insists that since he's still alive, he should just get up and go see his daughter. His dad's face lights up at Jin's words, feeling a spark of hope, even in this desperate situation. The story picks up right where we left off, and as the flashback fades, Jin turns to Yana and asks if they can talk alone for a moment. The girl's surprised to hear this and repeats the question, asking if he means just the two of them. Jin answers yes, so Sogu decides to step away, saying he'll give them some space. Once Sogu is out of earshot, Yana asks what's going on and why Jin suddenly wants to talk in private. In response, Jin mentions this name, UGX, and quickly, Daeyeon realizes that UGX is her father's name, and now she's even more confused about why Jin is suddenly bringing this up. Then Jin asks Jana what her father was like. Jana looks confused because she's not sure where Jin is going with this. Finally, she sighs and explains that her father was a busy man who spent a lot of time working abroad. They weren't very close because they barely saw each other. She goes on to tell him that her father got sick and the doctors said he didn't have much time left. Despite the bad news, he kept working and ended up getting sicker while overseas. She still doesn't get why anyone would choose to spend their last days working instead of being with their loved ones. She was on her way to see him because he couldn't catch the flight back home, but he passed away before she got there. She continues explaining that her father worked until he died without having a final moment with his daughter. And if she's honest, she admits she still holds a grudge against him for that. She still doesn't know why Jin is asking about her father, but she says she wouldn't have opened up if our guy hadn't saved her from the kidnappers back then. Once again, Jin's mind flashes back to a construction site. Her father is talking to him again. He says he's doing all this because he wants to help, and as a father, he felt compelled to do something for these kids because it was the only way he could face his daughter. He admits he hadn't been a good dad, and if he'd known earlier, he would have spent more time with her. To him, family is more important than anything else in the world. In the present, Jin reveals to Jana that she was the reason her father worked until the end. This news surprises the girl and she asks what the hell he's talking about. Then Jin explains he's here to deliver his client's last wish. He reveals that her father wanted to tell her he wanted to see her one last time before he died and regrets not making it happen. These are the words her father wanted Jin to deliver. We flash back once more to the past, where her father tells Jin this is an official job and he must carry it out no matter what. Also, he says, whether alive or dead, Jin will be the one to deliver this message to her. Jana is stunned to hear that Jin met her father before he passed away. After dropping this bombshell, Jin just grabs his bag and starts walking away, leaving Jana wide-eyed. Tears start welling up in her eyes as she wonders if her father really said those words. Looks like Jin is going through his own growth arc and has finally started to understand something he hadn't before. He's beginning to see the meaning behind the request he has to fulfill. See, every time Jana's father tried to offer something to Jin, it wasn't to make himself feel better, but simply because he wanted to protect Jin. The father just made that request to keep Jin away from the battlefield because he was trying to do what he could to help him. The next scene takes us to Jin's apartment. The doorbell rings and Jin quickly opens the door only to find his superior, Major Kang, standing there. Then they sit in the living room at the dining table and Jin's grandfather is thrilled to finally meet Major Kang in person after only talking on the phone before. Major Kang apologizes for not coming sooner to say hello. He explains he came back to Korea with Jin but wanted to give him some time to reconnect with his family first. The grandfather is surprised that the major was here in Korea the whole time and says he was eager to thank him in person. He comments on how surprised he was to learn all the things Major Kang had done for Jin. Before, the old man thought Kang was just an embassy employee, not the same person who brought Jin home. Major Kang happily explains they wouldn't have survived without Jin's help either. Well, that's actually true, and Kang reflects on how Jin basically pulled him out of hell and couldn't be more grateful for it. On the other hand, the grandfather nods respectfully and says Ju Jin might never have come home if it weren't for Major Kang. He admits it's a bit late, but thanks Kang again for everything he's done. Major Kang starts sweating and looks a little anxious. He quickly brushes off the thanks, saying there's no need for that. Still, Grandpa is curious and asks how a military officer ended up knowing Ju Jin. Major Kang feels confused at first because he's not sure what to say, but soon pulls himself together and explains that Ju Jin was his guide when they were deployed overseas. He got him out of a tight spot, and Kang says they definitely wouldn't have made it out alive without Ju Jin's help. Then Grandpa invites Major Kang to stay for lunch, pointing out that it's almost noon. Major Kang happily accepts, and while eating some fruit, turns to the girl and asks if she's Ju Jin's sister. The girl gets a bit nervous, but quickly confirms with a yes, and Kang gives her a warm smile, telling her that being Ju Jin's little sister makes her like a little sister to him too. Then he jokes that now she's got two cool brothers to hang out with. How awesome is that? The girl feels a little awkward, but tries to give a polite answer. After all, she's just a 17-year-old girl, trying to be polite, while a 36-year-old dude is trying way too hard to be cool. At noon, the table is loaded with food, all thanks to Grandpa's well-paid job as a security guard. Major Kang digs into the food enthusiastically, eating so fast that Grandpa feels puzzled and tells him there's no need to rush. Major Kang apologizes and explains he's just too excited because he can't remember the last time he had a good home-cooked meal like this. Grandpa then asks if Kang's mom isn't with him anymore. Kang replies she's alive but not very good at cooking. He and his dad prefer eating out, which spares them the awkwardness of pretending to enjoy their food. Kang gets a bit emotional and adds that the mess hall was the best part of being in the army and knows that sounds kinda tragic. Both Grandpa and the girl give an awkward smile while Ju Jin keeps eating quietly, being the good kid he is. In the next scene, Ju Jin and Major Kang are hanging out outside. Kang expresses how happy he is to see Jin and mentions that the other guys also remember him fondly. Jin's mind flashes back to all the good memories with his comrades, their kindness to him, and a genuine smile forms on his face. Then he asks his senior what brings him here all of a sudden. Kang explains he was out on business and thought he'd drop by to see his junior since he had a few days off after finishing his assignment. He's really glad to see that Grandpa and Ju Jin's little sister seem so nice. Ju Jin smiles, hearing this, and Major Kang returns the smile with the same energy. When Major Kang stands up to leave, Ju Jin asks if he's already going. Kang nods, saying it's a bit late. Major Kang also says he'd love to stay and catch up but has to meet his fiancée. This news surprises Ju Jin, who asks if his senior is already engaged. Kang confirms it, and Ju Jin just stares, not knowing how to respond. Seeing Ju Jin's indifferent reaction, Kang gets a little annoyed and asks, irritated, if Ju Jin is jealous that his senior finally found someone. Ju Jin quickly denies it while Kang explains it's a bit of an old-fashioned arrangement since their parents set them up. He admits he's kinda happy about it, especially since he's always too busy with assignments to go out much. As Kang tells Ju Jin to take care of himself, just as he's about to leave, Kang suddenly stops and calls out to Ju Jin. Our guy quickly answers the senior's call, and Kang cryptically asks if he's found the answers he was looking for. To understand what Kang means, the scene flashes back to when Jin asked his senior what family is all about. At that moment, Kang found the question really hard to answer and stayed silent. Back in the present, Ju Jin confirms he still doesn't fully get what family means, but he's starting to get an idea. Kang is pleased to hear this and gives Ju Jin a heartfelt goodbye. Then we cut back to SW Corporation, where Jin apologizes to his visitor for calling him last minute, explaining he didn't have enough time to meet elsewhere. Well, to everyone's surprise, the visitor turns out to be none other than Major Khan himself. He quickly calms her down, telling her there was no problem at all. In fact, he's the one who called her out of the blue and is happy she could spare some time. As he takes his seat, he mentions he heard Major Kang has been sent abroad a lot lately, so he must be pretty busy. The guy scratches his head and humbly says he's sure he's not as busy as she is, since he's just trying to be helpful. She tells him not to be so modest, knowing full well how packed his schedule is. Kang smiles shyly in response while thinking to herself, she never imagined she'd end up with a military guy and that they wouldn't have even met if their parents hadn't set it up. Then she wonders how many times they've actually seen each other, and Kang answers exactly 14 times. He then points out that's way too few considering they've been engaged for over a year. She then remembers something else and says she has a favor to ask. The guy perks up quickly and tells her to just say the word. That's when she hands him our boy's profile, and when he looks at the document, she points out it's about the guy in the photo and wants him to check his records. Of course, Kang already knows everything about Ju Jin but stays quiet about it. Then she mentions this guy is Jana's classmate and they found out Jin's records are fake. She's been trying to investigate herself, but the authorities won't let her, so she thought it'd be better to leave it in Kang's hands. Kang, however, apologizes and makes it clear he won't beat around the bush and can't help her with this. Ga's eyes widen in surprise and she stays silent for a moment. Then she turns her head, a bit annoyed, and tells him if he doesn't want to tell her anything, he doesn't need to get all dramatic about it. The poor guy trembles with anxiety and nervousness, clearly not wanting to upset her. A few days later, Jin gets a phone call telling him Major Kang and his men, who were on a mission, are now missing. The scene switches to Major Kang and his soldiers cautiously advancing with weapons drawn, but then we also see enemy soldiers somewhere in the forest. One enemy soldier reports that Kang and his team have been brought into the target area. The boss shows a huge grin hearing this good news and eagerly awaits hunting them down. Back with Jue Jin, he asks the caller if Major Kang is in danger. The caller confirms Kang is in danger, and by the way, the one calling our guy is Jonah's grandfather and director of SW Corporation. According to his sources, Major Kang and his men were ambushed by armed forces during their mission. The enemy is chasing them and they're forced into combat. Meanwhile, the army is preparing to rescue Major Kang and his troops. The director also explains he shares this info because he knows Jue Jin has a close relationship with Major Kang. Jue Jin quickly understands and realizes that if the director felt the need to inform him, it probably means Kang's chances of survival are slim. The old man nods sadly, saying he called Jue Jin to prepare him for the worst. Jue Jin stays silent and the caller advises him not to jump to conclusions and to leave it to the army. He reminds Jue Jin to keep in mind he now has a family to worry about. In the end, our guy agrees and ends the call. Standing there, his mind drifts back to memories with Major Kang. In the infirmary, Kang, with a big smile, reminds his fellow soldiers he already told them Jue Jin is Korean, and indeed he is. The other wounded soldiers join in cheerfully, all finding it hard to believe and wondering if Jue Jin really has recovered his memories. Once, while Jue Jin was sitting alone, Major Kang approached him and told him to take his time and not force himself to remember anything. Then he asked Jue Jin if Lee Jue Jin Yu was his real name, to which Jue Jin immediately confirmed. In another memory, Jue Jin and his buddies are in the game room fighting to win a single game. The vibe is upbeat but desperate as they keep losing game after game. In a super vivid flashback, Big Kang bursts in all hyped up and hurriedly tells Jue Jin they found his family. He explains they discovered Jue Jin has a grandpa and a little sister. Our dude stays quiet, not even surprised, but his other friends are totally stoked. They smile, give him big congrats, and are hyped for him, saying now he can live a normal life. Right now, Jin feels a stab of sadness hearing the news about Big KH. Lost in his thoughts, Da-hyun calls him for dinner. Grandpa reminds him to hurry before the food gets cold. Jue Jin finally steps out of his room and just stands there silently. The others are confused by his weird mood and ask if he's not going to sit down. Snapping out of it, Jue Jin nervously sits next to his sister. As they settle in, Grandpa shares that the other guards are jealous their grandkids don't come eat with them like his do. Da-hyun thinks it's weird someone would be jealous of that and assumes all kids visit their grandparents. But sadly, the old man says that's not the case, and none of the other grandkids come as often as she does. Da-hyun's pleasantly surprised and excitedly says she'll come back soon with lunch boxes. Meanwhile, Jue Jin's not totally in sync with the vibe right now. Suddenly, he calls out to Grandpa, who asks what's on his mind. Jue Jin asks how he feels about helping someone who once helped him. The old man thinks for a sec and says there's no simple answer. It depends on what kind of help he got and how he can pay it back. What's clear is the person who helped you had way more to lose and didn't expect anything in return while helping. He goes on to explain that the real value of kindness can't be measured, and eventually Jue Jin will find a time when he needs to return someone's kindness. Basically, if you can't fully help someone, at least try to pay back the favor. Grandpa starts feeling a little embarrassed after his heartfelt words and apologizes if he rambled too much since he's not great at putting feelings into words. Jue Jin just says he totally gets it and is genuinely glad to have met someone like Grandpa. The old man looks unsure where all these compliments are coming from, but thanks his grandson and says hearing Jue Jin's words means a lot to him. Suddenly, Da-hyun notices her brother staring at her, and Jue Jin also tells her he's glad to have a sister like her. Da-hyun goes quiet for a moment then blushes hard because she's not the type to handle this kind of praise all at once. Later, when Jue Jin walks into the room, he talks to his superior and says he's going to help Big Kang and begs his boss to please make any arrangements if possible. The director looks unsure about sending our guy into the fight but seems like he really has no other choice. The next scene cuts back to the forest where Big Kang is totally wiped out, breathing deep to catch his breath. Then he tells everyone to rest a bit and orders one soldier, Suk, to scan the perimeter. Meanwhile, JSC and Suchol are sent to check how close the enemy is. One soldier mentions everyone's pretty beat and Hangsik's lost a lot of blood, but the superior says they gotta reach the next checkpoint to wait for rescue. The soldier asks if they can make it since they're nearly out of supplies. The old man gets tense and starts grinding his teeth. The scene cuts to the enemy base where one soldier reports Kang's group is close to giving up. The boss says he's impressed they lasted this long and admits he'd have taken bigger losses if Kang's group was carrying civilians. Plus, Big Kang is unknown in this territory, giving this eye-patch bastard an edge in the fight. Suddenly, The man's eye twitches under the patch, and he can't help but get rattled as our dude's image flashes through his mind. Looks like our guy was the one who took this bastard's eye out. Later, we see a plane cutting through the sky, and inside, our guy sits in his soldier uniform, weapon in hand. It's clear he's familiar with the land he's heading to. See, this region is known as Gurion, one of the places where Jack Jin had worked as a mercenary before. Before boarding the plane, the director's assistant explained that Major Kang and his men were sent to rescue a group of researchers gathering data on the region's minerals. The rescue mission was going smoothly, but then the troops got ambushed by an unidentified armed force. The assistant also mentioned they prepared the list of supplies our guy requested, and that the military forces of both nations agreed to help secure his passage to the region. Finally, the director himself asks our guy one last question, if he's absolutely sure about his decision, and Jack Jin quickly says yes. With that, we're back on the plane, and sirens start blaring as they reach the checkpoint. It's finally time for our guy to jump into action. The scene shifts to the school, where class is going on as usual. Our beta mates are slacking off, and it's no surprise Yoon Chan is busy taking notes. John, on the other hand, is confused and wondering why Jin isn't in class and hasn't replied to her messages. Back in the forest again. As our dude moves cautiously, he spots bullet casings scattered on the ground. Checking out the area, Daeon realizes Major Kang is at the second strategic point, but after seeing the battle remnants here, he figures the Major might have already moved on to the third strategic point from the second. Meanwhile, in the forest, soldiers are exchanging heavy fire. Major Kang is reloading his magazine while the enemy keeps up an unrelenting bombardment. One of the enemy soldiers is even armed with a rocket launcher. Seeing this, Kang is momentarily shocked, but wastes no time and quickly aims at the soldier with the RPG and fires, hitting him right in the head. For some reason, the RPG detonates right after the soldier gets shot in the head, causing a huge explosion and sending debris flying everywhere. Many enemy soldiers go down, and Major Kang and his squad keep up their relentless bullet storm. Once all the current soldiers are wiped out, those hiding hesitate to advance and eventually retreat. Kang quickly requests a situation report. The soldier reports no one else is injured, but their ammo is running low. It's hard to say for sure, but they might not have enough for another fight. Then Kang asks how far the next stronghold is. The soldier says it's about 5 miles southwest, with an estimated travel time of 3 hours and 20 minutes. Kang's pumped to hear this because covering that distance on foot with civilians and wounded, especially through such dense jungle, is no joke. The soldier also points out the enemy seems to be using an ambush and retreat pattern instead of launching a full attack. Kang grits his teeth, realizing the enemy is deliberately trying to wear them down from the start and are even willing to sacrifice as many men as needed to get the job done. He thinks these guys aren't fighting like trained soldiers but are being strategically deployed by someone skilled in tactics. The attack seemed random at first, but after a few skirmishes, Kang spotted a pattern. The enemy's chase forced him to retreat from the first terrain to the second, and now they're pushing him back from the second terrain too. Plus, the enemy's chasing like they already know the way. His best move now is to hold the third post and hope the rescue team arrives in time. No matter what, Kang's got to get his men back home safe and sound. Back at the enemy base camp, a soldier reports to his leader that the enemy is following the expected route and that troops are already positioned to block their path. The guy with the eye patch smiles, not surprised by this development. After all, there are many routes the enemy could have taken. Suddenly, a mercenary bursts into the shop asking how many more of his men have to die for no damn reason. He questions why the guy with the eye patch doesn't just let them charge with full force instead of sacrificing himself just to retreat. The eye patch dude shoots him a deadly glare that makes the mercenary shake and shut up immediately. The eye patch's aura gets even more intimidating as he explains they're up against a highly experienced special forces unit, and charging without a strategic move would have already wiped out all their troops, leaving them with no men to fight and no land to call their own. But then the eye patch guy starts smiling again and goes back to his usual self. He assures his mercenary buddy that none of them will matter from this moment on. With those chilling words, someone shoots the poor guy in the head and he drops to the floor. Guess he really won't have to worry about anything from now on. The leader steps out of his shop and we see other mercenary group members have been captured too. Finally, Daeon gives the green light to hunt down Major Kang and his crew, but also orders his soldiers to get rid of these useless idiots before they leave. A while later, we see Kang's group, tired and worn out. One soldier says they've covered half the distance and will definitely reach the rally point on time if they keep this pace. Kang decides to stay alert and slow down a bit. See, the enemy knows this terrain well, but they don't, and the enemy is fully aware of the exact path Kang's group is taking right now. Back with the eye patch guy, he's practically bursting with joy. He's loving the setup and can't wait to catch his prey just when they think they've escaped. He can barely hold back his excitement, imagining how dumb they'll feel when they realize they've been played from the start. So hyped, he orders his soldiers to inform the others that their prey will arrive soon. Meanwhile, Kang and his group move through the terrain and come across the butchered bodies of mercenaries scattered on the ground. They're all dead, and Kang is baffled, with no clue what's going on. Looks like our guy is the one who wiped out all those soldiers. Back at the enemy base, a soldier delivers bad news to the leader. Apparently, Alpha Unit was waiting for the ambush, but they've lost contact with them. The boss is shocked and demands to know how that's even possible. The soldier explains they tried multiple times to reach Alpha Unit but haven't succeeded. The eye patch guy grits his teeth in frustration and angrily asks about Delta Unit, demanding to know if they're right behind Alpha Unit. The soldier replies that Delta Unit is closing in on the target. With almost 2 kilometers left, the boss orders his men to contact Delta Unit and make sure they catch the prey no matter what, but then decides to contact them himself. Once the transmission is set up, he tells Delta Unit to report back. The Delta Unit guy reports back quickly, saying they're under heavy fire. The big boss is absolutely stunned hearing this and demands to know what the hell he's talking about. In response, the guy explains they were ambushed while heading to the target. The big boss then asks who they're fighting, and the reporter says he has no idea who the enemy is. But before he can say more, a loud bang is heard and the transmission cuts off abruptly. The big shot grinds his teeth in pure frustration, totally pissed off that they're the ones being hunted. Meanwhile, we see our guy, and it's clear he's the one wreaking havoc among the enemy ranks. The enemy soldiers are unleashing a hail of bullets, but Ju-jin dodges them with such skill, it's almost unreal. Ju-jin knows Kang will take about 30 minutes to reach the third rally point, so he plans to keep the enemy soldiers busy until then, making sure his friend and the rest of the team can escape safely. Then he slides across the ground, quickly aiming his weapon at the enemy. He locks onto his target and fires, taking one down instantly without missing a beat. He aims at the second soldier and takes him out too. The soldiers quickly realize where the sniper shots are coming from, but before they can react, Ju-jin unleashes a burst of bullets, wiping them out. More soldiers show up and start bombarding Ju-jin with a fresh wave of gunfire. He ducks for cover as bullets fly everywhere, except at him. Ju-jin starts running, confident the enemy won't be able to follow his path through this terrain. He plans to use this to his advantage and attack from another direction. Meanwhile, Kang and his soldiers hear the heavy gunfire from a distance. A soldier reports that the shots are coming from the route they just passed. Kang is baffled because the mercenaries were already dead before he arrived, and now there's intense fire coming from the direction they came from. He shares his confusion with his friend, saying he still can't figure it out, but they'll wait at their current position until the rescue team arrives. While waiting, the veteran starts hearing loud explosions again and enemy soldiers are dropping dead left and right. All thanks to our guy. The enemy counterattacks with gunfire, but my friend quickly ducks behind some rocks. He reveals that the enemy has figured out he's the only one attacking them and that he's been outnumbered from the start. However, they're starting to panic because their numbers have been cut in half. He spots 3 more soldiers who don't seem to know his exact location. With quick precision, he aims and takes them down immediately. Then he looks at his watch and sees there are still 14 minutes left until the rescue team arrives. As the sun begins to rise, our soldiers keep a tight watch on the enemy. One of them announces that the rescue unit will land soon. The civilians let out a sigh of relief at the news, but Kang quickly reminds his relieved soldiers to stay alert until they're safely out of this mess, especially given his bad feeling about how the gunfire suddenly stopped. Suddenly, his radio crackles to life. On the other end, they hear a man reporting that it's Jane and he's only 3 minutes away. The soldier notes the name sounds familiar and Major Kang connects the dots, realizing who was behind all that gunfire that abruptly stopped. When he looks ahead, he sees our guy walking toward them with his hands raised in the air. Major Kang looks through his sniper rifle scope and confirms it's definitely Ju-jin. The other soldiers also confirm it's Ju-jin, but they have no idea what he's doing here. Major Kang is still totally in disbelief and surely doesn't want to believe what his eyes are seeing. Just in time, the rescue helicopters arrive on the scene. Kang rushes toward Ju-jin, grabs him by the shirt and firmly demands to know what the hell he's doing here and why he came. Ju-jin stays calm and simply says he knows this region better than anyone. Kang reminds him he doesn't need to be here anymore because he left his mercenary life behind. In response, Ju-jin explains that's exactly why he came, because he didn't want to live a life full of regrets. See, ever since our guy heard that Major Kang and his men were in danger, he knew he'd regret it for the rest of his life if he didn't come to their aid. Kang gets even angrier, reminding Ju-jin he's just a kid. Despite his anger, he hugs him tightly with tears streaming down his face as his emotions overflow his mind. Finally, the helicopter lands and the rescue team quickly disperses to tend to survivors and offer help. Meanwhile, back with the guy with the eye patch, his subordinate reports that Alpha Unit has been wiped out and 17 of the 20 Delta soldiers are dead. Though not completely sure, he trusts that Alpha was wiped out instantly and Delta was ambushed while on the move. The guy with the eye patch grits his teeth in total frustration after hearing the report. I guess his anger is understandable because everything was going according to his plan. His target was moving just as expected, and there were no reinforcements nearby. All he had to do was wait for the right moment to strike, but somehow someone managed to destroy Alpha and almost wipe out Delta 2. The only fight he's ever seen like that was from a guy who messed up his eye. As he remembers Ju-Jin, his eyes start twitching again and he finally realizes that our dude has to be behind all this chaos. His sidekick quickly notices the weird behavior of the guy with the eye patch, and the patch guy points out that this is exactly the kind of fight 001 was known for. The sidekick reminds him that 001 was finished off years ago, but the boss tells him to check again. He orders his sidekick to analyze the current situation, considering the possibility that 001 might still be alive. The scene then cuts to the SW Cooperation training area, where the guards are diligently doing their daily routine exercises. Among them are Soku and Ju-Jin with Jonah watching from the sidelines. The training includes running and climbing ropes. Soku seems unable to take his eyes off Ju-Jin, probably because he's struggling to keep up with him. After the rope climb, the next exercise is jumping over desks. Soku and Ju-Jin line up shoulder to shoulder, ready for the challenge. When they start running at an insane speed, Ju-Jin easily leaves his buddy behind, jumping over the desks like he was born to do it. The onlookers, including Jana, watch in awe, amazed at how Ju-Jin seems to excel at everything he does. Once they finish the course, the group takes a moment to catch their breath. Soku is panting hard from exhaustion, but when he looks at Ju-Jin, he's shocked to see that Ju-Jin hasn't even broken a sweat. In the men's locker room, Soku keeps watching Ju-Jin, fascinated by his skill. That's when he notices a blood stain on Ju-Jin's arm and points it out. Ju-Jin also sees the blood stain, but quickly brushes it off, saying it's nothing and just puts on his school jacket. Soku, however, is impressed, realizing only a deep wound would bleed like that. Still, Ju-Jin managed to outdo everyone in training despite the injury. Soku then speaks from the heart and says every time he looks at Ju-Jin, he feels like he's been stuck in a tiny pond his whole life. He doesn't know much about our guy, but he's sure Jin isn't just some random dude, and it's clear he's been in this game for a long time, especially after seeing how he rescued Jana and handled the whole training session. He adds that since he was young, everyone told him he was a prodigy, but seeing Jin pushed him to face his own limits, which is pretty frustrating. Still, he makes it clear he's not going to let our guy outtrain him. Ju-Jin then asks if that's why he's been watching him so closely. Soku feels a bit awkward after being caught, but Ju-Jin points out it's pretty hard not to notice when Soku's been trying to outdo him every training session. Still, our guy admits he gets it and understands. Soku can't help but compare himself, since they're the same age. Soku goes silent after hearing this, which only confirms he's definitely comparing himself to Ju-Jin. Anyway, our guy then asks Soku if it's true he's more than just Jana's bodyguard and has been trained as her assistant since they were kids. Soku says he's not sure who told our guy that, but it's true. His grandpa is the chief secretary to the president of SW Corp and his dad works alongside him as an assistant. It was decided from the start that he joined SW Corp one day, and since he and Jana grew up together, he was trained as her assistant to help her when the time came for her to take on a role at SW Corp. That's when our guy admits he has no clue how to be an assistant and wouldn't even know where to start. With that in mind, he says everyone's got their own role to play. Just as our guy is walking away, Soku quickly catches up and says he's not going to let Ju-Jin outdo him in training or in a fight. Ju-Jin looks at his friend and just smiles. After all, a little healthy competition and rivalry never hurt anyone. Once they step out of the men's locker room, Jana is waiting outside like usual. She gives both of them props for a solid training session and then turns to our guy, asking if he's been busy lately since they haven't seen him at school for a while. Jin just says he had some stuff to take care of. Jana stays quiet for a moment and suddenly her phone rings, showing caller ID as Senior Kang. Our guy answers the phone and the senior tells him the doctors just reported that Wang's sick surgery went well and there's nothing to worry about. Ju-Jin feels pretty satisfied hearing that, and the senior goes on saying that if they hadn't gotten back in time, Wang's sick might not have made it, so he's alive thanks to our guy. Kang thanks him twice, saying if Ju-Jin hadn't been there to save them, the whole unit would have been in danger, and the other guys in the group are just as grateful. The other guys in the background start showering our guy with thanks, but then Senior Kang gets serious and tells him he doesn't want to see him out in the field again. He kinda admits it's a weird thing to say after Jin just saved everyone's ass, but it doesn't sit right with him and points out that Ju-Jin now has a family and a new life ahead. But our guy gently reminds the senior that it was thanks to him that he found that family in the first place, so he's pretty sure he made the right call going into the battlefield. Senior Kang can't help but smile and thanks Ju-Jin once again for making the right choice. Ju-Jin then hangs up after saying goodbye, and when we look ahead, we see Jana standing there with a puzzled look on her face. She looks a bit shocked, probably because she's never seen him smile like that before. Jana then frantically asks Ju-Jin if he needs to rush home, to which he replies no, since his friends are waiting for him in the game room. Intrigued, Jana quickly says she wants to go there too, but it seems Silgo isn't sure if they should head over. Eventually, they make their way to the game room. When our guy walks in, he's momentarily stunned by the scene in front of him, and Seogu and Jana look just as confused. The game room is a total mess. The peripherals are scattered all over the floor and one of the employees is busy trying to clean up the chaos from what looks like a fight. Seoju asks the manager what happened, and the manager, annoyed, explains that a group of kids wearing uniforms like theirs were playing peacefully until a bunch of kids from another school barged in and started a full-on brawl. It ended in a huge mess and now they're trying to clean up the wreckage. Looks like our two beta bullies and Jin Chan might have gotten into some serious trouble, and Ju Jin seems to have a pretty good idea of what just went down. Finally, we catch up with Yang Chan, who's sprinting at full speed. Though he's out of breath, he runs through the streets and quickly slips into one of the dark alleys. While hiding in the corner, he's absolutely terrified as the thugs chasing him keep searching. To understand how Chan got into this mess, let's rewind a bit. We see the whole gang of bullies surrounding the beta bullies. The betas are doing their best to defend themselves, but they're hopelessly outnumbered. The orange-haired leader tells Jin Chan to just run, and the blonde even says he shouldn't tell Ju Jin about this, so he's ditched his friends in the middle of the fight, and now he's shaking. Thinking about how those beta bullies are going to handle a whole gang from Goktak, his phone suddenly rings, freaking him out, and it's our guy Ju Jin calling back with the beta bullies. Ju Jin knocks out one thug with a single punch, but then gets hit by another guy. He quickly retaliates with a kick to the stomach, making the thug stagger back. Meanwhile, the blonde is also taking down thugs left and right. After knocking out a bunch of these guys, the duo looks totally wiped out. However, the number of thugs they're facing is overwhelming. One thug stands behind his cronies and mocks our duo, saying his effort wasn't bad at all and that he finally sees some truth in the reports that their guys got beaten up. Apparently, this dude is the infamous In Changu and he's the boss of Goktek. Even our beta bullies never imagined they'd have to face the notorious In Changu and his crew one day. While the orange-haired guy keeps mocking him, asking if he's scared to embarrass himself in front of his boys, In Changu takes the bait and charges at them like a raging bull. As soon as he throws his fist with insane speed, Orange Head dodges it effortlessly, then clenches his own fist and lands a devastating punch, but In Changu blocks it fast. Orange Head strikes again, only making In Changu more pissed off. In Changu counterattacks Jihan, but Jihan lands a crushing hit on the thug's face. Looks like Jihan's too drained to throw a solid punch now. Just then, he's frozen in shock as In Changu grabs his leg mid-air, grinning ear to ear while taunting him that he's as good as dead now. With that, In Changu delivers a brutal punch that leaves Jihan's face a bloody mess. But this bastard doesn't stop there. He follows up with a knee strike that makes Jihan slide across the floor. Meanwhile, the blonde dude is also in trouble. He gets slammed hard by a thug from behind while distracted and worried about his friend. Once he hits the ground, the thugs start beating him mercilessly. In Changu keeps brutally pounding Jihan, his shoes now covered in blood and grime, showing zero mercy, smashing Orange Head's skull with fierce intent. Suddenly, another henchman sneaks up behind and tells In Changu that Taisu wants these guys brought in. The other thug then asks what to do about the one who escaped. In Changu orders him to tell everyone to meet at the club and start hunting down that third guy. Looks like they're talking about Yan Chan, and it seems this scaredy finally ran into our guy. He tells everyone what went down, how Goktek's guys showed up and attacked them, and how they seemed pretty pissed about what happened a few days ago. He also explains they caught them off guard, but Jihan and Huk Ju Jin quickly fought back until In Changu showed up. Ju Jin has no clue who In Changu is, so the scaredy explains that Taesu runs Goktek and In Changu is his right-hand man. They're notorious enough to have been recruited by gangsters before even graduating. He says there were 20 of them waiting to ambush, and Jin Hung and Huk Jue Jin told him to run. 2 of them faced off against the 20 and made him promise not to tell anyone. The coward admits it's all his fault because Jun helped him when Goktek's guys tried to mess with him. Ju Jin finally asks where he last saw Jin Hung and Huk Ju Jin. The scaredy quickly says he left them in an alley near the subway station, which is also the usual route to the arcade. Jue Jin starts walking forward silently without a word. Park Yun Chan tries to ask where he's going to look for them, and the scaredy still looks terrified, convinced even Ju Jin couldn't take on 20 guys alone. Goktek's boys are known to be tough, since most of them jump straight into gangs, but then the scaredy's mind flashes back to all the good times he had with his friends. With those happy memories in mind, he steals his resolve, shakes off his worries, and confidently joins Ju Jin's cause. Both start walking away while John is left clueless about what to do. Sechu, on the other hand, stays still, but then the bodyguard asks if he's not going to join his friends. Seoju is surprised to hear this, and the bodyguard repeats his question, asking if he won't go with them since they're his classmates. The bodyguard then smirks and tells Seogu to snap out of it. He reminds Seogu that even though he hangs with suit-wearing guys like the bodyguard, he's still a high school kid like those two. Sechu thinks for a moment, then a mischievous smile spreads across his face as he makes up his mind. He turns to Jana and tells him he'll be back in a few minutes and it won't take long. The girl is shocked by his unexpected behavior and, as she walks away, she thinks she's never seen that expression on his face before. Suddenly, Jonah announces that he's joining too. But his bodyguard quickly stops him, saying he can't get into trouble and is sure those two can handle it easily. Jonah is clearly annoyed by his bodyguard's party pooper attitude and quickly looks away to show his frustration, leaving the poor bodyguard sweating bullets. Meanwhile, Jun Chan is still worried because he knows Jua Jin is a really tough fighter, but he's not sure if he can take on 20 guys. His worries seem unfounded when he sees Sichu joining their cause. Jue Jin looks over his right shoulder and Sichu just says he's joining too, since they're classmates. This makes Jue Jin smile and the trio walks down the path with full confidence. Once the trio finally arrives at the scene, they find nothing but broken sticks and blood splattered everywhere. Young Chan is really upset, convinced they were here. He wonders if maybe they managed to escape, but Sechu quickly spots two smartphones and picks them up, explaining it's more likely the bullies took them. Park Yun Chan confirms these phones belong to the beta bullies and Soku points out that the broken phones on the ground were left there on purpose. Ju Jin is also pretty sure he knows whose blood is on the floor. Suddenly, some of the bullies stroll down the street, see our trio, and quickly recognize they're wearing Seonidage uniforms. They also spot Park Yun Chan, who had run off earlier. The bullies start approaching them, calling Yun Chan every name in the book and saying they've been chasing him everywhere just to find this little bastard. While Jun Chan is completely shaken, Seju feels relieved they don't have to search everywhere for answers, since they can just ask these bullies where they took their friends. Ju Jin confidently walks up to one of the bullies, but that guy doesn't like our dude's attitude and tries to hit him. But Ju Jin quickly dodges the punch and lands a solid hit on the bully's face. Another bully throws a punch, but Ju Jin brutally knocks him out too. Then he grabs the bully by the head and knees him in the face. Meanwhile, Xiu Chu isn't holding back either and takes down bullies with precision and skill. In no time, all the bullies are out cold, covered in their own blood. Park Yun Chan's face goes from scared to stunned as he watches Ju Jin and Soku take down the bullies in no time. One of the bullies groans in pain and Ju Jin quickly approaches him, demanding to know where they took their friends. The bully stays silent, looking both angry and cocky, even after getting punched in the face. He flips Jin off, telling him to get lost. To return the favor, my guy throws the bully to the ground with insane speed, knocking him out with his eyes rolled back. Young Chan looks absolutely anxious, unable to believe how Ju Jin just smashed the bully's face into the concrete. Blackhead decides it's time for him to handle the interrogation, thinking Ju Jin isn't the best person for it. Finally, they arrive at the club where all the bullies have gathered and it's packed with these guys. In the middle of the chaos, we see the beta bullies being tossed around like trash. Jin Chan tries to look up when he hears sounds of hitting and is totally shocked when he sees a tattooed guy swinging a bat like a madman, splattering blood everywhere. The guy swinging the bat is Taesugi, the big boss of this place. While he's busy beating someone on the floor, his henchmen arrive, saying they've brought back the two bullies. The man finally stops when he hears this, throws his baseball bat, and signals his henchmen to give him a cigarette. The poor guy rushes to get it while Taesu drops into his seat, looking clearly pissed off. He's mad because he had to deal with a lot of crap from his boss due to rumors that our beta bullies have beaten up 10 of his men. The scene flashes back to a tense meeting between Taesu and his boss. Taesu is getting grilled about the rumors that 10 of his guys got wrecked by just 2 high schoolers. The boss is practically steaming mad and points out that most of his crew are graduates from Goso, off-tech, tough recruits who aren't supposed to get taken down by some random high school kids. He's straight up threatening Taesu, saying if he handles things like this, his spot could be on the line. Right now, Taesu's still pissed off about the mess he's had to deal with because of these 2 beta thugs. He glares at them, asking if they're the ones who caused so much trouble for his guys. The lackey nods, but then Taesu asks, where's the 3rd guy? Inanon nervously adds that one of them managed to escape, but he's sure they'll catch him soon. The boss is shocked by this. He clearly didn't expect to hear they haven't caught all their targets yet. His reaction shows how twisted this situation is compared to what he had in mind. The henchmen get nervous, realizing Taesu's in an unusually bad mood, probably because of what the boss said yesterday. So they decide to stay calm and just throw out a quick apology, hoping to cool things down. Taesu finally chills out and asks in disbelief how he's supposed to believe these tiny weaklings took down 10 men. He demands to know where the rest of their crew is. Jai Hong just tells him to go to hell and gets a solid kick in the face for cussing. Meanwhile, Taesu is blowing off steam by smoking while his lackey keeps beating up our 2 friends. Taesu then puts out his cigarette and makes a deal. The first one to spill all the info can walk free, but the other has to stay as his pawn for a while. He also gives them a chance to escape but makes it clear his men will drag them out of their school and make their lives miserable. That's when our blonde thug laughs mockingly and both beta lackeys can't help but laugh so hard it looks like they're gonna lose their lungs. While that's going down, Taesu is about to lose it and his henchmen know things are about to get serious. As expected, The arrogant leader quickly charges at our guys with a bat and swings it down so hard blood splatters everywhere on impact. Even the lackeys get worried seeing things spiral out of control. On the other hand, the bastard keeps beating our beta thugs until he suddenly stops feeling a commotion nearby. When we look outside, the thugs who were lurking around the club are now lying on the ground. Inside, everyone goes silent, hearing the door creak open. All eyes turn to the entrance and our trio walks in confidently, like nothing matters. The boss is furious at the teens barging in and demands to know how these idiots managed to beat the fools guarding the place outside. Meanwhile, Park Yun-chan is absolutely terrified, seeing his friends lying on the floor covered in their own blood. In-chong quickly points out that this is the same guy who escaped earlier. The other club lackeys start laughing, mocking Sogu and Ju Jin, saying they're really scared and these two are supposed to be the reinforcements Park Yun-chan went to get. Meanwhile, Yun-chan is about to piss his pants, doubting if sneaking into this place was a good idea. After all, the boss slams down his bat and says he's been in this business too long, but never thought he'd see the day when a bunch of scrawny brats would march into his club looking for trouble. Then he turns to his subordinate and asks what he plans to do with these idiots. In response, In-chong quickly gathers his thugs, ordering them to put our team on their knees. The lackeys rush our guys with bats in hand, ready to end this once and for all. At the same time, In-chong feels a bit relieved, thinking at least they can finish this mess today. He doesn't even want to imagine what would have happened if this dragged on one more day, but what he doesn't know is that he and his lackeys are about to have one hell of an adventure. As expected, So and my friend have already started dropping those bastards left and right. In-chong's pale, and even the other fools around are shaking with fear. Our guys quickly drop their backpacks, and In-chong is totally blown away seeing that they've already taken down 4 of his men. The rest rush at them, but Sogu and Ju Jin just get into position, ready to throw down. They start crushing these thugs like they're nothing but trash in their way. My dude jumps up like a ninja and lands a brutal hit right on one thug's face. Seju doesn't stop either, knocking out the dirty thugs with a single blow, sending them flying. Park Yun-chan can only watch in shock as his friends wreck the place. Both of them are taking down these thugs like it's nothing. When the cocky leader sees his goons getting their asses kicked, his cigarette falls from his open mouth in surprise. The beating keeps going until all the thugs are down on the ground. The big boss is totally stunned, wondering if this is even real. He looks at our guys and it's clear they barely broke a sweat. Yet, they just took out 30 of his men without any backup. Our dude then starts walking, and In-chong, standing next to him, begins to shake. As Ju Jin calmly walks by his side, it looks like he's gonna let this guy slide. Or at least that's what I thought until Sugu steps in and lands a savage hit on Daeyeon, knocking In-chong out for good. The boss, now panicking, grabs his bat and takes a firm stance, but Ju Jin just keeps walking toward him. Once they're finally face to face, the boss swings his bat fast, but Ju Jin counters with a punch of his own. Then Ju Jin slaps the boss hard on the throat, grabs his head, and in his usual style, slams the dude's face into his knee, making blood gush from his nose. But this arrogant dude isn't ready to go down yet. He knows if his boss finds out, he's out of the clan for good. So he decides to play dirty and pulls out a dagger, swinging it at Ju Jin. But Ju Jin just grabs his hand and breaks it, leaving the guy whining in pain. To finish it off, Ju Jin throws the guy to the ground, finally taking down the cocky boss, this time for good. Suddenly, the beta thugs start waking up. John Chan rushes over asking his friends if they're okay, but the blonde just points out if they really look okay considering their faces got smashed with that baseball bat. Orange Head looks up and spots our guy. Once he gets Yujin's attention, Jin gives a thumbs up and says in the game of life he's really in the challenger rank, even though it's still just a bronze rank in the game. That's a solid hit, though Soshu has no clue what he's talking about in this situation. Next scene shows Taisu and his subordinate Inon getting beaten by their boss's assistant who's absolutely furious. He reminds them he told them to clean up their mess, but instead, they only made things worse. The two poor guys keep their heads down and Taisu tries to slip away with a simple apology. Taisu gets a brutal punch in the face from the assistant, who keeps hitting him like a maniac. Then he reminds Taisu there's no room for apologies because they're supposed to be expanding the business while Gohan and Su's guys are out of commission, but instead they're dealing with this mess. Taisu drags his family into. By the way, Gohan and So are the same dudes our guy beat when they attacked the boss. Cha's territory, the henchman, watches in horror as his boss gets pummeled like a punching bag. Just then, the big shot arrives and tells his assistant to stop. Standing in front of Taisu, he reminds him he made the mistake of thinking he actually had potential. Taisu grits his teeth lying on the floor. Meanwhile, the boss pulls out a cigarette while asking his assistant if he sent some men. The assistant confirms he did, and they just left. So it won't be long before they come back with those fools who wreck things, and he can't. He can't stand anyone messing with his family, so he tells his henchmen to make sure none of those bastards leave here alive. The assistant quickly assures his boss he'll handle it. Back in Cha's territory, we see a muscular man bursting into the club. He found out why Hakon Kim's crew has been causing trouble. Chap gives more details, and the muscle-bound dude eagerly reveals that one of their new guys got into trouble with that kid. Looks like Cha already knows who that kid is and wonders why they had to mess with him. By the way, I just found out the muscle guy's name is Jonggu, so we'll call him that. Jin Soo then reveals the kid beat them, and now the rest of the family is out for revenge. They don't want anyone to know their men got wrecked by a high school kid. He blows out a puff of smoke and tells Ju to gather some men because things are about to get real. No surprise if he wants to step in and help our guy. Ju quickly says he's on it and with a big grin adds that some of the guys have already stopped by to say hi. He mentions that since Cha already handled the Kim family and Goshen, all the old cronies are back in the game. He starts getting up, laughing to himself. He points out that these damn fools are back and just looking for an excuse to party and get wasted. He opens the door to find all the cronies lined up. Everyone's hyped to have their boss back, and he stands firm, appreciating the crew and saying he's glad to see everyone back too. He admits it's been a minute since they had fun together, but suggests they get some work done quick before catching up over drinks. Later on the streets, Jana and Seju suddenly get surrounded by a bunch of thugs. The thug leader smiles smugly, clearly happy he didn't have to hunt them down much to find them. He mockingly apologizes for crashing their date, but warns he's taking both of them with him. Before the thugs can move, a fleet of cars screeches to a halt around them. A group of guards in sharp suits appear, quickly surrounding each thug. It's clear SW Corp sent backup, and Jana's personal bodyguard looks absolutely pissed seeing these guys. Without hesitation, he grabs one thug by the head. We all know these thugs are as good as dead. Even Jana can't help but feel a little sorry for these idiots who have no clue what they're up against. Later, we see a group of Cha's cronies swinging bats, hurting everyone in the area. We also see Cha strolling through the family club, the same spot where our guy and Sokyu took down those 30 men. The gang leader is clearly shocked to see Dushik Cha there. Even the two henchmen behind him are totally impressed and terrified, realizing they're facing the gang boss Dushik, the toughest gangster in this part of town. The boss struggles to believe it and asks Cha why he's here, reminding him they never touched any of Cha's men, so there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Cha calmly reminds him he should have let the kids handle it themselves, because it seems kinda childish for an adult to get involved in stuff like this. Of course, the area boss is surprised to hear that and asks, what the hell does that mean? But then he quickly gets it and asks if Cha is here because of our guy. Cha grins slyly and replies that since the boss of this territory got involved with that kid, it makes sense for him to step in too. Later, we find Down enjoying some delicious noodles and slurping all the tasty soup. She feels totally refreshed and happy. Jue Jin watches her with a big smile, glad to see his sister so happy. Down feels a bit awkward after showing too much emotion and quickly says she hadn't eaten instant noodles in years, so she got a little excited. But Jue Jin reminds her he hadn't said anything about it. Just then, his phone rings, and it's Mr. Cha calling. Jue Jin answers, and Cha immediately asks what he's doing. Jue Jin explains he's eating some ramen outside a convenience store. Cha then points out that ramen isn't exactly grown-up food and offers to take him out for dinner sometime, suggesting they go for some good barbecue. Jue Jin replies he doesn't think that's necessary. Cha teasingly asks if he's scared to dine with a gangster like him. Jue Jin says he prefers ramen from a convenience store, especially since he hates being invited to expensive places. Guess Cha's out of arguments now, so he gives up and decides on ramen. Then, right after the call ends, we see that all of Gok Tech is owned by Chow. The next day, when the school bell rings, the beta bullies quickly jump up and turn to Park Yoon-chan, eager to start some games. By the way, did you notice how the beta bullies always wear casual clothes while the rest of the kids stick to a strict dress code? Is this some Korean thing or did the writer just want them to stand out? Anyway, Jun-chan checks Jung's broken hand and asks if he's even fit to play. Orange Head quickly raises his hand and starts wiggling his fingers, saying he's sure he can still play since all his fingers are fine, so he can use a mouse without any problem. Park Yoon-chan is baffled by how Orange Head tries to show off his broken arm, but our guy kinda respects it. Blondie then warns Orange Head not to use his injury as an excuse during the game because he already knows he'll blame his arm after playing badly. Then they turn to Seoju, asking if he wants to join. For a moment, Seoju looks surprised, but Jihun promises the snacks are on him today as a thank you for all the help. Seoju stays quiet for a bit, then agrees to come. In the end, Yana also says she wants in. Blondie checks if she's sure about going to the game room, and she confirms, wondering if it's a problem for her to join. Seju then turns to our guy and asks if he's still in the bronze rank. Our guy confirms he hit bronze a while ago. Seju smiles proudly, leaving everyone a bit confused by his reaction. Without further ado, he starts walking forward, ready to head to the game room. Shin can't shake the feeling that there's something off about Sogu. Despite that, they all have fun in the game room with Yana quietly watching from behind. Jaehun, in particular, is getting roasted by his friends for being terrible at the game, almost worse than Jane himself. After an intense gaming session, They grab snacks from the game room's cafeteria, keeping the fun going while munching on chips and other treats. Jonas keeps staring at Ju Jin, clearly focused on him. It's obvious something about him is catching his interest. Finally, they decide to head out. As Ju Jin walks down the path, his phone rings. It's Daeun calling, and once he answers, she quickly asks if he's going out for dinner. Ju Jin says he's almost home, and just as he says that, he spots Grandpa and Daeun standing in the distance. Ju Jin asks where they're headed, and Daeun and Grandpa reveal they're going to pick up some groceries for dinner. Ju Jin decides to join them, but Grandpa worries he might be tired. Ju Jin says he's fine since he was just hanging out with friends. At the supermarket, they carefully pick everything they need. Once they finish shopping, Ju Jin offers to carry all the bags. As they head out, Ju Jin's attention is caught by a suspicious figure nearby. The person wears a hoodie and gives off a serious, intimidating vibe. Ju Jin and Daeun quickly realize who this guy is, and the figure greets Ju Jin, calling him 001, making Ju Jin's heart skip a beat. The scene flashes back to the past, showing a younger Ju Jin and the same long-haired man, who seems to be a fellow mercenary. In the present, Ju Jin's reaction to seeing this man is immediate, and he starts walking toward him, leaving Grandpa and Daeun puzzled by his behavior. Grandpa curiously asks if this man is someone Ju Jin knows. Ju Jin explains they were teammates when he lived somewhere else. Grandpa tries to make a good impression by introducing himself as Ju Jin's grandfather. The man responds with a friendly smile, though Daeun looks a bit shocked and starts to step back. As the two exchange deadly glares, Grandpa points out that the newcomer must be tired from traveling, so he invites him to have dinner with them. However, the man politely declines, saying he was just in the neighborhood and thought he'd drop by to see Ju Jin. So, the grandpa decides to give Ju Jin and his friend some space, and they start to walk away so they can catch up. Once they're alone, the man smiles and points out that Ju Jin looks pretty good for someone who was supposed to be dead. Ju Jin finally speaks up and addresses this man as 006, asking how he managed to track him down. That's when the long-haired guy reveals that his camp found out Ju Jin is still alive and now they're looking for him. He assures Ju Jin there's no immediate danger since they haven't figured out where he lives. He also explains he was in the area on a mission and decided to stop by when he heard the camp was already searching for him. However, he warns Ju Jin it won't be long before they catch up. Looks like the camp is gearing up to send someone to deal with our guy once they find his location. And it's just a matter of time before they assign 006 to the job. Ju Jin gets alert hearing the threat, but 006 just smiles and downplays it, telling Ju Jin there's no need to get defensive since he's only here to catch up with an old friend. Ju Jin stays silent, a mix of caution and curiosity playing across his face. Meanwhile, 006 suggests grabbing some food because he was so busy tracking Ju Jin he almost forgot to eat. After a bit, we see the long-haired dude devouring that bowl of ramen like it's no big deal, which even makes our buddy Ju Jin a little uncomfortable watching this guy eat like he hasn't seen food in days. After that heavy meal, the long-haired guy lets out a satisfied burp and can't help but comment on how good it was. Ju Jin agrees, saying it's not just delicious, but also convenient and packed with calories. The long-haired guy then points out how Ju Jin still seems to care a lot about efficiency, even after quitting being a mercenary. But Ju Jin gets serious and asks his friend how he found him if the camp still hasn't located him, to which the long-haired guy replies he already knew Ju Jin was alive because he knows him like the back of his hand. Then he asks Ju Jin if he's regained his memory, and our guy quickly says yes. 006 then mentions that even 032 probably knows Ju Jin is alive too, though he can't predict how 032 would react since the news of Ju Jin's death hit him pretty hard. Our guy then asks why he hasn't told 032 about this. The blonde replies that the fewer people who know, the better, even if it's someone close. Ju Jin points out he thought 032 would eventually figure out he was alive, but he didn't expect him to keep it a secret from the camp. The blonde just laughs and says he didn't expect that much from himself either. Then the scene flashes back to the past, where everything is burning and soldiers are advancing. Explosions are massive, and we see Ju Jin crouched on the ground with his weapon in hand. The blonde guy approaches him, crouches down, and rubs the ground, noticing blood on the grass, which is a clear sign someone just passed through the area. But in the end, he just walks away, leaving our guy there hiding and crawling through the grass. In the present, the blonde admits he has no idea why he didn't take our guy back to the camp when he found him back then, but he's kind of proud of his decision. He explains they were trained like dogs, forced to obey the camp's orders, but he felt a strong bond with Ju Jin. Then the blonde gets pretty pissed, crushing the can he's holding and demanding to know why Ju Jin didn't just stay hidden forever. Ju Jin answers he had no choice. The blonde wonders if regaining his memory changed him or maybe living in a place like this did. He just can't decide if it's for better or worse. Suddenly, the blonde's phone rings and he quickly pulls it out of his pocket. After answering, he says nothing, and after listening to the caller, he just puts the phone away. The smile on his face makes it look like the camp might have already warned him to get Ju Jin out. As expected, he grabs a chopstick from the empty bowl, and after breaking one and sharpening it, he brings it down toward Ju Jin. But Ju Jin quickly grabs his hand, stopping the sharp piece of wood just an inch from his eye. The bastard then tries to move his other hand, but my boy quickly stops that too. And the second piece of wood stops just before it hits his neck. While they're stuck in this dead end, the blonde apologizes, saying he just came to say hi today. But the camp found out sooner than expected and just ordered him to be taken out. Ju Jin agrees, saying it can't be helped, since orders are orders. Suddenly, a girl steps out of the grocery store, and when she looks, she sees these two guys surprisingly tidying up the place. They can't help but blush, noticing how good-looking both of them are. After they put the trash in the bins, the blonde comments that this probably isn't the best place to carry out the job with such short notice. The blonde then starts walking away and before leaving, points out that he likes this version of Ju Jin better, saying he's sure it's an upgrade. He walks off quietly, and the scene switches to the SW Corporation. Inside the training hall, we see Sogu working out intensely. Suddenly, his phone rings, and when he checks, it's Ju Jin calling. Seju quickly answers and asks, "What's up?" since it's rare for Ju Jin to call him. That's when Ju Jin says he needs a favor and wants access to some surveillance footage in the area because there's someone he wants to track in real time. Seju is surprised by this unexpected request and explains he'll need authorization from his superiors, which will take time, and tracking someone's location is tough. Seju then asks when he needs it, and Ju Jin replies he needs it right now. The reason for this urgency is that if 006 is in charge of this mission, he might go after the grandfather first, but he doesn't tell Seju this. Seju is totally baffled because he has no idea how he's supposed to pull this off. The scene then switches back to Che's club, where the first thing we see is Che's face. His lackey reveals that Ju Jin came to borrow the motorcycle, so he let him take it. Cha's face shows annoyance, realizing our guy took his only bike. His lackeys then ask if he shouldn't have let Ju Jin borrow it, to which Cha replies it's totally fine. Besides, he never uses it anyway. Then Yusu nervously admits he was scared stiff when Ju Jin showed up so late at night, and after running into Ju Jin so many times, all the guys in school uniforms make him nervous these days. Then we see Ju Jin cruising down the road on the heavy bike. That's when Seok Jo reports he just sent the location to Ju Jin and the target hasn't moved for a while, so it should be accurate. Seju looks completely wiped out after scrambling to prepare all the info on such short notice and can't help but point out he's noticing something suspicious about the guy Ju Jin mentioned. He seemed way too aware of the surveillance cameras and kept switching directions, which can only mean one thing. He's trying to cover his tracks. Then he asks Ju Jin who this guy is and why they're tracking him. Ju Jin answers it's personal. Seju isn't surprised by that answer because he already guessed it. Once he hangs up, he thinks to himself that Ju Jin is definitely scheming something and needs to move fast to save time, since Ju Jin asked for the midpoint of the guy's route. Seogu also reveals he tried to gather more info on this newcomer, but couldn't find anything else about the foreigner on his own. Once Ju Jin arrives at the spot, he stops and looks around thinking 006 must have arrived recently because if he had more time, he'd already have attacked his family. And just as he thinks this, images of Daeon Hun and his grandfather flash through his mind and he's determined not to drag this out, since he has people he needs to protect. Meanwhile, we finally see 006 prepping his weapons and loading his magazine. Suddenly, his phone rings with an unknown call. He answers and the caller reveals they just discovered that Agent 001 is alive and in Korea. Before the diamond can say more, Agent 006 quickly interrupts, saying he's been with Ju Jin since their early training days and knows everything about him. Also, he explains that he just finished a job in the region and came to check if the news about Jin's survival was true. He makes it clear he can't just stand by knowing a traitor is alive and kicking. Turns out the caller is the same dude with the eye patch we've seen before. Then, the caller tells him he'll have to do whatever it takes to take out Ju Jin, pointing out there's no one better for the job than him. He warned Agent 006 to be super careful, since Jin was called 001 for a reason. Blondie then mentions it's been a long time since their early days, and the eye patch guy agrees, saying Jin's gotta be rusty after hiding in the shadows for so long. With that, he ends the call saying he'll wait for good news. As soon as the call ends, Blondie glances at his phone screen and his eyes widen when he notices Ju Jin sneaking up behind him. He rushes to grab his gun, but before he can do anything, Ju Jin grabs him by the waist and slams him to the ground, keeping the gun out of reach. Both quickly get back on their feet. Agent 006 is clearly pissed and mutters that he made sure no one was following him, wondering if those damn cameras gave him away. While facing off, Blondie admits he knew Ju Jin would come looking for him, but wants to know why he didn't waste any time, considering it hasn't been long since they said goodbye. Ju Jin stays silent and 006 assumes the new version of 01 doesn't talk much either. They then quickly charge at each other, exchanging blows so fast you can barely see them land. Jin finally deflects an incoming hit and throws one of his own, but Blondie dodges it effortlessly. However, Jin follows up with a powerful shoulder bash that makes Blondie stagger back. Just as Jin tries to kick him, Blondie grabs Jin's leg and slashes it with a dagger, which is a pretty dirty move, no lie. Blondie grins ear to ear, commenting that Jin's skills have only gotten sharper since their last training. While Jin tends to his wounded leg, Blondie lunges at him again. Jin quickly steps back, narrowly avoiding the dagger buzzing past his throat. They get locked in an intense dance of slashes and cuts with Blondie, doing his best to land a hit on Jin with the blade. Finally, Jin manages to stab the dagger right into Blondie's shoulder, but before Blondie can strike again, Jin ducks, grabs Blondie's hand, and spins him around with a satisfying move that sends the dagger flying through the air. Blondie then kicks Jin in the chest, making him stagger. He quickly reaches for the gun and once he's got it in hand, tries to aim. However, he's soon stabbed by his own blade that pierces his shoulder. Blondie keeps firing a burst of bullets, even as Jin dodges and runs circles around him. The gun eventually runs out of bullets and Blondie grits his teeth in frustration. He quickly throws the empty weapon, grabs his briefcase, and starts running. Jin's eyes widen seeing this bastard run, because if this guy gets away, his family's gonna be in danger. So he pushes himself despite his injured leg and chases after him. Exiting the hideout, he sees Blondie trying to escape on the same bike Jin rides. Jin feels desperate watching his enemy flee on his Hayabusa. Then his mind flashes to the image of his beloved sister and grandfather, covered in blood. However, it seems his worries are unfounded, because just as Blondie looks like he's getting away, someone crashes the bike with their car, sending Blondie rolling over the car roof and crashing onto the asphalt. The car stops quickly and Seju gets out asking if maybe he shouldn't have intervened. Jin, however, says he did a fantastic job. He gets in his car and as he drives off, he can't shake the feeling that something big is going down. Then we go back to the moment Sogu crashed into the bike. Once he gets out of the car, he checks on Jin, asking if he's okay. Jin assures him he's fine despite the shoulder and neck injuries. However, Sogu is worried, pointing out that Jin definitely doesn't look okay. Sego then looks at Blondie lying on the ground, bloody and apparently knocked out. Poor Sego starts worrying he hit him too hard. Jin then tells his friend to just leave. So is initially confused by this request, but the serious look in Jin's eyes convinces him to obey. As he drives away, he can't shake the feeling that the guy Jin is chasing looks like a typical tourist in SW Corp's database, but he doubts that's the whole story. Suddenly, he remembers the wrecked car and starts worrying about how he's going to explain it to the Daeon people. We cut back to the hideout where 006 is tied to a chair, bloody and looking rough. Jin stands over him, calm and collected, and tells him he can look now because he knows he's awake. 006 starts laughing, saying he never expected our guy to be working with a partner and that he should have known when he tracked him down so fast. He admits he messed up assuming Jin would never work with anyone else. Our guy stays silent and 006 then asks, "So, what do you want to know?" Jin replies by asking who else got the order to execute him. In response, 006 says he can't be sure, but it's probably just him because he was closer to the area and the timing was right. 006 also explains that the camp can't accept the fact that Jin is alive. They don't want anyone to know his death was faked, so they'll try to take him out as quietly as possible. He adds that they'll never give up because Jin has caused a lot of trouble for the camp, especially the rabid dog who'll do anything to kill our guy. Blondie then wraps up the conversation saying that's all he has to say, and he's only giving Jin this info because they were once comrades. Finally, he tells Jin to just kill him. Now Jin grabs the dagger and starts walking forward. It seems Blondie isn't really scared of dying because he'd rather be killed by our guy than some random enemy. He starts closing his eyes, ready for death, but to his surprise, Jin begins untying him. Blondie asks, "What the hell is Jin doing?" And our guy just says he's freeing his legs. Blondie then rephrases his question, asking why he's not killing him. Jin responds by asking why he should. He goes on to remind Blondie why he should stay alive, which is the same reason he can't escape the camp. Jin explains he understands what that means because he's lived with a family and knows how it feels, so he suggests Blondie do the same. He also points out that since Blondie failed his mission, it's like he's dead anyway, so he better hide somewhere the camp can't find him. As 006 starts to walk away, he reveals to Jin that his family will be in constant danger and the camp will make sure any attempt to take him out is stopped. Jin replies that he's already aware of that. He adds that things would have ended differently today if they had targeted his family first, but he plans to protect this life as best as he can, for as long as he can. Blondie smiles and says he'll try to throw the camp off his trail as much as possible before disappearing. Then he asks one last question. What's our guy's real name? Jin stays silent for a moment before finally revealing his name. Blondie smiles and shares his own name too, which is Liam. Then he jokes about how it took them 10 years to learn each other's names. With this touching exchange, 006 starts to walk away, and the next scene takes us to our guy's apartment. Once he gets home, he carefully opens the door and slips inside quietly. But before he can reach his room, he hears the creak of another door opening. His heart skips a beat, realizing he's been caught sneaking in. It's his grandfather standing there with a surprised look on his face, seeing Jin come home so late. Jin smiles warmly while carefully hiding the wound on his shoulder and asks why Grandpa is still awake. The old man explains he had trouble sleeping, probably because of the coffee he drank earlier. With a kind smile, he tells Jin to rest, pointing out that Jin must be tired too. With that, Grandpa heads back to his room. Just as he's about to head to his own room, he hears his sister calling him. When he looks over, she quietly tells him not to worry too much about Grandpa. She was just waiting because she's still concerned if Jin is having a hard time adjusting to life in Korea. Then she reminds him that she left dinner on the table for him, knowing how much he enjoys home-cooked meals. After that little chat, she quietly goes back to her room. Jin approaches the delicious spread on the table and grins wide when he sees it. The scene then switches to Seju, and when his phone rings, he picks it up and sees a message from Jin. The message is a thank you note for running over 006 with his car and for providing the exact location. Seeing this, Seju can't help but feel a bit embarrassed by his friend's compliment. The next day at school, John and Soku walk together like usual. When Seku spots Jin standing outside the classroom, they call him over and he immediately looks up. Both ask why he's there, to which Jin replies that he needs to talk to Seku about something. Jonas is surprised by this and starts wondering what it could be about. Once inside the classroom, Soku asks about the incident from the night before. Jin, apparently ready to explain, says he thought it was time to tell what happened. Seju braces himself and Jin finally reveals that the guy he ran over with the car last night was someone he used to work with and who had come to see him. A silence follows with Seju waiting for more details. When he asks if that's all, Jin simply says that's pretty much it because it's better if he doesn't know more. Seju feels a bit let down, not expecting Jin to keep things so hush-hush. However, Jin is convinced that Seju must have already looked into the guy he tracked down last night. He tells his friend it's best not to dig deeper into the man's past and that he's sharing this because of his help. Seju feels proud after being acknowledged by his friend and tells him he doesn't want to investigate further either, especially since this guy is tied to Jin's past. After their little chat, the two guys head back to class. Jonas then curiously asks Soku what they talked about. When Soku doesn't answer right away, she tries to guilt-trip him by asking if he can't even share that. Seku, caught off guard, quickly improvises and says he was just asking Jin how to level up in a game. Jonas gets excited thinking this means Jin really loves video games, but then remembers that Jin-chan is way more into gaming and that Jin and Jae-hong were also way better players. She wonders why Jin would ask Seju for advice when those guys are pros, or maybe Jin just wanted to chat with someone on his level. Well, this little talk really hits the poor dude in the gut, while our guy seems busy doing his own thing. Once school ends, we see Jonas outside. She's jotting down notes about her shopping and wonders if she should buy some fruit since it's been a while since Grandpa ate any. Suddenly, someone calls her name. When she looks up, she notices a guy standing in front of her who doesn't seem to be from her school. Once he has her attention, he asks if she goes to Sin in high school. Jonas quickly confirms she does, and the guy then says he was wondering if he could get her number. Not surprisingly, this shocks Jonas, who has no idea how to react. She starts to panic while the guy tries to calm her down, telling her not to be scared or feel pressured, saying he just wanted to get to know her. Finally, Jonas politely rejects him as best as she can, and it seems the guy takes it calmly, though he looks a bit disappointed. A big guy comes up from behind and mocks the dude for getting rejected so fast. That's when the guy shows his true colors, getting cocky and harshly reminding him that all he asked for was his phone number. Before he can bother Jonas anymore, he gets slapped hard across the face. The one who slapped him is none other than Jae-hung, who's accompanied by two friends. The guy spins around demanding to know who slapped him, but Jae-hung slaps him again for acting tough. After feeling the sting of the slaps, this thug realizes that dealing with these guys is a terrible idea. Meanwhile, Jin is giving the other thug chills just with his glare, and the two thugs decide to leave, trying to save what's left of their dignity. A girl lets out a disappointed sigh seeing these thugs, then she happily turns to Dahyun, asking if she's okay. The girl says yes and starts nodding frantically, but Ji-young feels embarrassed and quickly tells her there's no need to thank him. On the other block of this street, people are getting scared seeing a group of thugs roaming around. Surprise, it's Taui, along with his subordinate, In-shin, and the rest of his goons. They're casually strolling through the area and guess what? The same dude who tried to harass Daehan is with them, clearly bringing Taui as backup to get revenge on our beta bullies. By the way, this harasser's name is Tae-jin, and apparently, he's Taui's brother. Meanwhile, Howie is absolutely pissed, grumbling about how all the wannabe tough guys in town seem to think they can mess with him these days. That's when his subordinate reminds him that word of their defeat by a group of high schoolers is spreading and they might need to do some damage control. So they decide to start spreading their terror by taking out the thugs who dared mess with Tesson. A creepy smile spreads across Towie's face as he agrees with the plan, saying they're going to show these kids what Gusok tech is really made of. Suddenly, his little brother points at Daeyeon and says, "That's the girl who got me beaten up by a bunch of guys." Well, looks like these guys are in for another nasty surprise because our dude is walking down the street with his sister. The harasser quickly points out that the guy walking next to her isn't the one who beat him up before. Towie, on the other hand, feels like he's seen this guy before. When he looks closely at our dude, he's absolutely crushed, recognizing who he is. His goons start shaking too, remembering he's the same guy who beat them after sneaking into their turf. While Towie trembles in fear, his little brother asks, "What's wrong?" Towie asks if the girl next to that guy over there is the one he was trying to hit on. His little brother nods, only to get a devastating slap in the face. Towie angrily asks his brother if he's trying to get them all killed. The poor kid is bawling, clueless why his brother's being so harsh, but ends up getting an even worse beating. Then we're back at the apartment and Daeyeon is really amazed at how good Jim is at peeling fruit. The brother smiles and asks if she really thinks so. She says she could never get them that smooth and round, no matter how hard she tries. Suddenly, the phone rings and the sound echoes through the living room. The voice seems to come from Joo Jin's room, so he heads there and finds his phone on the table. When he checks, he notices it's an unknown call, but answers anyway, and it turns out to be Six on the line. Six reveals he left a trail for the camp to follow as far away from Joo Jin as possible, and that's where he'll be for the next few days. Once he leaves the country, he plans to leave more trails in other countries to throw them off, which should be pretty useful for confusing them. Joo Jin agrees and adds he'll also set up a separate trail. Blondie then jokes, pointing out how Joo Jin was supposed to be dead and now they're swapping places, so he doubts they'll ever cross paths. He wishes him the best before ending the call, and our guy wishes the same. And on that sweet note, the call ends. The next day at school, Jin hears that his sister was harassed after school yesterday, but his friends quickly reassure him that Jin handled the orange-haired guy, confirming he punched the dude in the head a couple times and sent him on his way. Suddenly, Shoku shows up and quickly asks what the harasser looked like. Jin-chan explains he was wearing a Gusok tech uniform. As soon as they hear that, Seo-chu gets hyped and Joo Jin points out it's the same school they had trouble with a while back. My friend then gets pissed, realizing that someone harassing his sister from Gosok seems way too coincidental. Sechu agrees, saying they can't just ignore this. Meanwhile, the beta thugs, who are usually itching for a fight, feel unusually uneasy about the whole situation. Even they think jumping to conclusions might be too soon. Just in time, Jana shows up and breaks the tension. She asks what they're talking about and reminds them that all the guys just want to hit on Dae-hun because he's always been popular with the girls since he's undeniably good-looking. His brother doesn't get any of this, while Jin-chan agrees, saying she's been asked out a ton of times already. Seems like Yin still struggles to accept it, but Jin-chan adds that she really is popular. See, no one could get close to her when Gisu Kim and her sister started messing with her, and she looked pretty down for a while. Jun also confirms his sister is seriously pretty, and even Blondie jumps in saying he knows tons of guys who had a crush on her. Jin still has no clue how to react and looks more thoughtful. Meanwhile, the beta guys are left wondering how Joo Jin can be so clueless about this. But then Sechu speaks up again, saying they still need to get to the bottom of this. Shin responds positively, and Sichu decides they can go right after school since there's no training. Meanwhile, the others around have no idea what these two are up to, and even Jonah asks if they were even paying attention to what was just said. The scene then cuts to Goziok's turf, where Taisu is sitting in a chair looking pretty pissed off. His lackey is telling him how everyone's treating them like trash. Recently, Song So-kai even beat them up, and all the nearby schools have been giving them hell lately. Taisu thinks back to just a few days ago when he got scolded by the elders, and everything seems to have fallen apart since he messed with our guy. His lackey quickly gathers all the guys and tells his boss they need to check on Daeyeon's crew before things get out of hand. The boss stays silent, dropping his cigarette and crushing it with his foot. He decides to stick to the plan, and his lackeys grin seeing their boss in better mood. That's when Joo Jin bursts into the room with Sokshu. The boss's face turns terrified, seeing those familiar faces. Even the lackeys who were smiling a moment ago now look scared. Everyone steps aside. As Jin heads straight for the boss, he suddenly stops and asks Taisu why he harassed his little sister. Taisu's mind flashes back to when he saw the siblings walking together and quickly explains he had no idea she was Joo Jin's sister. Of course, Taisu's answer just makes Joo Jin's blood boil, and even Sokyu starts radiating a deadly vibe. The boss quickly starts yelling that the encounter with his sister was purely coincidental. He explains his younger brother just tried to talk to her because he saw her on the street and didn't know she was Jin's sister until now. Our guy is intrigued hearing this, and the man further explains his brother had no bad intentions. Now that they know who she is, he'll make sure his brother doesn't come near her again. Jin stays silent, while the gangster still looks terrified. After exchanging final glances, Jin and Seok-shu start to walk away. Once outside, they slam the door shut behind them, and the boss quickly tells his lackeys they'll think about checking Daeyeon's crew another day, and he's sure they'll understand. Once outside, Jin meets up with his friends. They ask what was said, and he reveals it was really just a coincidence, and that the guy who talked to Daeyeon is Chea's younger brother. Yoon is shocked hearing this, and it's like her soul almost leaves her body. Meanwhile, Jana reminds them she already told them there was nothing to worry about, but Jin insists he still plans to keep a close eye on them for now. After all, they can't just take their word for it. A little later, Jin is sitting with Mr. Cha, who looks at his ramen and the other weird stuff and comments that it's been ages since he ate something like this outside a convenience store. He suggests they should have just grabbed some good barbecue instead. Jin, however, shuts down the idea, which annoys Mr. Cha. The gangster then mentions he heard our guy borrowed his motorcycle again. Jin admits it and promises to return it later that night. But Mr. Cha tells him to keep it, saying he'd just leave it parked anyway. Jin insists on giving it back, and Mr. Cha sighs, telling him to do whatever he wants. Once Cha grabs a big mouthful of noodles with his chopsticks, he starts slurping the deliciousness with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Jin politely enjoys his triangular rice ball, while Mr. Cha can't help but notice how Jin looks like an average teenager. But on the flip side, this same kid single-handedly wrecked the Kim family and ran SW Corporation like a pro. Suddenly, Mr. Cha calls out to Jin, asking what exactly he does every day. Jin just replies that he goes to school like any normal kid. Of course, Mr. Cha expected that kind of answer, but it's not what he really wanted to hear. The scene then shifts to that dub corp where the president stands looking out the window. It's always funny seeing that classic manga scene where the rich boss stares through the glass from his office. Meanwhile, the director's assistant reveals that many have expressed concerns about SW Corporation being a bit too aggressive in their expansion. The director just shrugs and says things get a little chaotic when people start looking out for their own interests. They're taking all necessary precautions with their expansion, but they can't avoid making some enemies along the way. The assistant agrees and points out that their aggressive tactics are causing trouble for that Dub Corp with some pretty shady organizations, and the advisors at Dub Corp have also noticed suspicious activities from other companies lately. In the next scene, Jin is sitting with the director, who offers him some tea, but our polite friend declines, saying he's fine. Then the director asks how working with the security team has been. Jin says it's been okay. The director keeps asking how he likes school, and Jin responds it's fine. Finally, the director asks if there's anything they can do to help him with anything, and Jin says no. Our guy then asks if that's all the director wanted to talk about, and if so, he's gonna head out because training is about to start. The old man happily tells him he can go, so Jin gets up from his seat, bows respectfully, and the director returns the gesture, leaving his assistant a bit puzzled because it's weird that the director is showing respect too, yet Jin starts to leave. Later, we see all the guards training hard in the hall. Amid their exercises, we catch up with Jin after a long time. His bodyguard notices that Jin isn't standing out like he used to. Jin gets curious and asks more about Jin. The bodyguard replies that although Jin doesn't shine as much as before, he's definitely faster and more athletic than his men. He's sure Jin has tons of experience because that skill level only comes from hardcore training and real combat, so there's no doubt he's had loads of professional training. After hearing this, Ji gets interested in Jin. She explains that even though he's young, he silently endured tough training, and the men have grown fond of him too. The scene then flashes back to the past, where Major Kang meets with Ji once again. While they talk, she advises him not to push himself too hard and get hurt. Kang replies he won't. Then she asks if he's still investigating that student he mentioned. At first, she has no clue what he's talking about, but then a bell rings in her mind. She pretends to be uninterested and asks if he means that kid named Jin, but in her thoughts, she's amazed to see how she still remembers Jin's name from that day and can't help but notice how anxious he looks after asking about Jin. Finally, Jia smiles and says she's no longer interested in Jin, which visibly lifts Major Kang's mood. Ji notices this shift and can definitely tell there's more to the story. In the present moment, as she looks at our guy, she wonders if Jin might meet her fiancé. After a while, we see her car speeding down the road with Jin sitting beside her. She casually throws out the idea that Jin should join her talent agency and suggests he could benefit from their top-notch acting or singing training programs. Jin, however, quickly shuts it down, saying he's just not interested. Jia can't help but be intrigued by his immediate and firm response. She wonders if he could at least pretend to consider it, finding his lack of hesitation a bit puzzling. Then, finally, she asks if he happens to know Major Kang and, on top of that, reveals that he's her fiancé. Of course, this news shocks Ju-jin and his mind flashes back to when Kang mentioned he had to meet his fiancé. Ju-jin has absolutely no doubt that she definitely knows Major Kang. When she looks at him, she's left confused, since Ju-jin just sits there looking clearly unfazed by this unexpected bombshell. My friend just seems way too chill to the point it's weird, because this definitely isn't his style. Even she senses something different about him but can't put her finger on it. A little later, once they reach their destination, Ji heads into the corporate building. Meanwhile, Ju-jin and his superior enter the exclusive staff lounge to freshen up. Meanwhile, Ju-jin can't stop thinking about the fact that Ji is Major Kang's fiancé. He just can't wrap his head around it. While the guards wait outside the ladies' restroom, we see Jie inside fixing her face. Then we notice someone else enters the bathroom and, not gonna lie, this woman who just walked in looks kinda sketchy at first glance. The woman also starts using one of the sinks just over Jie's right shoulder. Just as Jie stands there calmly, that shady woman quickly presses a chloroform-soaked rag right over Jie's face. After Jie finally collapses unconscious, we see the guards outside have also been neutralized. The black-haired woman then quickly orders her henchmen to hurry up and move the goods. Suddenly, the head bodyguard gets a shocking report. Mr. Shin has disappeared and Jinu and Kung Woo, who were supposed to escort him, have been found unconscious on the floor. Without wasting a second, the chief orders his soldiers to lock down all exits and secure the surveillance footage immediately. Our guy bolts out of the bathroom as soon as he hears the news and runs down the hallway thinking the intruders have disarmed security and secured their target, so it's only a matter of time before they make their getaway by car. After rushing down the stairs, he finally reaches the parking lot. He spots a man getting into a car and quickly moves to block his path, only to realize it's just some clueless dude inside. Meanwhile, the real criminals speed away in their getaway car from the other side. Ju-jin sprints after them full throttle. Without hesitation, he jumps in front of their car, but those bastards don't even slow down and try to run him over. While those jerks escape, our guy quickly radios in that he spotted the suspicious vehicle, which is a black minivan. Jin wastes no time and leaps over parked cars trying to grab onto the minivan. Meanwhile, the other guards surround the exit, ready with spike strips to stop the van. But it's too late because the driver floors the gas, running over the guards and everything in front of the vehicle, escaping without a hitch. While our friend is still hanging onto that van, the minivan violently sways and Jin struggles to hold on as the vehicle rocks back and forth. Just as he's fighting to keep his grip, his mind flashes back to a conversation with Major Kang. In the memory, Ju-jin is sitting with Kang, who's explaining what family means. Kang says that even though family means something different to everyone, it's something truly valuable. Jin still doesn't fully get it, so Kang gives him an example. His dedication to serving his country might be so strong, because that's also where his family lives. Innocently, Ju-jin asks if anyone would give their life for their family too. Kang is surprised and at first doesn't know how to answer. Then he smiles and says that if it came to that, he'd do it gladly. Back in the present, as Ju-jin clings to the minivan, he grits his teeth and holds on tighter. He hits the minivan so hard that the glass starts to crack. The driver, distracted by the commotion, doesn't notice a car coming at the intersection. The two vehicles collide and Ju-jin is violently thrown, landing about 30 feet away. Right at that moment, the guy in the minivan takes the chance, hits the gas, and speeds away. Ju-jin then starts running after the van. Inside, a black-haired woman shoots him a mischievous look. As Ju-jin chases the van, he starts to fall behind until the vehicle disappears from sight. Once he's exhausted, he stops. But just then, the senior guard arrives and quickly asks where the van went. Ju-jin doesn't answer. Instead, he gets in the car, which annoys the senior guard, who sternly tells him to get out. But Ju-jin tells him to just hit the gas and gives the exact direction where the van went. Reluctantly, the senior guard speeds off. Then he also informs his subordinates that the kidnappers took a side road to the right and instructs them to coordinate with the police and dispatch their units. He also reminds Ju-jin that he should get off on the way home since he's just a kid and not part of the security team. He adds that Ju-jin's involvement in this mess wasn't his responsibility, but Ju-jin replies that he's currently in practical training and chose to be here tonight, so he's the only one responsible for being here. He also reports that he saw a man and a woman in the vehicle. Both were Asian, but he didn't notice any other accomplices with them. While the senior guard looks at Ju-jin, ready to scold him more, he notices Ju-jin's injured face and hands. Worried, he quickly asks if Ju-jin is okay. Ju-jin says he's fine. The veteran struggles to accept the fact that Ju-jin was reported hanging onto the vehicle and was the first to locate the kidnappers. He even managed to hold on as long as he could, identified their route, and even saved Miss Jo. Once the veteran realizes that Jin has proven himself in this situation, he can't think of anyone more reliable right now. Meanwhile, Jonas gets news that Madame Gae has been kidnapped. His guard explains that they've left security at a minimum and sent all units to search for her. Team 2 and NGU are currently chasing the kidnappers. Jonas perks up when Ju-jin is mentioned, and the bodyguard explains that Ju-jin was on duty with them when the incident happened. A while later, Ju-jin and his senior guard head to a ruined factory because that's the last place the kidnappers were seen. Just in time, they also see the same minivan and the kidnappers carrying Miss G in a wheelchair with them. The senior knows they don't have time to wait for reinforcements, so he tells Ju-jin to stay put. Getting out of the car, he's surprised to see a group of scruffy dudes coming out of the minivan, each armed with a sharp knife. Ju-jin also gets out and insists they can't wait for anyone else to arrive. The senior then reminds him this isn't like training, it's a real fight. Shin quickly replies that he doesn't care. This answer triggers a flashback for the senior, who remembers the shock he felt when the leader of Team 3 revealed that our guy is a professional fighter. The gorilla even confirms it again, saying that based on everything he's seen, that's at least his conclusion. Back in the present, as our guy confidently moves forward, the bodyguard finally decides to step down more. He tells Jin he'll handle things inside the hideout, so he better not let those dirty pigs beat him. Just then, one of the thugs tries to stab the veteran, but our guy sneaks up behind the sucker and lands a devastating blow to his face, making the dagger fall from his hand. But before he can catch his breath, another idiot throws his dagger at our guy. But once again, my dude throws this idiot backward and Jane quickly grabs the fallen dagger from the ground and stands up to face these dumbasses. The thug who lost his dagger hurriedly gets up only for his boss to start scolding him, because he's not thrilled seeing his grown men getting beaten by some punk kid like this. Then he reprimands Jane, asking if they allow kids to carry knives in their security team. The other thugs start backing off, telling their buddy to handle Jane while they go after the senior, but it looks like they seriously underestimated him. Their jaws drop when my guy grabs another thug and breaks his hand with a satisfying crack. A dude tries to stab Jane, but he quickly flips the script, grabbing the thug and slicing open his belly before stabbing the dagger into his shoulder. When the thug falls to the ground, the others start to feel a bit scared. When Jane shoots them a deadly glare, they finally get the message that this kid is a legit bodyguard. Jane charges at the remaining thugs, cutting them down left and right, taking them out one by one until only one thug is left. The last thug quickly blocks Jane's attack. When he tries to hit Jane again, my dude grabs his hand. With his other hand, he cuts his own belly, kicks the thug's leg, and puts the knife to the thug's neck. But instead of cutting his throat, he uses the back of the dagger to knock the thug unconscious. Meanwhile, the kidnappers inside the hideout are still dragging Miss Yai. The lady is frustrated because security is closing in faster than they expected. Her accomplice reports they've alerted the client that they've secured the target. She explains it's a bit early, but they'll have to move to the next location soon, since the security team will be tightening the noose. Speaking of the King of Rome, the leader of Team 2 bursts in. The male kidnapper quickly tells his partner that he's the head of the target security team. While the old man grits his teeth staring at the kidnappers, someone tries to sneak up behind him, but the old man quickly dodges the attack, and when the bulky thug charges at him again, the old man grabs his hand and lands a hard punch to his face. Another thug runs at him with a dagger, but the old man quickly takes him down too. Just when it seems the old man has the upper hand, the situation takes a sharp turn. Despite his skill, even the most experienced fighter can't compete with a gun. One of the kidnappers pulls out a weapon, its barrel gleaming under the dim light, and points it directly at Yai's head. They coldly warn the old man they won't hesitate to pull the trigger if they have to. The threat hangs in the air like a deadly promise, and the old man can only show his frustration with a twisted face. The man makes it very clear she'll die the moment he moves, so the old man doesn't budge an inch. Then these despicable kidnappers shoot the old man's shoulder with a single bullet, making his face go ghostly pale from the pain. Meanwhile, the idiot who just pulled the trigger feels strangely fascinated that the old man barely flinches. The woman next to him tells him to finish the job, insisting they don't have time to waste, so the man decides to pull the trigger again while the old man takes one last look at Yai, bracing for his final moments. Just as the monster is about to pull the trigger, the old man apologizes to Ji, but before he can die in this dramatic scene, two daggers appear out of nowhere, piercing the man's hand. On the other side, the woman in black is dodging side to side while Jane runs to Yai, grabs her wheelchair, and starts sprinting at full speed. The thug is completely baffled by this, and the other old man's face also turns pale. Meanwhile, the thug starts firing bullets again while Jane tries to get as far away as possible. At that moment, the sword takes down the soldier happily with him and both fall to the ground. Ju-jin looks at his superior, who quickly tells him not to look back and just run. Without wasting time, Ju-jin speeds up in the wheelchair and keeps moving forward. A little later, Ja starts to open her eyes with difficulty, but before she can react, someone covers her mouth from behind. Luckily, it's just Ju-jin. He tells her to stay quiet, and when she nods in agreement, he removes his hand. The woman then asks why he's here if she was in the bathroom. Ju-jin points out she'll feel dizzy for a while because of the sedative. That's when her mind flashes back and she remembers she was kidnapped. Zhu Jin confirms it, saying he and the team leader arrived first and security is on the way with the police. Zhu Jin looks around to make sure no one's nearby and feels a bit relieved that she's awake, which will make moving her easier, but he knows they won't have much time before someone finds them in this dead-end corner. And the worst part is the enemy is armed. Meanwhile, he wonders if her kidnapping has anything to do with the new acquisitions in Suo Corporation's expansion, even though she had nothing to do with those deals. She looks at Zhu Jin and screams that he's hurt, but Zhu Jin downplays it, saying he's totally fine. But Jia doesn't buy that crap because she can see his shoulders injured, his fingers are hurt, and on top of that, he's not even her bodyguard. She's confused about why he'd bother helping her and is surprised at how reliable he's turned out to be. Just then, they hear that familiar voice of the woman who's behind this whole kidnapping. She approaches them, gun in hand, and tells Zhu Jin to get out right now. She threatens that if this drags on too long, they won't hesitate to kill the Reen. Also, she insists they better end this peacefully and save the Reen before things get worse. Jia feels terrified hearing this threat and quickly gets up from the wheelchair, thinking she can't let this kid get any more involved. Despite his skills, he's just a teenager and she feels she has to step in and protect him before he does something reckless. Jin signals her to stop and makes some cryptic finger gestures, which I don't get at all, but it seems Jia understands what he's trying to say, so she stays quiet and Zhu Jin finally steps out of hiding and raises his hands silently. The kidnapper woman is convinced Jia must be behind that container. She reflects on how she couldn't believe it when she saw our guy hanging off the van, even though he's just a kid. Then she mocks him, saying he's probably watched too many action movies because even a hero can die. I guess she's right because no matter how brave you are, you're no match for a gun barrel pointed straight at you. But Zhu Jin stays calm, even with a gun aimed at him. Jia finally yells for her to wait. As soon as the kidnapper looks in Jia's direction, Zhu Jin seizes his chance. He throws a blade at her hand, hitting her hard. Before she can catch her breath, another dagger whistles past her and right then, Zhu Jin jumps on her and they both fall to the ground, her gun sliding from her hands. She quickly grabs one of the daggers hidden near her thigh and tries to throw it at Zhu Jin, but he steps back just in time and they put some distance between them. The woman then lunges at Zhu Jin and starts her deadly dance of attacks and slashes. After a fierce exchange, she takes a brutal hit to the stomach and falls backward. Her gun drops to the floor. She quickly locates her gun, grabs it, and points it with a smile, thinking she finally has the upper hand. But Zhu Jin moves fast and grabs the gun, twisting it out of her reach. Now the gun's pointing right at her. The woman is sweating and totally confused about how this happened. Meanwhile, Jin is impressed by Zhu Jin's moves while our guy just stands there cool as a cucumber. The woman smiles again, saying, "Must have watched a lot of movies." Then she mocks him, pointing out that while he might fight, she doubts he's got the guts to actually pull the trigger. She admits that bodyguards might practice target shooting, but shooting a living person is a whole different story. However, she's completely wrong about that, and Zhu Jin doesn't hesitate for a second before putting a bullet right into her thigh, making blood splash everywhere. The woman is absolutely stunned, unable to believe he didn't think twice before pulling the trigger. What confuses her the most is that his eyes stay completely still after firing the gun, like he's already used to it. She still can't figure out how a kid from such a peaceful country could fight like that, but when she looks closer, she recognizes those eyes and gets chills down her spine, realizing he's code 001. Before she can say anything else, Zhu Jin smacks her in the face with the gun, knocking her out cold and making her fall to the ground. Jin is totally impressed by how effortlessly Zhu Jin takes her down, like it's nothing. Meanwhile, back with the senior, it looks like he's finished dealing with his opponent too, though he's badly hurt with blood dripping from his shoulder. Unfortunately, the senior is surrounded by a bunch of thugs. That bastard from before stands up, puts his hat back on, and picks up his gun from the floor. A bulky guy throws a punch at the veteran, but the veteran quickly dodges and throws a punch of his own. Suddenly, the bastard points his gun at the veteran and admits he underestimated the SW Association's head of security. He acknowledges they wouldn't have been able to kidnap her if they hadn't waited until the end of her shift. On the other hand, the veteran seems close to giving up. He fought here just to buy Jia and Zhu Jin time to escape, but he can't be sure if they got away, since that woman went after Zhu Jin. For some reason, though, the old man has a gut feeling that Zhu Jin will handle it and feels surprisingly confident about it. He's so confident that even the guy standing there can't help but notice the smile spreading across the senior's face. Finally, he asks what's behind the senior's smile, but the bodyguard doesn't say a word, just keeps that grin on his face. The guy with the hat warns that if the old man thinks Jin is safe just because a woman went after him, then he's seriously underestimating that woman. He assures no man here can beat her, and now that she's pissed, Zhu Jin will soon be begging to be taken out of his misery. The old man's smile finally fades and he grits his teeth in frustration. The kidnapper also says he didn't send anyone after Zhu Jin, because she'll finish him off before they even get there. The guy with the hat then starts pulling the trigger on his gun, telling the old man to focus on saving himself because he's about to die. Suddenly, a bullet rips a hole through the hat guy's hand and blood splatters everywhere. He staggers back, and his gun falls to the ground. The senior quickly spins around to see where the shot came from and is shocked to find Ju Jin there holding a gun. The hat guy is sweating buckets. His blood is spilling, and he's furious trying to figure out what the hell Ju Jin is doing here. He's also worried, wondering what might have happened to his grown-up friend who went after Ju Jin earlier. Guess he was way too confident in her. On the other hand, Ju Jin fires another bullet and puts it in the thigh of the guy with the hat. Then she turns and points the gun at the senior. For a moment, the senior's heart skips a beat, but before he can react, Ju Jin starts shooting. But to the senior's surprise, the bullets whiz past him, taking out the henchmen surrounding him from all directions. When Ju Jin runs out of ammo, the senior looks around only to find all the men on the floor groaning in pain. What fascinates the senior the most is that Ju Jin didn't even hesitate while drilling those bastards and disarming them with just one bullet each. Meanwhile, Jia is standing with her ears covered, and once the gunfire stops, she looks up. Meanwhile, the senior bodyguard's mind recalls what the leader of Team 3 said. That's Ju Jin. She's definitely a pro. Just in time, reinforcements arrive and cover the entire area. The police quickly start their work, cuffing all the injured thugs. Meanwhile, some soldiers approach Jie and ask if she's okay. In response, the lady quickly assures them she's perfectly fine. Then she notices our guy talking to the officers. Once Ju Jin confirms he's with the security team leader, the soldiers quickly begin treating his wounds. Jin approaches him, asking if he's alright. He replies that he's fine, but Ji questions. How can he say he's okay in his condition? Our guy just says he has no mobility issues so far, so he's mostly fine. Plus, he adds that a few bruises from saving a VIP from kidnapping is a pretty good outcome. Then Ju Jin says he has a favor to ask. Jai looks surprised and quickly asks, "What's up?" Ju Jin reveals he doesn't want to worry his family until his wounds are treated, so he needs to tell them he's attending a security team workshop. Jin is a bit confused, wondering if that's all he wanted to talk about. Then she just walks away, telling him to go get those wounds treated. But before leaving, he doesn't forget to thank Ju Jin for his help. Shortly after, the major also arrives and places a hand on Ju Jin's shoulder, gives him a warm smile, and tells Ju Jin they'll see each other next time. With that, Ji and her bodyguard walk away. Then, the scene shifts to an unknown place where a mysterious man is sitting behind a desk in a dimly lit office. An unknown henchman stands behind him, delivering the bad news that their attempt to kidnap Jay has failed. The boss smiles upon hearing this and explains that the success of kidnapping her was never the real goal, because it was just a way to send a message to SW Corporation. He details that they'll start being more careful once they realize the problems their expansion might cause, and that's all he's after. The scene then switches to a cell where the same woman from the kidnapping is sitting. She looks annoyed as she says she never expected a beast like Jin to be on her payroll, and she's talking about the mercenary, who really is a force to be reckoned with. The man just stays silent, so the woman continues saying that if she had known he was working with SW Corporation, she would have handled things very differently. In fact, she probably wouldn't have taken the job at all. The man acts like he knows nothing, but the woman tells him not to play dumb. She points out that Ju Jin, the mercenary, always keeps his face covered, but she recognized his eyes because she had crossed paths with him before. She mentions that about 6 months ago, Ju Jin disappeared off the radar, and there were all kinds of rumors about his retirement or even death. She never thought he'd end up working for SW Corp. The man's response stays the same, and he even claims he can't make sense of any of it. See, he's heard a couple things about that mercenary and finds it pretty funny, imagining one of his guards being a top-tier mercenary. The woman finally stops arguing because, let's be real, talking to this guy is like trying to reason with a brick wall. A little later, we're at the corporation's medical center, and the first person we see is Mrs. G chilling in one of the rooms. I used to think she was a total villain, but turns out she's not that bad. Just super curious about our guy. We also see her bodyguard pacing around. When Jin asks what he's doing here since he got shot, he calmly says he can handle simple stuff without any problem. Jeno agrees and tells him to go home and rest because one less man on duty won't make a big difference. Anyway, the guard insists he just can't rest, feeling responsible since all the chaos happened while he was off duty. He further explains that the mercenaries were working from abroad and they still haven't figured out who they were working for. Even the mercenaries themselves don't know their client, since several middlemen were involved. Jin's mood turns sad as he reflects on how first Jana was the target and now she's been kidnapped too. She asks if it's all just a coincidence. The guard shakes his head, saying this definitely isn't a coincidence. Well, this just makes Jie feel even more down. Then she thinks about how our guy handled the whole situation like a total beast and looked even more badass than during training. She reminds her guard that, after all, he's not just your average teenager. The man agrees, admitting he's definitely not an average dude. In her mind, she figures Grandpa must know Ju Jin's real identity since he put the kid on his security team. Then she recalls that Jin had multiple broken ribs and torn off nails from fighting the kidnappers, plus a deep cut on his shoulder from a stray bullet. The guard points out that Jin had been clinging to his vehicle during the attack and probably got those injuries when he fell. Ji's face goes pale, realizing that Jin managed to take on all those thugs, even with all those wounds, and even fought off 5 guys with knives while she was knocked out. Well, that just adds another layer to the whole thing, and her expression looks even more shocked than before. The guard agrees it doesn't make much sense, but it's crazy true that Jin pulled all that off. Jin jumps up from his bed, bolts to the door, and heads straight to the room where Jin is hospitalized. As soon as he bursts in, he finds him putting on his Special Forces uniform again. When Jin looks around, he sees Wei, his bodyguard. The lady wastes no time and immediately asks what the hell he's doing dressing up. Jin explains he's going home since he hasn't been there in 2 days. Jin reminds him he's seriously injured and can't leave until they finish treating him. Jin says he'd rather rest and heal at home. Ji starts yelling, telling him not to be ridiculous, and asking who gave him permission to do something so reckless. Our guy just says the doctor told him to. Despite all of Guy's protests, Jin just packs his bag, and the lady also asks how he plans to explain this to his family. Jin replies that the bruises on his face can easily be explained by saying he got hurt during training, and she's annoyed seeing how this dude has an answer for everything. Then she tells her bodyguard she needs a moment alone with Jin. Once the guard leaves, she tells Jin she wants him to work for her after he graduates. Our guy looks at her, and Jin says there's nothing for him if he stays with Jonah, because, as she says, she's just a kid. She goes on explaining that Jonah only has her parents' inheritance but lacks the means to secure her own future. On the other hand, Jin claims he can guarantee our guy a safe and secure future. After a moment of silence, Jin says he has a question. Hearing this, Jin assumes he's probably curious about the salary, so she quickly tells him not to worry, since she'll make sure he's paid more than he can imagine with a bunch of extra benefits on top. But Jin flat out refuses to think about that and, instead asks what she meant by staying with Jonah. The woman stays silent for a moment, then abruptly asks if he's dating Jonah, to which Jin firmly says no. But Jin thinks to herself that Jonah always waits for him during training, which probably means she has a serious crush on him, since she tells him to come work for her after he graduates, promising to make his family happy and get him a good job right away. Jin seems tempted by the offer but doesn't say much in response and just tells her he'll think about it. Later, back at the apartment, we see Jonah and Grandpa. Both are completely shocked when Jin explains he got hurt during training. Grandpa asks if it's serious, to which Jin reassures him it's not, saying it's just blisters on his fingers and the doctor said it's nothing to worry about. The old man then asks his grandson if the security team he's working with is really what he wants to pursue in the future. Jin doesn't give a definite answer, just says it's what interests him for now. Grandpa reminds him that even if this feels like what he has to do right now, he can always change course if he finds something else he's passionate about in the future. Since Jin is still young, Grandpa adds that he'll support him no matter what he chooses to do. Jin smiles back and agrees with his grandpa. Grandpa then gets a little awkward and asks if he suddenly jumped into a tough topic. He mentions that high school seniors often worry about their future careers and wonders if he might have scolded them. Jonah laughs it off and assures Grandpa that he didn't say anything wrong. Meanwhile, Jin means boosting chops. The scene then shifts to a family camp where we see the same guy with the eye patch. His sidekick reports that 032 strayed off course without notifying anyone and suspects it might be because he heard the news that 01 was targeted for elimination. The eye patch guy just mocks 032, calling him an idiot, and says no one should let their emotions control their actions when one of their brothers is killed. That's why he thinks having a family is totally useless. Meanwhile, we see a mysterious man who could very well be 032. It wouldn't be surprising if he came to Korea to meet our guy. The scene then cuts back to Jin, who is stretching his fingers to make sure they work right. His mind flashes back to the memory of the kidnapper woman, who seemed to recognize him as someone familiar. He has no idea who she was, but if she knows him by his mercenary name, maybe she's not connected to the camp. Suddenly, his phone rings, and when he looks at the screen, he sees it's Jonah calling. A little later, Jin finds himself outside a convenience store. Not surprisingly, Jonah is there too, and they have piles of kimbap triangles spread out on their table. The girl quickly points out she didn't have dinner and was craving kimbap triangles, but 032 still thinks to himself that all that food looks like way too much. However, she also invites him to enjoy dinner, since she's sure he hasn't eaten either. She quickly opens one of the kimbaps while mentioning she heard he got pretty hurt and asks if he's okay now. He answers that he is. Then he explains he went to see him at the hospital, but they said no visitors were allowed and didn't let her in. And Ji also told her not to visit at that time. She admits she was really worried, since he was absent from school yesterday. Gina explains that Grandpa told him to take the day off. Jonah finds it touching how he really listens to his grandpa, but then she feels a little down, mentioning how she had to rescue Ji all by herself from the danger threatening his life. In response, Jin says that's not entirely true and clarifies that the leader of Security Team 2 did everything. The Team 2 leader tracked them down, acted as a liaison with the police and SW security team, and even created a distraction when he got shot so Ju Jin could escape. The leader stayed behind until the end to make sure Ju Jin got out safely. Without his support, our guy admits he wouldn't have been able to do anything for Ji. Jana looks a bit uncomfortable hearing the truth, probably because she didn't expect our guy to explain everything in detail. Seogu agrees that if what Ju Jin says is true, then the team leader was indeed the one who carried out the rescue. Ju Jin quickly agrees with his friend, but Seogu points out that the team leader couldn't have pulled off this rescue mission alone, and the report clearly shows how much Jane contributed to saving Ji. Our guy then highlights that they're basically a team and the goal is to keep the VIP safe, not figure out who did the most. Seogu nods, saying that's absolutely right. Jana feels a little out of place, probably because this isn't the kind of conversation she's used to. Just then, Ju Jin's phone rings, and when he checks it, Jana asks what's up and if there's a problem. Ju Jin shyly admits they need him in the game room because Jun just texted saying they need an extra player and he should hurry up. But Jana reminds him he's still injured and questions how he's going to play with his hand like that. Gina clears up that it really doesn't matter because he's pretty bad anyway. Jonah's once again a bit uneasy about her bluntness. The scene then shifts to Dawn walking down the sidewalk thinking about grabbing something to eat for Jo Jin. Her thoughts flash back to a memory where a group of girls surrounded Jonah, asking why Jin hadn't been at school the past few days. Jonah explained that he was traveling and had hurt his hands a little. The girls got startled and asked if it was serious. Jonah assured them it wasn't. The girls quickly cheered up, saying they were glad it wasn't serious and that it wasn't his face that got hurt because they couldn't stand the idea of a face like his getting scarred. Jonah silently agrees, while thinking about how Jin seems to be getting more and more popular lately. Suddenly, Dawn hears some voices nearby. When she looks toward the commotion, she sees a group of thugs. They start to panic when Dawn realizes there's no one around to ask for help. But when she looks closer, she recognizes one of the thugs as the same guy who tried to ask for her number earlier. Her mind flashes back to that encounter and she remembers he didn't seem like a bad person, so maybe he'd listen. She gathers her courage, approaches the group, and nervously stammers an excuse to get their attention. At first, the bully snaps back arrogantly, asking, "Who the hell are you?" But his face turns pale with anxiety when Dawn realizes she's the same girl he tried to harass. Then, he frantically starts explaining that this isn't what it looks like and claims that this guy bumped into them first while they were just passing by and then started demanding food. Dawn apologizes on behalf of this guy and asks if they can let him go. Clearly, the bully isn't thrilled about doing what she's asking, but eventually, they start to back off. Then she turns to the hoodie guy and asks if he's okay. The hoodie guy is surprised at first but quickly asks if she could buy him something. Shortly after, they're sitting outside, and it's clear the guy has devoured a ton of triangular kimbap like a starving dog and you can still see him chewing the last piece. After that, he grabs a bottle of water, and once his stomach is full, he feels like he's floating on clouds. Dawn watches him curiously as the guy quickly apologizes, explaining he didn't mean to bother her but was so hungry he couldn't resist asking for food. Dawn reassures him it's no big deal, and the guy explains he lost his wallet as soon as he arrived in the country, so he hasn't eaten in a few days. She then reminds him he should have asked for help at the embassy, and the guy feels a little dumb for not just doing that. The girl checks her phone, and Dawn realizes it's gotten late and Jo Jin must be waiting for her to come home. So she quickly offers some money to the guy, saying it's just a little something in case he gets hungry again. With that, she starts running off in a hurry, leaving the guy intrigued about her. We can clearly see this guy is the 032 we've been hearing about. And by the way, he looks pretty feminine, so don't be surprised if it turns out to be a girl later in the story. The scene then flashes back to the past, where we see Jo Jin bursting into a room with a gun in hand. Inside, he finds this lady protecting a little girl. Jo Jin doesn't fire immediately, but his comm tells him to eliminate the target and return to base immediately. The ponytailed girl trembles with fear, and that's when Jo Jin hears someone calling him and suddenly wakes up abruptly from this nasty dream. He quickly sits up in bed and can literally feel his pulse pounding. Then they start hearing the sound of dishes from the living room. He goes out and finds Jonah and Grandpa there. The old man looks at him and asks why he's up when he should be resting. Jo Jin replies that it's time to go back to school. Grandpa insists that resting and getting better is more important right now than worrying about school. Jana then silently gestures from behind for him to just do what Grandpa says. And without a doubt, Jin agrees with his elder with a pleasant smile. Before leaving, the old man mentions that he'll be home late tonight because his colleague, Mr. Lee, isn't feeling well, so he's covering his shift. Jin then asks Dan why she's leaving so early. She replies that she got up early and plans to study a bit before school starts. As usual, he reminds her that breakfast is on the table, so she better eat. Jue Jin gives a quick smile and she quietly leaves, leaving behind a delicious spread of food for him. Later, we find ourselves outside, and as Ju Jin strolls down the street, his phone buzzes with a notification, and it's Jin Hung sending a message urging him to get back on the team as soon as possible. Just then, Jana also jumps into the conversation and tells Jin Hung to count her in 2, but Jin Hung brutally shuts her down, telling her she should start practicing with bots first. Just as Jue Jin smiles at the lively chat between his friends, we see 032 walking on the other side of the street. Our guy's smile fades when he spots him. Sure, there's something familiar about that figure. He quickly heads toward the guy, but 032 slips into an alley. Jin picks up the pace and follows him into the alley. Once inside, he can't see the guy anywhere. He follows the path further and ends up at a construction site. After climbing one of the buildings, he scans the area and soon spots his old friend, who now holds a gun pointed right at him. Fenby doesn't hesitate and opens fire, sending a burst of bullets his way, but our guy quickly dives behind a nearby wall for cover while his old wounds still ache. The effeminate guy starts walking toward our guy and can't help but comment on how long it's been since they last met. He admits he was a bit surprised to see someone following him, but he's even more shocked when he realizes it was our guy. That's when Jin finally realizes this dude is 032. The hoodie guy keeps walking forward and points out that he already knows 036's habits, so it's no surprise to him that our guy is still alive. He finds it fascinating that he didn't even have to search to find our guy. Then, Zhu Jin asks if the camp sent him to take him out, but that question just goes over the effeminate guy's head, and he has no clue what Zhu Jin's talking about. Zhu Jin, on the other hand, already knows the camp would never send someone to finish a job 036 couldn't complete. But the effeminate guy just tells our guy to shut up already since he's no longer his leader. Despite that, Jin keeps pushing for more info, asking if the camp didn't send him, then he must have run off without anyone's permission. Fenby simply replies that none of this should matter to a traitor like him. He claims he doesn't want to hold any grudges against our guy, but his circumstances force him to. But he does mention that 036 was his only family, the only person who cared about him in that hellish camp. While 032 rambles on with his sentimental talk, Zhu Jin quickly throws a metal projectile at him, hitting the gun in 032's hands. Distracted, 032 loses focus, allowing Zhu Jin to jump on him and both fall to the ground. 032 quickly tries to break free and points the gun right at Zhu Jin's face, but Zhu Jin reacts fast, kicking 032's hand and sending the gun flying without missing a beat. 032 pulls out a knife and tries to slash Yu Jin with it. Their exchange is so fast it's hard to follow, but finally Zhu Jin grabs 032's hand, clenches his fist, and punches him in the face. But 032 blocks the hit with his hands and counters with a kick, hitting Zhu Jin right where he's already hurt. Our guy asks if 032 has reported everything to the camp, but 032 dodges the question by asking since when Zhu Jin got so chatty. He reminds Yu Jin he's no longer his leader, so he doesn't have to answer him. Right now, Zhu Jin is just a target. After those words, he pushes Zhu Jin back and throws his dagger at him. When both step back, it's clear Zhu Jin has been cut in the stomach. Meanwhile, back at school, the teacher is giving the class like usual, but Dahyun is lost in her thoughts, hoping Zhu Jin doesn't skip breakfast. She's worried he needs to eat well to recover fast. Back in the fight, Zhu Jin and his old friend keep clashing. When the dagger swings at Zhu Jin again, he quickly grabs 032's arm and lands a brutal punch right on his face. The hoodie guy slides back after throwing his blade, totally gasping for air. Zhu Jin's side hurts from the cut as he asks, "Hey," once again to 032, reporting everything to the camp. Again, Fenby dodges the direct questions and wonders why Jin's suddenly talking so much. Then he makes it clear he won't tell a traitor who killed his friend, 006, anything. Then he moves his sword again, but Zhu Jin jumps on him fast, hitting him hard in the face. Zhu Jin keeps throwing powerful punches and finally lands a devastating blow to 032's stomach, making him stagger back. Meanwhile, 032 spots the gun on his left shoulder. Before he can grab it, Zhu Jin lunges down, but 032 manages to pick up the gun and points it straight at Zhu Jin. Zhu Jin reacts fast, grabbing the barrel and redirecting the bullets to harmlessly bounce off the ceiling. Once the shooting stops, Zhu Jin pins the effeminate guy against a pillar and he starts groaning in pain. Zhu Jin then asks if he's here out of loyalty to the camp or to avenge 006. The effeminate guy doesn't answer. Instead, he knees Zhu Jin in the gut and points his gun at him again. He starts firing another burst of bullets, but Zhu Jin quickly ducks behind the pillar trying to shield himself. The effeminate guy grits his teeth and keeps shooting, dead set on taking our guy down. Shin looks back and sees 032 walking away. As soon as he tries to follow that bastard, he falls behind, struggling because of his wounds with one last cut bleeding badly. In desperation, he calls his friend Soku, and when the black-haired guy answers, His face goes pale, hearing Ju Jin's request for surveillance data in the area. Seju quickly starts moving and Jana notices him leaving the classroom. Once outside, he asks Ju Jin why he's getting involved in something so complicated again. However, he tells Ju Jin he'll call back in a few minutes and advises him to just send the physical description and location he wants to track. After the call ends, we find ourselves outside where the effeminate guy is strolling down his path, totally pissed, thinking if our guy hadn't been busy asking all those questions, he could have killed him multiple times. He also notices that Jin has gotten way stronger since the camp days. Then he remembers how our guy was asking if he's here to avenge 006's death or if he was sent by the camp. He has no clue why he was asking those questions or why Jin didn't just kill him right away. While 032 walks, the same bully and his goons spot him again. A creepy grin spreads across the bully's face as he decides to mess with him once more. 032 also sees the thugs and definitely isn't hyped about wasting time with these idiots, so he just ignores them and keeps walking forward. Suddenly, a few more thugs block 032's path, looming over him like they're gonna eat him alive. But in the blink of an eye, all these thugs are piled on the ground like tossed-out toys. As number 032 walks, he notices Daeyeon Hun standing nearby. When their eyes meet, the girl quickly recognizes him as the same guy from before. The guy starts digging in his pockets, pulls out a note, and hands it to her, thanking her for her earlier help. He says that's all he has right now, but promises to pay the rest back soon. Daeyeon Hun then tells him he doesn't have to do this and worries he might have nothing left for himself. She tilts her head and assures him everything will be fine. Later, they stop at a restaurant. Daeyeon Hun comments that he shouldn't have paid back the money until he saved more. The guy just replies that not everyone has to wait until they have extra to pay someone back for their help. Then she asks him how old he is, and he replies that he's 17. Jana finds it fascinating that they're the same age, and 032 is also surprised to hear this. With that in mind, Jana quickly decides to befriend him since they're the same age, and 032 agrees with the idea. It's funny to see her trying to make friends even though she doesn't even know his name yet. Then she asks if he's from abroad, and he confirms that he is, saying he's traveling right now. When she asks if he's traveling with friends, he says he's alone. Jana is intrigued by this. She finds it fascinating that he travels solo. She asks how many countries he's visited, and he admits he's not exactly sure, but has probably been to almost 20 countries. While they're chatting, Jo Jin finally arrives too, but slows down when he sees 032 sitting there, his eyes nearly popping out when Daeyeon realizes he's sitting with Da-hyun. Jo Jin is surprised that 032 wasn't aiming at his sister. When Da-hyun calls Jo Jin's name, 032 is also surprised to see that she knows him. Daeyeon asks how long he's been in Korea. The guy initially stays silent, but finally says he'll stay until he's done with what he's doing here. She smiles and comments that he must be staying nearby since she ran into him again. The guy confirms it and says he had some business in this area but also assumes she must live around here. Then he feels a bit awkward for asking such an obvious question. But Daeyeon Han reassures him by saying she actually doesn't live there. Her school is just around the corner. Suddenly, Jo Jin rushes in. And before 032 can react, our guy grabs him and throws him to the ground, leaving him in pain. Then Jo Jin picks up a chopstick from the trash and tries to stab it into 032's face. However, 032 quickly grabs Jo Jin's hand, but Jo Jin responds by throwing a punch instead. After their brief exchange of blows, both finally step back for a moment to catch their breath. Jo Jin feels guilty for dragging his sister into this mess and stands there frustrated with himself. Daeyeon Hun, on the other hand, is baffled by what's going on. 032, clenching his jaw, tells Jo Jin they should take this somewhere else because Da-hyun has nothing to do with this. Jo Jin is shocked that 032 wasn't aiming at his sister. When Da-hyun calls out Jo Jin's name, 032 is also surprised to see she knows him. She yells at her brother and demands to know what's going on and why he's here, but instead of answering, Jo Jin tells her to leave immediately. The girl asks once more what he's doing here, but suddenly she feels a chill run down her spine from the serious look in his eyes, which is the same look she's seen before. Then she points out that he's badly injured. On the other hand, the effeminate guy finally asks if she knows Jo Jin, and she replies that he's her brother, her older brother. In fact, she also apologizes for Jo Jin's behavior, explaining that he's not usually like this. The guy is initially surprised but then smiles, seeing how much coincidence there is in this. Jo Jin tells his sister to give them a moment, and Da-hyun quickly agrees. When 032 and Jo Jin face off, 032 comments that he didn't think Jo Jin was really his brother and asks why he's suddenly wearing this disguise. Jo Jin makes it clear he'll only answer if 032 answers first. With that said, our guy asks if the camp sent him here, or if he just wants revenge out of loyalty because our guy betrayed the camp. 032 is clearly frustrated by Jo Jin's relentless questioning and eventually yells at him, asking why he keeps asking the same useless questions and what good it does now. But when he looks into our guy's eyes, he finally reveals he left the camp as soon as he heard Jo Jin killed his friend 006. Also, he admits he's not here for the camp, but because he wanted to avenge 006's death since he was the only family he had. Jo Jin reminds him that he and 006 weren't even close, so why does he really feel such a strong urge for revenge? The fanboy more or less agrees and points out they never spent time together, outside of training or missions, and he's not even sure if revenge is what he really wants. Now he's not even sure why he ran away from the camp. After a moment of silence, Jo Jin reveals that his friend 006 is actually not dead. It's no surprise that this revelation almost makes Fenbi's eyes pop out of his sockets. Jin keeps dropping shocking truths, like how 006 faked his death and disappeared to avoid being found by anyone, and he doesn't even want his friends to find out. The dude is officially shook and asks again if 006 is really alive, and Jo Jin confirms it without a shred of doubt. The realization hits Fenbi hard, and he starts feeling pangs of guilt when he understands why Jo Jin kept asking him the same questions over and over. Jo Jin explains he needed to know Fenbi's true intentions before spilling anything. If Fenbi had been working with the camp, he would have reported everything to them right away. So Jo Jin just didn't want to reveal anything without confirming if Fenbi was working with the camp or not. After feeling overwhelmed by the news, the hoodie guy slumps into a chair and starts laughing. Then he asks Jo Jin why the hell he's even here. Jo Jin, not knowing how to answer, just says he just came back home. The guy is shocked and asks if he's saying the girl is really his sister, because as far as he knows, their friend had lost all his memory. Jo Jin replies that his memories have recently come back, though they're still a bit fuzzy. 032 asks if he betrayed the camp just because he recovered his memories. Jo Jin shakes his head and says it was because he couldn't follow their orders anymore. Then Jo Jin remembers Diane and shoots 032 a serious look, demanding to know how he met her. 032, clearly scared of Jo Jin's intense stare, is pretty sure if he doesn't spill the beans, Jo Jin might actually kill him. Nervously, he admits Diane helped him a while back. Jo Jin expects more details, but 032 just turns around and says that's it. Jo Jin finally calms down, and 032 feels relieved seeing him chill out. Though he's still a bit uneasy about how deadly Jo Jin looks, even more deadly than when he's fighting. Despite everything, Jo Jin starts cleaning up the mess, and his friend helps him tidy the place. While they're cleaning, Fenbi asks if 006 is okay. That question triggers a flashback, and he remembers the brutal hit 006 took from the car and how shaken up he was afterward. Keeping that in mind, he doesn't go into details and just says his friend is more or less fine. Fenbi shrugs and says it doesn't matter as long as his friend's alive. After all, he tried to kill Jo Jin, so it's expected he might be hurt. Then Jo Jin turns to him, asking how he can trust someone like their guy, especially since he's a traitor to the camp. Fenbi replies it's because Jo Jin has never lied to any of them. Even though he betrayed the camp, 032 believes Jo Jin wouldn't betray his friends. He mentions that 006 had the same opinion about their guy too. Hearing this, Jo Jin says he gets it all now. His friend gets curious hearing this vague line, so he asks, what does he mean by that? Jo Jin reminds him that the day the whole camp was mobilized to track him down, 006 intentionally let him escape the camp. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it out alive. Fenbi grins at this and points out they probably hated the camp even more than he did. Jo Jin smiles back, and then his friend asks if there's any way to contact 006. Jo Jin says no, not until 006 makes contact first. Jo Jin then assures him he'll tell 006 to reach out to Fenbi when he gets in touch. Then he starts blaming himself for taking it out on Jo Jin for no reason and almost killing himself in the process. He also highlights how 006 hid just to protect his friend. Jo Jin reveals an interesting fact and explains that if the camp had known 006 was close to 032, they would have used that against him, so 006 didn't tell anyone before disappearing. Fenbi gets sad thinking about how his friend is sacrificing himself to keep his friends safe. That's when the hoodie guy also drops some interesting news. The camp is making sure no one finds out that their guy is still alive. Jo Jin asks if they're really covering this up, and his friend confirms it's true. He adds that only a few high-ranking officials know Jo Jin is still alive, which is why the camp can't launch a full-scale search. The hoodie guy comments on how weird it is that Jo Jin, being the best soldier, is being hidden like this. Then Jo Jin asks how he found out that 006 was supposedly killed by Jo Jin if this info was top secret. His friend explains it's because of Doc, the guy with the eye patch. After that, 032 decides to leave, saying he needs to make some stops on the way back to camp, to drop some clues and make sure no one follows Jo Jin. But just as he's about to go, he notices Daejun peeking from behind a pillar. Jin smiles when he sees his sister, which totally blows the effeminate guy's mind because it's the first time he's seen Jue Jin smile like that. His friend then asks if Daejin is really his sister, and Jue Jin nods confidently, but his pleasant expression fades when he gets pissed because 032 asks if he can say goodbye to her one last time. 032 starts shaking under Jin's intense glare. Finally, the poor dude just waves goodbye from afar, and the girl waves back the same way. Then she quickly turns to Ju Jin, asking if he knew 032, and Ju Jin just answers with a simple yes. She then asks why he was so harsh if he knew him. Well, Ju Jin has no clue how to answer that, but then he remembers Jonna mentioning that Daejin has always been popular with the guys and is pretty. Keeping that in mind, Ju Jin makes an excuse saying he thought some weirdo was trying to hit on her because she's hot. Daejin is shocked to hear his explanation, and an awkward silence falls between them after Ju Jin's lame comment. Later that night, Ju Jin is back at the apartment secretly tending to the wounds he got from the fight. Once he's bandaged up, he sits quietly, thinking about how the camp is hiding the fact that he's still alive and wondering what his next move should be. We're back with our effeminate dude again, and he's still worried, thinking about DJ Hun trying to figure out if she's really Ju Jin's sister. Suddenly, he notices something in his apartment and quickly pulls out his gun, aiming straight ahead. A voice tells him to relax. When this mysterious man steps out of the shadows, Fenby sees a bald guy standing there, which leaves him momentarily stunned. The bald guy tells him to lower the weapon before they talk. Fenby finally relaxes as the bald guy looks around and asks if this is where he's living now. Then he asks if he managed to kill our guy. Fenby snaps back, asking this dumb bald dude if taking down Ju Jin sounds like a piece of cake. The hoodie guy then asks what he's doing here. The shady figure replies that he's just handling some business. But before the effeminate guy can react, the bald man pulls a dagger from his sleeve and quickly stabs him in the stomach. As he drives the blade deeper, he says he's here to teach him a lesson and to take out this bastard for disobeying the camp. The poor guy trembles, asking if the camp really ordered his elimination. The big dude confirms, but only if he refuses to return to camp. Then he pulls the dagger out of his chest and throws it back at the hoodie guy, slicing his thigh badly. The poor dude groans in pain and is thrown backward, falling to the ground. The bulky guy looms over him, congratulating him on his agility. The hoodie guy is losing blood fast from the stomach wound and demands to know what the hell this idiot is trying to achieve by doing all this. The bald guy calmly replies that he's taking care of business while he has the chance because he's always waited for this moment to kill him. Now that 006 is out of the picture, he's sure no one can save this effeminate guy from being killed by his hands. The hoodie guy then throws a punch at this bastard, saying he didn't know he was so scared of 006 and finds it funny that this bald dude had to ambush him like a coward. Of course, this little jab really pisses off the gorilla, and his rage takes over. He quickly throws his dagger at the guy, but then the effeminate dude pulls out his own dagger and slashes the gorilla in a nasty way. Now the gorilla is even more pissed and lunges at the effeminate guy. While the poor guy tries his best to hold on, his wound starts throbbing. The gorilla then punches him in the face, knocking him to the ground. As the effeminate guy shudders in pain, the gorilla steps forward to pick up the weapon from the floor. He points it at the guy and reminds him how much effort the camp put into training him and how everything's about to go to waste once he pulls the trigger. But the guy just mocks him, telling him to stop being jealous and to get better instead. With that, the gorilla pulls the trigger, and the bullet tears a hole in the guy's thigh, dropping him to the ground like a rag doll. Seeing him fall apart, a creepy smile spreads across the gorilla's face. It's clear he thinks no matter how many hits get thrown, he's the one who's gonna win tonight. But surprisingly, despite all the cuts and bruises, the effeminate guy fights back. He's back in action and throws his dagger at the gorilla's face. While the gorilla is momentarily distracted, the guy escapes running and quickly gets out of the room. The gorilla starts firing a hail of bullets, but the guy finally manages to get away. His legs are shaking as the bullets make his wounds bleed even more. The gorilla chases him, but all he finds is a trail of blood, because our effeminate dude disappeared into the shadows long ago. He keeps following the blood trail, and just as he's about to turn right down the hallway, the effeminate guy suddenly grabs his hand and lands a crushing blow to his face. Before the gorilla can react, the guy pulls the magazine out of the gun and throws it at the gorilla's face. After those humiliating hits, the gorilla gets even angrier and recklessly throws his dagger, but completely misses his target. As surprising as it is, the hits this bastard took weren't from the effeminate guy, but from our guy, who gave this bastard a serious lesson. The gorilla's face goes pale when he realizes it's our guy. Without wasting time, Ju Jin lunges at him and lands a devastating punch to his face, leaving it all bloody. The gorilla tries to attack again, but Ju Jin hits him with more punches to the gut and finishes it off with brutal knee strikes, but he doesn't stop. Then he slams the gorilla's face against him, and with the bloody face, the wall gets stained with blood too. Finally, the cocky gorilla falls to the ground. Once the fight ends, we see the effeminate guy sitting on the floor with his wounds asking Jim why the hell he's here. Hearing the voice, our guy turns around, looks at his friend, then starts walking away. He grabs a bag full of goodies from the floor and offers it to the effeminate guy, saying his sister told him he was broke, so he brought this for him. The effeminate guy takes a look and finds food supplies. He starts laughing, mocking our guy for being such a softie, asking what changed him so much. He wonders if he hit his head or something, but then realizes our guy has always been like this. The scene shifts to the SW Corporation. We see our guy sitting in front of the director. The old man points out that the man they brought turned out to be an international fugitive. He mentions that arranging what was requested will be easy since many countries want to claim him. He finishes by saying they'll make sure she spends her days locked up, isolated from society. Seems like they're talking about the gorilla who attacked them, and I guess that bastard really deserves all the mess he caused. The old man mentions he suspects the gorilla is connected to our guy's past. For a moment, Ju-jin stays silent and admits he wasn't directly involved. But yeah, the connection is there. The old man says he won't investigate further but assures Ju-jin to come to him if he ever needs help. Ju-jin just nods, stands up, and leaves without saying much more. The assistant chimes in saying he was surprised when our guy asked for help, especially since it involved such a serious criminal and there were gunshots at the scene. As Ju-jin walks out of the corporation building, his mind drifts back to his injured friend barely holding it together. Ju-jin quickly pulls out his phone, saying he knows someone who can get the effeminate guy treated somewhere safer. But the guy insists he can handle it himself, since all he needs is to stop the bleeding and disinfect the wound. Still, Ju-jin points out he needs proper treatment. The effeminate guy says that would take too long and the camp might get suspicious. Ju-jin's shocked and asks if his friend's going back to the camp. The guy, Fenby, confirms he is, but Ju-jin reminds him the camp ordered him eliminated. In response, the effeminate guy explains the gorilla said he was supposed to bring him back, but since this gorilla hates 006 and all the numbered guys, he just went and tried to kill him. Ju-jin quickly points out going back to camp is still risky. The effeminate guy just laughs, saying since the camp thinks 006 is dead, it makes no sense for them to kill him just because he came looking for Jin. Plus, he says he doesn't see any other choice because if he hides, they'll come after him, which could risk exposing 0062. He adds that if his plan works, he'll make sure they can't track Ju-jin. It's the least he can do after Ju-jin saved his life. With all the clues 006 left behind, it should keep the camp busy for a long time. He tells Ju-jin he hopes he pulls it off and can protect his real life. Suddenly, Ju-jin snaps out of his memory when Lady Jin calls him. She asks what he's doing here, and he says he's just running an errand. Then she asks if it's really okay for him to be out like this since he's still not healed from his injuries. As soon as she mentions his wounds, Jin's mind flashes back to when he was kicked and beaten by an effeminate person, only making his old injuries worse. But instead of admitting it, he just smiles and says he's totally fine. The girl smiles back and asks if he's free now, suggesting they go grab something to eat. Looks like she's taken a liking to him, and even though she has a meeting, she'd rather have dinner with Ju-jin. But unfortunately for her, Ju-jin turns her down, saying he has to go straight home because he already has dinner plans with his family. She clearly wasn't ready to get rejected by a kid and is feeling the pressure. To save face, she quickly makes up an excuse, saying she just remembered she has work to do too. Meanwhile, the guard behind her looks completely pale after hearing her blatant lies. After all, the meeting was the only reason they were here. Suddenly, the girl asks if he'd be interested in a part-time job, promising the money will be worth it. Again, Ju-jin declines, saying he's not interested. She sighs and finally asks if he wants her to take him home. Ju-jin simply says no. As he starts to leave, Lady G's guard tells him to get well soon so they can train together again, mentioning the other guys have been asking about him. On the other hand, Lady G secretly smiles, thinking Jin is fitting in better with the guys than she expected, and even her picky bodyguard seems to like him. Once our guy is out of sight, the guard asks if Lady Jin plans to include him in CO's security team. She says yes, pointing out the recent harassment incident happened with COH and noting it won't be too dangerous since he'd just be escorting her. She asks what he thinks, and he says it should be fine. As Jin walks down the street, he spots his grandfather standing there. He calls out asking what he's doing there, and the old man just says he came out for some fresh air. The elder then reveals that Dan's birthday is coming up in a few days, and Ju-jin looks pretty surprised. The old man admits he doesn't know much about Gen Z's tastes these days since he's a boomer himself. He asks Jin if he can suggest what kids his age might like as gifts and what their hobbies might be. Turns out Jin is just as lost as his grandpa Boomer, and there's this awkward silence when both realize they've officially hit Boomer status. Suddenly, GA's phone rings while she's chilling in her office. When she checks it, this creepy smile spreads across her face. She picks up, clearly surprised it's Ju-yin calling back, which is already a big deal on its own. Then, our dude asks her about that offer she made earlier and wonders if it's still on. The girl smiles, thinking Ju-jin must be calling about that dinner invite, so she plays it cool, saying she's pretty busy but will check her schedule. However, her sweet smile fades when Ju Jin says he's actually calling about the part-time job she offered. She looks annoyed hearing that Ju Jin is calling about the job, not the dinner. Our guy asks again if the offer is still good, and the girl asks if he's interested. Ju Jin confirms he is, so she tells him to come to her studio tomorrow at 4 in the afternoon. The scene switches to the game room where Ju Jin and the other guys are just kicking back, having fun, playing and chatting. Jun, who's been reading an article about Seo Ha-cha, tells the other guys about it. The others get hyped and start checking out his monitor. Jun explains she's the lead in a new TV series based on a webtoon and will star in the show Teenage Mercenary. The blonde dude adds he's seen her in person and she looks insanely hot. His red-headed friend almost chokes on his drink, hearing that, while the blonde keeps going, saying he saw her working part-time at his cousin's ad company where they were shooting a commercial with her. Jun's impressed by the news, since he's been a hardcore fan of Seo Ha-cha since her first show, meaning almost 8 years of following and loving her work. Jin Chan asks the blonde what she's like in real life. The blonde says she's pretty in person and admits he's never seen anyone that beautiful. The other guys can't help but blush and call the blonde lucky. Jaehyun even asks the blonde to let them know if his cousin's company needs someone again. The scene cuts to the commercial set where everyone's getting ready for the next shoot. They're eagerly waiting for Seo Ha-cha to come out of her room. Inside, Seo Ha-cha hears the news that bodyguard will be escorting her. One crew member confirms it, but Seo Ha-cha says someone from the agency is already handling it. Though the guy reminds her the guard coming this time is from SW Corporation. He mentions he already told the corporation there's nothing to worry about, but they were still concerned about some stalkers. He assures her it'll just be one guy with her, so it won't be a big deal. The gorilla-like guard standing nearby confirms the new guy is just a trainee. Of course, the actress isn't thrilled about that. She wonders why they'd send a trainee for something like this. As everything gets set for filming, everyone's attention is suddenly caught by the sharp sound of footsteps echoing on the floor. When they turn around, they're blown away by the elegance this man radiates. Though we don't get to see this stylish dude yet, I can confidently say it's our boy who's crashing the party here. In Seo Ha-cha's dressing room, the gorilla-like guard mentions SW sent the trainee to get experience and promises to watch him to make sure he doesn't get in the way. Seo's assistant thanks the guard for his help and apologizes for the extra hassle, saying this whole situation is way above their pay grade. The guard reassures them there's nothing to worry about. He adds it's Southwest's fault for sending a rookie and personally finds it pretty humiliating to work with someone beneath his level. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. When the guard cracks it open, he finds Jin standing there. And our absolutely handsome guy in his suit looks totally irresistible. He quickly says he's from Southwest. The assistant is totally baffled, wondering if he's really a bodyguard or just trying to fool them. Jue Jin formally introduces himself and confirms he's indeed the guard sent by SW. The man finally recognizes him, though he almost thought Ju Jin was some kind of disguised celebrity because he just looks way too good-looking to be any ordinary bodyguard. On the other hand, the gorilla gets hyped seeing our guy and thinks it's a joke they sent a literal kid. Still, Ju Jin asks if he can come in and the assistant gives him the green light. Once Ju Jin is inside, Seo Ha-cha takes a look and is totally impressed to find out how ridiculous it is that this handsome dude is a bodyguard. Jue Jin introduces himself personally and tells her he'll be her bodyguard from now on. Seo Ha quickly returns the gesture and says it's a pleasure to meet him. Ju Jin starts looking around trying to get familiar while still wondering if this guy is really a trainee bodyguard. He looks more like a boy band trainee that SW is trying to debut and suspects they probably sent him here just to get some exposure. Meanwhile, our guy wants to confirm if this is her first day on set. The assistant confirms it, and once the formal stuff is out of the way, our guy quickly points to the elephant in the room and asks if the harassment started 2 weeks ago with letters. The woman clarifies it's been going on longer than that. She explains the stalker somehow knows her address and keeps leaving weird letters in her mailbox. It's gotten worse recently, but it's been happening for a while. She adds that this is common in this kind of work, so SW shouldn't worry too much about it. After that, the actor starts asking how old he is, and that's when our guy's mind flashes back to when his superior told him revealing his age would only make people doubt his skills. So in the present moment, he just answers that it's a secret. Right then the gorilla from before calls our guy from behind and says he wants to have a quick chat outside. Once they're outside, the gorilla starts by asking if he's a security trainee from Security World. Once Jin hears that, he realizes that's what they must have told these guys. So, he just plays along, confirming that's exactly right. The gorilla tells Ju Jin to just step aside and watch how it's done. He's sure he's got things under control. Then he starts scolding our guy, saying he has no idea why SW would send a puny kid like him. Because security isn't a joke. Jin finally speaks up, asking if the gorilla is Cheol Jin Kim from the Security Brothers agency. The man grabs Yu Jin by the collar, telling him not to dodge the question. He warns Ju Jin that if he thinks they're joking, he better listen if he wants to get out of here in one piece. With that, he throws Ju Jin against the wall and walks away clearly pissed off. Right then, the actress comes out of the room asking if Ju Jin is okay. He says he's fine and she apologizes for the dumb gorilla, saying he's from her agency and can be a bit rough. She even mentions she told him he didn't need a bodyguard. Ju Jin says nothing and the actress enthusiastically starts asking if he's still in school. Ju Jin replies, "That's confidential." Suddenly, her assistant calls, saying it's time to go to the set. Before leaving, the lady tells Jin to take it easy, saying nothing's going to happen. With that, she leaves him standing there as she exits the scene. The next scene cuts to Ji, wondering if he got to the studio okay. The guard asks if she means Ju Jin and she confirms. The guard then explains he got word that Ju Jin actually arrived at the studio without any problems. Then Ji asks if sending him there was a good call since he hasn't fully recovered. The guard says he's fine, pointing out that threats and stalkers are pretty common for celebrities. With Seo Ha-cha's level of fame, she's had her fair share of them. His agency recently assigned him a personal bodyguard so Ju Jin wouldn't be too busy. Ji agrees, explaining that's exactly why she sent him there so he could take it easy while he recovers. And who knows, he might even complain about how boring it is. Then the bodyguard smiles at Ji and says he doesn't think Ju Jin is the type to get bored. Ji sees this as good news and uses the phrase "piece of cake" to emphasize how easy this job will be for Ju Jin. The bodyguard reluctantly agrees, saying she's totally right. Ji, on the other hand, feels proud of herself for using Gen Z slang, making the bodyguard uncomfortable as he watches her enjoy her own sense of accomplishment. While people gather for the shoot, we also see the gorilla making another appearance. Even though the most popular actress is sitting right in front of them, everyone's attention seems locked on Ju Jin, unable to take their eyes off him. The big guy then asks Ju Jin why he left his post for so long, saying they're not here for a field trip. Ju Jin replies he was checking the perimeter. The arrogant dude starts getting pissed, questioning what kind of perimeter Ju Jin's talking about and what some kid like him could possibly know about this stuff. Suddenly, the director calls the shoot to an end. While everyone takes a breather, Seo Ha-cha's assistant offers her some water. Just as she's about to take a sip, Jin grabs everyone's attention by loudly announcing that they all need to stay inside. The entire crew listens up after hearing this. Ju Jin continues, saying the cops will be here soon and everyone in the studio must cooperate with the investigation. The actress is now totally confused and asks what's really going on. Then Ju Jin shows her an envelope with a tiny camera inside. She asks Ju Jin, "What's this?" And he explains it's a spy camera he found in the waiting room. The news hits like a lightning bolt out of nowhere, shocking the gorilla, the actress's assistant, and the actress herself. Even the people standing around start whispering, wondering how a spy camera ended up hidden in their waiting room. The actress begins to shake and Ju Jin goes on to say he checked the surveillance footage but found no security cameras at the waiting room entrance. This makes it tough to figure out who planted the spy camera. As usual, the gorilla is furious, scolding Ju Jin for not revealing it sooner. But Ju Jin couldn't care less about the gorilla's rage. He goes on to say Mrs. Chan didn't use the waiting room after he found the camera. He was just waiting so as not to interrupt the shoot, and nobody's come in to get the camera or left the studio. The gorilla's frustration hits its peak. His nerves are shot and his mind's about to blow. Convinced Ju Jin's trying to pull a fast one on him, he tries to snatch the camera from Ju Jin's hand, demanding he hand it over. But Ju Jin just steps back with such a chill vibe it's almost unreal. The gorilla, clearly fed up, asks Ju Jin what the hell he's trying to do. Jin just says it'd be better if Mrs. Cha's assistant took the camera. The gorilla turns to the assistant and demands he let him take the camera so his team can stage it with the cops. The poor assistant, clearly nervous, hesitates but finally agrees. The gorilla snatches the camera from Jin's hand without a second thought, and everyone around is pretty uneasy about how this giant dude dominates the scene. As he leaves, the gorilla starts grilling Ju Jin, asking why he didn't come to him first with something like this. Ju Jin replies, wondering why he should have, especially since the gorilla already said he did a thorough investigation when Ju Jin asked if he checked the waiting room. The gorilla's anger hits a new level, demanding to know if Ju Jin knew about the camera when they talked earlier. Ju Jin confirms he did. This sends the gorilla into overdrive, yelling at Ju Jin for not reporting it to his superiors immediately. Ju Jin makes it crystal clear the gorilla isn't his boss, and that's the last straw. The gorilla tries to hit Ju Jin, but Ju Jin isn't the kind of guy to just take that. He quickly stops the gorilla dead in his tracks, furious. The gorilla finally backs off, muttering that Ju Jin would be dead if it weren't for the corporation. Later, we see the van speeding down the road. Inside, the lady and her assistant are chatting. She asks how long it will take to find out who planted that camera. The assistant says the forensic team is working on it and should have some answers soon, but the lady isn't so sure. She mentions they seem to think she was overreacting about something as small as this camera. The big guy, always a calming presence, tells her not to worry. He insists he'll conduct his own investigation into the matter. Even though the actress looks sad and all, Jin watches her but says nothing. When they get to her house, she gets out of the car and Jin follows, but the assistant tells him to stay in the car since he'll drop Jin off at the nearest station. Jin, however, says he'll head back on his own. After their last goodbye, the assistant leaves, leaving Jin standing there. Once the car is out of sight, Jin walks around the actress's house. That's when we see her sneaking out of her own house wearing a mask and a cap. As soon as she steps out, she's startled by someone behind her and looks around, finding him standing right next to her. She quickly asks how he's still there, and Jin just says he was scanning the area. She gets a little embarrassed and tells Jin he can go home since she's just heading to the corner convenience store and asks if he's not allowed to do that. Jin replies she's free to do whatever she wants, and that's exactly why he's here. The girl lights up at that, and later we see her enjoying some delicious noodles outside the convenience store. She tells Jin not to just sit there, but to start eating too. She mentions she was going to take the noodles home but decided to eat outside since he's here. She looks down and admits that when she's super stressed, she likes to relax and walk around the neighborhood. She's been in the business so long that it's hard to walk freely anywhere, and she hasn't had time for friends either. Then she asks Jin what he does for fun with his friends. He answers that sometimes he goes to the arcade after school. She then asks Jin again if he really said arcade. Jin confirms he did, which surprises her because suddenly she feels like she's talking to a teenager again. While Jin is sitting there, he spots some familiar faces, his friends, who are totally shocked to see him hanging out with the famous actress. Jin stays quiet in the background while the lady greets him with a nice smile. After a while, all of Jin's friends join her at the table, and it turns out they all ended up together at the arcade. Jung points out he never imagined he'd be playing with her today. The actress smiles and says she never thought she'd end up at the arcade either, since she usually only plays at home. Jin gets chills when the actress smiles and talks because she looks even more attractive in person. She thanks him for the compliment and also points out she won't forget how they told her she was bad at video games. Park Yoon-chan, with a blank expression, confirms this by saying there's no doubt she really was bad. Surprisingly, as much as Jin likes her, he adds there's no mercy for newbies. Blondie agrees and looks totally wiped out, exhausted from playing with newbies like Jin Seo Ha-cha. Yeon tells her not to take it personally, but advises her not to tell people she's a gamer because it'll be insulting in itself. The actress bursts into a smile and a joyful laugh after their little joke. They finally decide to split up. After a last goodbye, Jin and Seo Ha-cha leave together, while the guys stay behind, still unable to take their eyes off her. Park Yoon-chan even comments he can't believe he ever doubted Seo Ha-cha. Jin agrees and feels like it's all one big dream. As they leave, they carry Seo Ha-cha's sweet autographs signed on their uniforms. Later, we see a Mini Cooper speeding down the road. Inside, Seo Ha-cha still can't believe her bodyguard is actually a high school student. Jin feels a little awkward seeing her so chatty and enthusiastic while Seo Ha-cha keeps talking about how much fun she had with him, admitting he never thought he'd be hanging out in an arcade like this. He usually just plays alone at home. Jin thinks if he finds it hard to play in public, he might invite his friends over to play at his place. Seo Ha-cha explains she's been an apprentice since high school, so honestly, she has no friends. Once she debuted, she was too busy with work to make real connections. Sometimes she hangs out with people she meets through work, but she wouldn't really call them friends. Seo Ha-cha then asks about his life because she's curious why he's working as a bodyguard while still in school. Jin explains he does it to buy a birthday gift for his little sister. He blushes, surprised and touched by his reason, finding him to be a really sweet brother. She comments that he must be super close to his sister, but she honestly can't relate since she's an only child. Then she offers to give him a ride, but Jin says it's not necessary and that he'll get home on his own after being escorted here. By the way, throughout their conversation, Jin kept a formal tone calling her Miss Cha, but she tells him to just call her Seo Ha-cha. When they finally arrive at their destination, Jin gets out of the car. As he turns around, he sees another figure approaching. This guy looks pissed, and Seo Ha-cha quickly reassures Jin that it's okay, since she knows him. The man cryptically hints to her that the particular person he knows would want to see her, who's sitting in the car right now. But Seo Ha-cha stays silent. When the man moves toward them, Seo Ha-cha steps forward too, but Jin quickly steps in front of this new dude. The guy with glasses, however, immediately tells our guy to just step aside. Seo Ha-cha then tells Jin he can go home and that she'll be home after this. But Jin insists on waiting, and Seo Ha-cha stays silent for a moment, watching his calm face. Finally, she smiles and tells him to go home and rest. As he walks away, she looks a bit sad, thinking to herself that she can't drag him into this. Once Seo Ha-cha is inside the car, the man starts scolding her, asking why she didn't answer his calls. He berates her for not calling back, even if she was busy. Seo Ha-cha responds bluntly, questioning why she should even answer his calls. The shadowy guy looks puzzled by her answer and then smiles maliciously, warning her not to push him too far or she might regret it. He reminds her he has his limits too and tries to justify his behavior by saying the dates he had with other girls were business-related and shouldn't be held against him. Seo Hacha tells him she doesn't care who he's seeing since they broke up a month ago, which means he should stop contacting her and showing up like this. She firmly says she'd prefer if he didn't call or come around anymore. She starts opening the car door, but this idiot lunges at her, grabbing her hand and saying he's going to teach her a lesson about her place. He makes it clear that just because he's a bit famous doesn't mean he's a big star now. Then he goes on about ruining an actress like her and threatens to expose who her parents are. He questions if she's really getting a reality check in the state she's in. But before he can say more nonsense, my guy smashes the window of his luxury car. The glass shatters everywhere as our dude grabs the rich guy by the neck, pulls him out of his comfy seat, and slams him onto the asphalt, leaving him pretty scraped up. The girl is totally stunned by the scene, and our guy quickly tells her she can get out now. Once she's out of the car, he checks if she's okay. She says she's fine, but she seems more worried about the rich guy he just threw out. So, are you a fan of this manhwa and can't wait for the anime, right? Let me know how you'd rate this story in the comments. I really enjoy the cold main character starting to explore other emotions. Give me your rating from 1 to 10. Honestly, I'm still trying to figure out my own score.